We'll hit record and we will get started. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Trails into Reverie. Let's get started. Let's get back into this, because weirdly enough, I have actually been missing this game. That's actually a good sign, if I might be so bold. So. Alright. Alright. So when we last left off... Hi, Neko. Right. So we have got some work to do. So... let's head over to the abandoned law office and get this started. Oh, you all came. Yeah, we got the details from Dudley. Hey, you've been hearing a monster roar around here? Yes, I was just double checking we'd cleared everything out when I heard something from the back. It wasn't a normal growl either, it was strange. Almost artificial, I'd say? Well, color me intrigued. Sounds like we're up. Yeah, we need to look into this, especially with the signing ceremony about to happen. Let's get ourselves together and then begin the investigation. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Alright. Let's get in there and do some investigating. Shall we get this investigation started? We should probably call over at least one more core member of the SSS. Good point. This is a formal request from Dudley, after all. You're right. In that case... you will no longer be able to patrol Crossbell. I think we'll hold off. I am absolutely calling Randy. That was a weird pop-in. Alright, let's... I think I want to check a couple of things first. And I think what I want to check is... Hello, Rexar. How you doing? Alright, you know what, we'll hold off on all that. Let's call Randy and get in there. Gotcha, you've been busy. Muriel just headed out on business, so since I'm close by, I can zip right over. Great, we'll be waiting. Once everyone's arrived, let's head in. Yeah, we can... Blowing up over there, Mr. Popular?
Hey there, Lloyd.
Risha, what's up? So morning practice just ended here, so I'd like to get it some more exercise in. I was wondering if there's anything I can help with. Sorry if this is bad timing. I know you're in the middle of work and all. Actually, where are you right now? Funny you should ask. Explain. Really? Talk about good timing. Would you mind if I tag along? Are you sure? Or what if you got injured before the big performance? Monster slaying over in the Geofriend isn't that dangerous. Just think of it as me warming up for tonight's show. Honestly, it'd be a heck of a boost to have her with us. Good point. Alright, Risha, we'll be glad to have you. Think you can come over to the former law office? No problem. I'll be right there after I get my stuff together. Okay, so Risha's joining the party. Rejoining the party. Excellent. Nice, she's back in her fighting outfit. I heard Reen's group came through this sector a couple of times last year, venturing into the Geofront to fight monsters. Doesn't it make you think of the good old days? Yeah, it felt like we were coming in and out of here every day a couple of years ago. We've been busting our asses in the day, but it's fun to think back on now, I suppose. Speaking of memories, seeing you in that outfit again is giving me a flashback to the mission we went on after the occupation, Risha. The one where we were tasked with securing the citizens' private information? That's quite the memory for me as well. It was our first encounter with anyone from Thor's. I guess you're right. You know, I've always thought that your yin combat attire is really cool. It gives off a different impression from what you usually wear or even your stage outfit. It's much more focused, if I had to put it. I'll take that as a compliment. I'd say it does a much better job of drawing focus, if you know what I mean. Lloyd must have had a hard time keeping his eyes off of you while you two were together. Well, I can't deny that going after her in those air ducts didn't do me any favors. So that's your favorite memory of the Geofront, huh? Go easy on the poor guy, Noel. Well, that's just how us dudes are weird. Or are wired, excuse me. It's not like that, I swear. Damn it, Wazzy, you set me up for that. Well, I think we've had our fun and games for now. Let's get to work. Should we simply go as far into the sector as we can on foot? Right, I think that would be the safe bet. I can sense plenty of monsters around. Make sure you're all ready for combat before we proceed. Check your equipment at Quartz. 'Cause of course. Let's do this one. This is the one that lets you do everything else. Might as well. Oh, that is a huge... Right, that's a huge decrease. I don't want that. Okay. Let us continue.
Now's
No
our
problem.
chance.
Fire!
We'll play Snow for a bit.
Fire! Fire! I'll make this quick. Yeah! Perfect!
There! Let's go!
Zero order. Ah, yes. So, obviously we have new ones now. So we've got... Buzhi Huyo. I have butchered that horribly. Medium speed up for 2 turns, delay minus 50%.
Revel in the night.
It's my turn.
Buzu Hua. Okay. That was my thought exactly. That's why I was like, yep. But I didn't hear it.
A chance!
Okay then. An opening.
Now! I'm going in.
Naive. This is it.
Now!
It's my turn. Hey!
Oh, I forgot there was 3.
Now.
A chance!
Okay then.
No problem.
Come on, baby.
Engaged. Of course.
Ah.
Battle complete. Now to reset myself. Fire! Ready to go.
It's gonna throw me off for a bit, but I kind of am thinking the new voice fits Risha so far.
What
Where
a
is he?
bonus.
Let's make this quick.
Yeah! Perfect. Let's go, Lloyd.
Leave it to me.
Yeah!
Right.
Revel in the night.
It's my turn. Hey! Yeah!
Engaged. Fire!
Okay then. This is it.
Now!
Let's go. Yeah!
No problem.
Come on, baby.
Of course.
Right.
No problem.
Come on, baby.
Death awaits. Now! Let's go, Lloyd.
Leave it to me.
Death awaits you. Yeah!
Right. Come on, baby.
Ah.
Good night and sweet dreams to you.
Randy joins us in the level 100 club. Yeah. And it would
You
be
ain't seen nothing yet.
And it would be weird to have Erica Mendez voice like 2 or 3 characters. Note to self, finish talking before taking a sip. It'd be weird to have Erica Mendez voice, ridiculous number of characters. In fact, let's pull up the voice cast list just for this game. Oh, okay, that's it. Apparently it's Abby Trott as Null. Okay. Not a name I recognize. But that's okay. Let's shift back over here so I don't miss too much of the chat. Yeah, it's very... The voice sounds like a take on
Bring it in.
Erica Mendez's Risha.
I'm going.
Let's go.
Might as well show this one off.
Behold my dance, an illusory offering to departing souls. Sleep, embraced by silver light. Bind! Right!
It's my turn.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that's a plus.
No problem.
Paraceline Dance. Always nice to start a section with a gameplay positive. Not that that's... Alright. Like I said, always nice to start a session with a plus. Even from a game that has been like... that doesn't know how to slow down with its positives.
We've done what we set out to do.
Also, I'd just like to point out that she's waving around a big sword with one hand. I love that that's just a casual detail about her character that's been around since, well, actually since her debut, because that's always been a thing. Even in her yin form, she was holding the sword with one hand, so... There's a familiar enemy. I seem to recall buildings in the old downtown district being infested with mosquito monsters like this before. I don't remember them being especially difficult to deal with, but let's take them seriously all the same. Better yet, let's be careful about the higher elements being active too. Time, space, and mirage are in effect? That's strange. I've gotten used to it with all the places Ploroma grass has bloomed in the past, but why would it be here? Hard to say. Could just be some residual abnormality left behind from all the craziness half a year ago. Oh. Either way, I think that confirms that we're not going to just stroll past this monster. I think we should give that new Arcus 2 feature a whirl. New feature? Teotot said they're still testing it out, so what better time than now to see if it works for ourselves? Oh yeah, I remember Teo telling us about this. I think the name of it was something like, United Front or something? United Front. It's a feature that Professor Schmidt has been leading the development of. Wow, that's such a cool name. He was one of Epstein's 3 disciples, yeah? So he designed it inspired by the link system the Divine Knights were capable of? Sounds like a pretty ambitious feature to be adding to simple combat ordnance. I'm guessing we're candidates to try it out, since we're all sharing combat links back to the end of the Great Twilight. That makes me wonder what would happen if we tried it once Noel and Wazzy are back with us too. I was asked to gather battle data from it since the Epstein Foundation and the ZCF are also collaborating on the project. Let's give it a try if the opportunity presents itself. And that would be now. Seems like the perfect chance to give it a shot. It's so hard to explain, but I felt like I was connected with all of you back then too, even though I wasn't there. Yeah, I think we can all try it out, so I'm all for it. Looks like we're all on board. Alright, here goes nothing. This kind of spits in the face of the whole change routes on the fly thing.
Careful. That one looks tough.
Because that's...
Right there! Formidable enemy spotted!
Okay, that's actually funny that her assault attack is a rocket launcher. That's actually funny. Alright. Let's do it.
All for one,
And one for all!
all together now. Gotcha.
Of course! All for one,
And one for all!
let's settle this in one fell
Gotcha.
swoop! Fire! Hut!
Right. Break them! Raging hammer! Let's go.
I'm going in. An opening!
Got you.
I'm going. Yeah! Now, let's go, Lloyd!
Got it.
Oh yeah, I agree. This is an awesome feature.
They're open.
A chance!
Got it.
That's Arisha. I can always count on you.
If there's a back, I've got it covered.
Wow, that was something else. I wasn't expecting it to be so powerful. Allowing the backline units to contribute really makes a difference. I'll say, it really lets us combine our strength. And we get to to sneak more orders in, too. The thing is going to be an ace up our sleeve. We have to remember to make good use of it. That shouldn't be too hard. We might run into more enemies worth using it on before we leave. Yeah, that's another thing that I really like about it. The heal that gets rid of status effects, the attacks which raise BP, the arts which are just it's actually really cool. It's yep. Oh, I don't have any assault gauge. Gauge to demonstrate. Give me a sec.
Ready to go.
Yeah. She just pulls out it's multiple rockets that she fires too. That's funny.
Oh, I see how it is. You're such a bad boy, aren't you, Lloyd?
Wazzy, I'm trying very, very hard not to think about it right now.
What are you two? Ready to go.
Grief.
See, that is the kind of Lloyd being a perv thing that I can get behind. Because that's clearly a joke. And I think part of it is because of the lack of voice acting around the lines. But even in the Japanese dialogue, the couple of times it came up just kind of felt like oh, you are so stupid, and trying to treat it like this serious thing. And I'm just sitting here like, oh my fucking god, will you piss off? Something like that, where it's clearly just Wazzy being like, I see how it is trying to get a nice good peek, as opposed to, oh, you're a piece of shit for being polite. And I know I know it's been like
You
four
see that
games.
treasure chest, I'm sure.
And I know it's been like 4 games with this stupidity in it, and I'm still harping on this, but God, it pisses me off that goddamn much. Now, again, if you're going to have a pervert subplot, have a fucking pervert subplot. Don't turn it into a fucking gag where an innocent guy gets fucked over. Or at least his characterization ges fucked over because the women in his life don't know how to take something like that seriously. I gave Altina the same shit for that back in Cold Steel 3.
Fortune shines upon us.
Ugh. Someday I'll stop bitching about it. Oh, I had to go this way. Huh. Okay. Okay. There's a thing I need to go do. I hate it, but back to the duct. Hell, even my way of doing the gag is better. Have the character that would be seen as perverted be self-conscious about it to the point where he's always insisting, guys up front, and then everybody just pokes fun at him for being so sensitive about it. You know?
That was just what I needed.
There's no other way to go. What? Oh, duh. The downsides to these maps.
Here's our shot.
Yeah! No problem.
Right. Yeah. Oh.
My turn.
Oh, come on.
Not happening.
Okay.
Times 2.
Death awaits you. Yeah!
Oh, come on.
Going in.
Wow.
Okay,
We're
then.
getting that crap again, aren't we?
Right.
Of course. Yeah!
Oh, we might be
on,
running into...
baby.
Oh,
No problem.
whoops. Oh, wow.
An opening. Focus your...
There we go.
This is what teamwork is all about.
Find it funny that she felt the need to pose like that. Alright. Unfortunately... Whoops. I am adding a gameplay negative, raising up the accuracy and evasion issues to 2. Which very likely will go up to a 3rd.
Fire! Commencing extermination.
All for one.
And one for all!
Everyone, move in. Gotcha.
I'm going. All for one.
And one for all!
Let's settle this in one fell
Gotcha.
swoop. Yeah!
Times 2.
My turn.
No problem.
Gotcha. All taken care of.
Nice. Brave reached level 6. Nice. Ooh, now his break damage is increased. Very nice. So far, so good. None of the monsters we've come across have posed much of a threat, thankfully. It shouldn't be too hard to reach the depths at the rate we're going. Though I'm starting to wonder what could be waiting for us at the end. Who knows? I wouldn't stress out about it until we get there. I feel pretty good about handling whatever it is with the team we have here. That kind of overconfidence could be the undoing of a unit during a live combat situation, Wazzy. We need to stay vigilant. Whatever you say, ma'am. What's so funny, Lloyd? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about how reassuring it is to have you all here. It's good to be teaming up with you guys again. You're always welcome for being in my presence, but what brought this on? I guess being together again like this reminded me of how much I owe each of you, even from before the Liberation mission. Rish has been top-notch at cover operations and being our contact with Heiue when we needed it. Noel was vital at gathering information on the military and working with the ZGF's resistance effort volunteers. And you've been helping us gather support in and out of Crossbell while flying around doing your crawl sprayer duties, Wazzy. We wouldn't have been able to pull off the liberation mission last month without you. I can't thank each of you enough. Come on, Lloyd, you're saying that it like we're a bunch of strangers you owe favors to. We're part of the SSS too, you know. We may not be founding members like the rest of you, but we still paid our dues and learned a lot when we were together. I'll never forget how you all helped me settle things with Wald. I concur. The time I've spent working with the SSS has allowed me to face who I am and choose the path I want to walk in life. Give me a moment. Nose. I'll always be here to lend you aid, be it as Yin or simply as Risha. Guys, I really don't know what I'd do without you all.
Finally on the cusp of grasping true independence. The Crossbell's journey is just beginning.
Yeah. True, you've actually got it proper. Crossbell's getting its independence properly this time, but that's only the first step. Because now steps have to be taken in order to ensure that another Gileath Osborne isn't possible. And to be blunt, I actually like that the game is addressing that. That this game is addressing that. Because even though this is, this feels like we're reaching that this is the epilogue of the Crossbell storyline, it's a good epilogue to say that, yeah, it will continue, the struggles will continue into the future, but it will still, but that progress is happening. It really does feel like this is kind of a now what type of story so far, and I actually really like that. I know the main plot's gonna rear its ugly head with that whole Babel thing, and Project Babel thing, but I do like that us leading into that is a kind of a now what kind of story. The whole reason I'm on Lloyd's route, Draxor, is I'm waiting for Claire. Green's waiting for Claire to finish talking to whoever she's yapping on the phone with. And the game literally said, you gotta go play Lloyd's route to the end of Act 1 now. No. So, that's where we're at with Green's route. We are at the end of Act 1. Now, don't get me wrong, I actually don't mind us having to come back to Lloyd's route. I've actually enjoyed playing as the SSS so far. You did it the other way around. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think part of it was just I was intrigued by Reen's route, and that's why I just kind of kept with it. Yeah. You did the exact opposite I did. You played Lloyd's route until it was like, I gotta go deal with Reen's. Now, to be fair, that actually probably would have flowed better, because we literally slammed on the brakes of Lloyd's story to go do Reen's full story. So, doing Lloyd's full story and then going back, would be a better idea. But that's the whole reason I say the game kind of shoots itself in the foot a little bit. Because we have had literally 2 times where the United Front the United Front feature has been explained to us, both in lore and in gameplay. So,
it's up to us to keep fighting for everyone if we want our home to truly prosper. So let's do our best to keep the people of Crossbell safe.
Yeah, we've come too far to let them down now. I agree. I'll be happy to do what I can. Is something wrong, Wazzy? Oh no, I just remembered something I've been wanting to ask you for a while. I was away from Crossbell for over 2 years after we dealt with the Azure Tree. So who'd you get the furthest with while I was gone? Lloyd? What? What are you talking about, Wazzy? Oh dear. That's a pair of suspicious reactions, I hear, but don't think I've forgotten about Tio or Ellie just yet. And by the looks of things, you and Randy have deepened your bromance as well. Well, yeah, what are partners for? Or could it be that you've been saving yourself and eagerly waiting for me to return? I might actually have to play this with multiple characters. I might actually have to do that. Alright, that's enough of this. Can you please give me some space? Knock it off already, Wazzy. This conversation ends here. I think it's about time we got back to work. She says with total confidence because she knows she's the one that got the furthest.
Ready to go.
Unless, of course, Lloyd and Ellie were banging off screen. No matter how much I would just shake my head in disappointment at the thought of Lloyd doing that.
Quite the speedy recovery.
Okay, I know, I'm harping on it too much, but again... Ugh. Alright. I guess I should explain myself on that one. So, forgive me for yet another tangent here. But I mean, this is the game celebrating the franchise. What do you want from me? One thing I will say is that of all of Lloyd's potential partners, the one that is most likely to be canon is also the one that, honestly, based solely, admittedly, on Zero and Azure, as my frames drop, because of course. Oh, come on. Oh no, don't start that. Okay, looks like I'm back. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. So anyways, where was I before I got so rudely interrupted? Right. Of Lloyd's romantic partners, the weakest one after all of the events of Zero and Azure, for me, was Ellen. And the reason was that I felt like there was no budding romance there. I felt like the budding romance was weak sauce. Because Ellie was spent way too much of her screen time with Lloyd criticizing him for the stupidest of reasons. In short, the Lloyd is a perv subplot ate up too much of Ellie's dialogue. Way too much of Ellie's dialogue. We talked about back in Cold Steel 3 how Muse's dialogue kinda was like... And it was kinda like, oh my god, okay, Muse, dial it back a bit, girl. Come on, dial it back. Heck, the problem that arose with Ellie's dialogue in Zero and Azure was that it felt like she was never going to let the whole idea, this whole politeness equaling perversion stupidity die in a fire like it fucking should have. Because to be blunt, let me put it to you, I'm going to say something that's going to make the entire internet descend upon me and and will want to cancel me. So here's my Hail Hydra cancel moment. You ready for this? If any of Lloyd or Reen's dialogue makes you wet, ladies, then you're a whore. Period. There's my cancelable moment right there. Here. Because Lloyd and Reen do not say anything that should be taken as wanting in your pants. Have they said things that have been that could be seen as romantic? Yes. But the problem is that it can be it's a matter of interpretation. And as I stated back in Zero and Azure, intent matters. Neither Lloyd nor Reen have ever been trying to get into the girl's pants, into any girl's pants in the entirety of these games. And I know, like I said, that is my cancel moment. But I stand behind it. Because again, treating Lloyd like he's a goddamn pervert for being polite is fucking stupid, and as I pointed out back in Zero, a fucking double standard, because he's doing nothing but saying the exact type of things that Estelle was saying back in the Sky Trilogy. And yes, I know, Joshua teases Estelle about that all the goddamn time. Makes light of that all the goddamn time, where he's just exasperated, like, oh, how could you say things? I mean, I'm still taken aback by how you can just say those kinds of things. But again, that's more of just a cornball line. It's a thing about cornball lines. I mean, nobody was trying to claim that Estelle was trying to get with every guy she met just because she was being polite. It was just oh, look at Estelle, she doesn't realize she's saying corny shit all the goddamn time. And that's why I've kind of hated the shift over to this whole idea of it suddenly being wrong for Lloyd to be polite, or somehow he's got an ulterior motive just because he's got a slab of meat dangling between his legs. Anyways, so now that I've set myself up to be canceled by the entire internet, let's continue on.
Fire! Ready to go. We've got a chance.
All for one,
And one for all!
all together now.
Fire!
Gotcha.
I'm going. Hut! Now, let's go, Lloyd.
Got it!
Yeah!
That's our Risha. I can always count on you.
If there's a bag, I've got it covered.
They're no match for us.
All for one.
And one for all!
Let's settle this in one fell
Gotcha.
swoop. Fire! Hut!
You asked for it!
Okay then.
No problem. Fire!
Let's go!
Of course. Hut!
Times 2! Times 2! Oh! Oh! My turn.
Of course. Hut! I'm going in.
It's my turn! They're open!
A chance! Death awaits you. Hut!
Come on, baby.
Right!
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah! Oh!
Which
Engage.
one, which one, Nucko?
An opening!
Kind of shift things
Gotcha.
away from the crickets.
Well, with you around, I may as well pull up a chair and catch up on my reading.
Oh, no, you don't. Take this seriously.
Huh, interesting. Reen's voice actor. Huh.
Fire!
Yeah, I recognize the name immediately, weirdly enough.
Ready to go.
Then again, I think that's just because I've played the Cold Steels so much. I've played the Cold Steels more than any other Trails game, so that makes sense. You recognized it too. I usually don't recognize VAs by their name. I usually recognize them by their voice. Place where I'm like, wait, I know that person from somewhere.
Fortune shines upon us.
Really does. Spirit Incense is a very good item.
Careful. That one looks tough.
Threats will be eliminated. All for one.
And one for all!
Let's settle this in one fell
Gotcha.
swoop. Fire! Hut!
Right! Now!
A chance!
Come on, baby.
Engaged. Now's our chance. Focus your attention. I'm going.
Still hate that.
Right!
Come on, baby.
Oh, I should have used an art with it. Really should have used an art.
I'm going in.
God damn.
Arcus, activate. You vile.
That's it for me.
Of course.
Crap. Well, I got 20 of these damn
That's
things.
Engage.
Up you come.
An opening.
Got you.
Right!
Yeah.
Now!
A chance.
Although what's hilarious about Allegra Clark
I'm
is
going.
where I would recognize her is actually Celica from the Echoes.
Times 2!
Well, at least
Come
she
on,
took
baby.
some damage.
Ja, ja.
Ibaroken.
Going in. Fire! Now's our chance. Focus your.
Eat some damage.
It's my turn. Yeah. Oh.
Goodbye.
I'm going. Yeah!
And goodbye.
Battle complete. Now to reset myself.
Alright, everybody went up to 101. Sweet.
Nice. I did it.
And the game's being really
More
generous
polish
with
by the
you
day.
material.
Of course I'd improve.
I need to keep at it.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Game's continuing to shower me with
Ready to go.
U materials. I might actually have to give if a loot and itemization might actually be separate positives in this game.
But there's some nice junk in that trunk.
Randy, it'd be better if only one of us got canceled today, okay, buddy? Okay. Let's put this up with... Let's put this with core combat. We'll put it right after core combat. Actually, let's also give it... Also, well handled and is awesome even right from the start. So we're actually going to throw up two more gameplay positives onto the board. Loot and itemization, which I am actually, yes, separating and giving a positive to each. So, to do something a little less to explain something a little less cancelable. God, that's hard to say. To explain something that is less likely to get me canceled. There we go. The reason I'm giving loot and itemization separate positives, even this early, is because the game has already made it clear that enemy drops are actually going to be worth a damn. I will go ahead. Let's go ahead and put this like this. I started this dungeon with whatchamacallit. With, what was it, like 14 U materials. Then I spent 1, and that got and that upgraded Risha's weapon. Well, now oh, I could just see it on screen. There it is. I keep forgetting that. Oops, I forgot about that. And now I'm back up to 20. And I haven't been fighting too many enemies. And not every fight has given me U materials. In the span of like 6 or 7 fights, I have gained 7 U materials. And I've been gaining useful items as we've been going. Enemies have actually been have actually given us a couple of droplets even, too. Speaking of that, we might as well use these. Arts Defense. Who could use a boost to that? That would be Risha. Because Risha's Arts Defense is kind of garbage. It's not much of a boost, but it's a boost. Oh wow, it even like literally shows you the effect. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. That would explain why they had to do it in separate, whatchamacallit? Separate screens. Huh. That's actually really cool. I actually really like that.
Ready to go.
Bring it
Whoop.
on.
She missed. Ah, well.
All for one,
And one for all!
all together now. Gotcha.
Of course. All for one.
And one for all!
Let's settle this in one fell
Gotcha.
swoop. Yeah.
Times 2.
Not happening.
Right. There's no stopping us.
Very nice. Wow, there's even more to explore. Damn. Expansive of environments.
You've got a chance.
Oh, whoops.
Let's go.
Whoopsie.
Hey!
I'm going
I didn't
in.
even notice that until I had already hit attack. Whoops.
Okay then. Times 2.
Not happening.
Okay then.
I'm going. Yeah.
Right.
Here are you.
I'm going in. Fire.
My turn.
Death awaits you.
It's my turn.
I'm going in. Fire. An opening. Together, Wazzy.
Okay.
Fire. Of course. Yeah.
Whoops.
Okay then.
Aw. I really need to get you some better stuff. Oh, come on.
Let's go.
We need to pull it together. An opening. Together,
There.
Thanks. I'm going. Yeah.
Come on, baby.
There we go.
Good night and sweet dreams to you.
Okay. Whoops.
Enemy spotted. Engaging.
There is a zero craft, so I'll save it for there.
Death awaits you. Yeah.
Oh, crap. Ah, whatever. Screw it. We'll just do it with caution now.
Sapphire's seal of mine. Bolster this arm with the strength of a giant! Crush! Akashic arm!
It's my turn.
Oh, I should have. Ah, well.
I'm going in. Fire!
And done.
Great work on that one, guys.
Is it too early to request a break?
Give me a Sakwazi and we'll try and get you to spot. Wait. Oh, that's okay. And in that case, we'll do this a different way. Maybe we'll just do this way. Okay.
That was just what I needed.
Alright, everybody's good.
Ready? Ready to go.
Careful. That one looks tough.
It is. Silverthorn, ultra rare.
Well, would you look at that?
Nice. I do need this one down, though. Alright. And then we hop down, grab this treasure chest.
Treasure chest doesn't appear to have been opened yet.
Thanks for pointing out the obvious, Risha. Alright, there we go. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, let's do some sled upgrading. Since we've got so much. Wow, I really don't have that much space. Deceptive. Huh. Wazi, you're more of who I would want as my upgrade person. I can only do one, which sucks, but yeah, we'll do one on you. Because you are more of the person I would want doing that. So let's see if we can upgrade your stuff now that we're here. Galleon Fort is a good thing. I think I'll sack your thingy here for. I don't have that. Huh. Oh, dang it! It needs the triple slot. Ah, son of a bitch. Alright, fine. In that case, we'll go ahead and we'll give you this. And then we'll replace EP with attack. That's what we'll do. There we go. Okay. That way it gives him a couple of options for spells to have. That must be it. Well, we came to the right place. Only that's no monster. Yeah, it's an archaism. I mean, archaisms kind of are monsters, but that's beside the point. It's a machine-type monster. Aren't those things primarily made by the Society? What's it doing down here? The IDF was using them before the war to flush out pockets of the resistance. This could be this one could be a leftover. I suspect that's the case. I'm not familiar with this model, but it looks pretty tough. Yeah, but I'm sure it's nothing we can't handle. Prepare to engage. Let's do this.
Watch out! This one's tough!
All for one?
And one for all!
Let's settle this in one fell
Gotcha!
swoop.
Times two!
I'm going in. All for one?
And one for all!
Focus your attacks.
Gotcha! Let's go! Zero Breaker!
Come on, baby.
Yeah.
I'm going.
Come on, baby. Arcus, activate.
Not happening! No problem.
Go!
Yeah. Right. Zero Breaker!
That does
I'm
a
going.
lot of damage. I like that.
Come on, baby.
Of course you're gonna do that.
I'm going in.
Arts reflect. Okay.
Of course. Come!
Come on, baby.
It's my turn. Hey!
I'm going in.
Fire!
Pull yourself together.
Thanks.
Of course.
Of course you're gonna do that. You know what? Instead, let's heal up. No.
Thanks.
Okay, then.
Arts reflect. Yeah, I might as well just get it over
It's
with.
my turn.
Aw.
Hey!
Death awaits you.
Should have went with a smaller spell, but oh well.
No problem. Next set and launch!
That's it for me.
Dang it.
Is nothing.
Get up.
Is nothing.
Right. Yeah.
Of course.
Zero order. Let's go with...
I'm going in! Assault Guardian!
I'm going.
Thanks. No problem.
Come on, baby.
Death awaits you. Come!
Right. Yeah.
Payback hell!
Times two! Okay, then.
Need to pull it together.
Oh, come on!
Of course.
That's just dickish.
No problem.
Right.
Go!
Come on, baby.
Death awaits you. All for one,
And one for all!
we can pick ourselves back up.
Not happening. I'm Going in. Yeah!
Let's go! Yeah.
There we go.
Everyone!
Come on, baby.
Dang it.
I'm going.
Yeah! Engage. Next step.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
baby.
Of course. Come.
Ooh, I froze the bastard.
Engaged.
Very nice.
An opening.
Got you. ×2.
Right.
Gotcha.
My turn. This is it.
Now!
Take a deep breath.
Yeah! Perfect.
There!
I'm going full throttle. Zero.
Behold my dance. An illusory.
Sapphire. Good night
There.
and sweet dreams to you.
Okay. Dealt with that bastard. Got a nice chunk of Q materials for that. It's gonna blow! Everyone, fall back! What is that? Lloyd! First hint of C. Oh! If it ain't Todd and Mademoiselle. We made it. Is everyone alright? Yeah, thanks to you two. Detective Dudley let us know what you were up to. You likely wouldn't have needed our help, but you could have at least told us where you were going. Yeah, sorry about that. We thought we had things covered, so it didn't really cross our minds. And here you are, saving our hides in the end. Looks like I still have a lot of rust to shake off. You're not the only one. Guess I still have a few kinks to work out myself. Something up, Lloyd? Tio, was that the same terminal you interacted with when Reen and his classmates were on their investigation? Oh, yes. I used a projection with the Aeon system to scan the spirit veins below Crossbell. It was only possible with Emma's help, but we were successful in the end. This terminal won't be doing anything for the foreseeable future, though. I'll have to get in a repair request from the Foundation. A projection, huh? Could that be what I just saw? Maybe it was some kind of system malfunction. Did Wazzy and Risha see it too? What is it, Lloyd? Yeah, what's with the side glance? Sorry, it's nothing. If the two of them didn't notice anything, then maybe it was just my imagination. Anyway, thanks for the help, guys. You're very welcome. All's well that ends well. I'm glad no one was hurt. I think that just about wraps up our investigation here. It's almost noon. We should be getting back to the surface. I'm with you there. I'm starting to feel a little peckish, to be honest. How about we stop by the SSS building and grab a bite to eat? Key and the chief were supposed to be on lunch duty today. Now you're speaking my language. Free lunch and I don't have to lift a finger? I'd love to join if you don't mind. The more the merrier. Here, let's get our grub on. Alright.
It's been a while since we've sat down and had a proper meal together, hasn't it?
Too long, if you ask me. We couldn't afford to go lax for a second during the operation.
I can't wait to have some of Kia's cooking.
Me too. I bet she's really upped her game.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's make our way back home.
Okay. I'm just gonna make a couple of notes here. There we go.
Okay.
Might as well just head right on back. It will also not be possible to go any further in Lloyd's story for a brief period. Huh. Nice for it to warn us of that. You know what? Oh, no. Actually, that's not that, actually. That's QOL. What am I thinking? Alright, so I am going to go ahead. Okay. Alright, so I'm going to give a few positives here. A triple positive for quality of life, because it's all over the damn place. Is like with this, warning you, hey, it's going to be a bit before you can switch routes again. And with, and with all of the prompts, I was going to give this info in game, but then I was like, wait, that's the wrong category. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm also going to up the save system to 2. Because again, the good autosaves and all that, so let us proceed. I mean, this session was supposed to be for getting Lloyd's Road out of the way, so there we go. After returning to the surface, Lloyd and company reported the results of their patrol and then made their way to the SSS building.
Hey! Over here!
Seems you're no worse for wear after all that hard work.
It's nice to see you all. How did you know we'd be coming out here?
We were told about your investigation into the underground.
Dudley? Hell, even Murray and the commander.
Hia invited us. You can't say no to that face.
Yeah,
Sure enough.
she helped me get away from work to finally have my lunch, so it happened to work out. Looks like.
This might have been overkill though, right?
No way! Lunch is always more fun with tons of people. I wanted Shizuku to come too, but she had some stuff going on with her dad.
That's too bad.
And Elia wanted to go nuts on solo practice.
That sounds like Elia to me. I'll just bring her something later.
These kinds of get-togethers aren't so bad every once in a while.
I guess. Just making it clear, we don't have anything special on the menu.
No one is expecting a 5-course meal. But I'll be making sure that whatever you eat is at least better than one of your cigarettes.
Please don't.
Something up, Lloyd?
Oh, I'm fine. It's finally hitting me that we're home. I know it's just another day like the day before, but something about it feels so different.
Yeah. I think we can all relate to that.
I know I can. Everything we struggled through was so we could have moments like these.
It's been a hard couple of years. And I'm so happy we pulled through.
You're damn right we did. But the hard part's over. We got what we wanted. Now we gotta protect it.
And we'll do it with gusto.
Come on in, guys! I made a lot of food to perk you up for a hard afternoon.
Let's see. I don't think I'm going to give the third one of that just yet, but yeah. Everyone assembled for lunch and fueled themselves for the rest of the day with delicious food and cheerful conversation. That afternoon's security measures for the signing ceremony wrapped up just in time. Before long, the hour finally struck 2 p.m. And the historic ceremony establishing Crossbell's long-awaited independence began as scheduled. Hey, Lisa and Machias are still here. Nice. I believe it's starting. I can feel myself getting nervous. It's a new beginning for Crossbell. Let's make sure we keep watching till the very end. I'm so happy to finally see all the SSS's hard work finally paying off. Yeah, Crossbell's been at the whims of the great powers that surround it for a long time now, but the day has finally come for their dream of freedom to come true. Where the devil is Arios? I'd hoped he would be back to see this. Shizuku, too. It's going to start any minute. I think they're streaming it in Ereboni and Calvert through the Orbital net. Yep, they're using wireless signal boosters to make it possible. It's just amazing that what modern orbital tech can do these days. I got no clue what you're even talking about. All you really need to know, Agate, is that this whole thing is reaching many people. Whoa, I've never seen this many connections at once. I'm glad we recently upgraded our server hardware or wouldn't have been able to handle this. Hey Sully, where's Ilya? She left just a second ago, said she'd forgot something at her apartment. It's sure been a while though, I wonder what she's up to. Oh, it's the speaker. It's really happening. Flashing lights warning. Okay, they stopped when it zoomed in. Good.
It has been a long winter for Crossbell.
Got that right.
Since becoming an imperial province, no. Since we asserted our autonomy over 70 years ago, we have faced countless ordeals. We have been toyed with by neighbors, scarred by terrorism, upended by chaos, challenged by unknowns, and robbed of sovereignty. During the war, our home even served as the front line. Much had been taken from us in that bitter conflict.
Yep.
Such deep wounds are not easily healed.
Nope.
At times, they even go on to birth yet more tragedy. But no matter what hardships we faced, the people of Crossbell kept pride in their hearts. They weathered each and every storm, always dreaming of a brighter tomorrow. It is because of that, I believe, that we stand here today. As a fellow citizen of Crossbell, I wish to thank every one of you for never losing heart. This day, we begin a new page in the history of Crossbell, as well as for this whole continent. May we not dwell on the past. May we instead look toward a future where we all can move forward in harmony. I earnestly hope this ceremony marks our first step toward that future, serving as a beacon of hope to the children of our age.
In the name of the goddess of the holy city of Arteria, I reassert the legitimacy of Crossbell State's independence. Speaker McDowell, please step forward once more.
Stay your pen, Mr. Speaker.
It can't be.
Oh,
This is some kind of joke, right?
It's the former Governor General.
Good day to you all, dear citizens of Crossbell. I do hope you will forgive my late arrival.
What's this bastard think he's doing?
I can't believe this is happening.
Gotta stop them!
How are they so well trained?
Hell out of my way, assholes!
This isn't looking good.
Stand down, damn you!
Everyone!
Lord Rufus, what is the meaning of this?
Why, I simply came to register my objection to that declaration you were about to sign. You see, this region's independence will be a defining moment for the continent as a whole. Should you not try to dream a little larger than becoming a church-sanctioned state?
What do you mean?
I thought I might suggest a more fitting form for Crossbell's independence. After all, I did once govern this region.
Take your suggestions and shove it!
Yeah, no.
What are you even doing here? We're supposed to be locked up in an Imperial jail. And who are those soldiers with you?
Ah, what a pleasure it is to see you all again. I've simply come to address some unfinished business. As the primary member of the Iron Bloods, it falls to me to see that the late Chancellor's ambitions are realized.
What do you mean by that?
That fight's long over.
Long time no see, SSS.
It's time we got even for the way you humiliated us last month.
You're the soldiers who occupied the city.
But why?
Damn it! I see every word we said fell on deaf ears. We'll have it your way. We'll defeat you as many times as it takes. Every last one of you is under arrest for terrorist threats against the people of Crossbell. Think we'll just let you have your way? Think again!
Take care of them, Ebon Defense Force.
Glory to the Supreme Leader!
We fight in his name!
Because of course. Of course Crossbell can't have nice things. Oh my god.
Hey! Now!
I've got you!
Raring to go.
Yeah! About time.
All right. Here I go. Take this! Ah! They're off guard!
There!
Take that! Eye for an eye!
Right. Zero Breaker! They're open! Everyone!
Why, you...
Eat shit.
It's my go. Break!
Why, you...
Leave it to me.
Impossible.
I'll be right back. Alright, let us continue this shit.
They're so strong.
What the hell? These can't be the same guys from last month.
Ha! You don't stand a chance against us as we are now. We are the Ebon Defense Force, and we live to serve our leader and our cause!
It's that black aura they're giving off.
It's like the Great Twilight's curse.
This can't be happening. Or the SSS not winning.
Hang in there, everyone.
You can't lose to the likes of them.
Kia, you can't give up!
We need you!
Damn right we ain't giving up.
Not when we finally have the freedom we've been fighting for in sight.
Exactly. We won't let you steal it from us.
So long as the SSS is here, we won't let you turn back the clock.
Everyone!
Sorry to leave you hanging.
We'll back you up.
Well, Wazzy, Risha. Right. Counting on you.
Huh. However many of you there are, it makes no difference.
So long as the SSS is here, he says.
What's so funny?
Forgive me. I couldn't help myself. It pains me to see the people of this city clinging to such a pathetic delusion, as much as it does seeing you believe in it. But fear not. I shall put an end to this reverie. It is time for the rot to be purged from the minds of Crossbell's people, so that they may see the SSS for what it is, a symbol of how warped this land has become.
You just love the sound of your own voice, huh?
After me, everyone. We'll wipe that smirk right off his smug face.
Your place is but the product of a delusion. Fall in line.
Majestic rage!
Oh, of course he has a disorder. Why wouldn't he? Of course he gets to... Well, okay, right. Orders are not a turn. Okay.
Yeah!
Raring to go.
Okay, let's bring... Nah, we'll keep you in for now.
Heavenly Thunder!
Of course you're gonna use that.
No way!
Brilliant!
Oh, come on!
I'm sorry, everyone.
God damn it!
I'm not done yet.
This is a frickin' forced loss battle.
Thanks.
Great.
Raring to go. Target's activated. There.
Thank you.
What am I doing?
Right.
Okay. You know what? We'll heal up.
Vanish!
Oh,
You're kidding me.
fuck
I'm
off.
in trouble.
Thank
Thank
you
you so much.
Okay.
This fight's garbage.
You got this, right? I'll take care of it.
Don't give in!
Thanks.
Leave it to me.
Of course you're gonna frickin' and pull a million status effects. Why wouldn't you?
Thank you so much.
It's my turn. There!
Thank you so much.
I'm not done yet. There!
I'm going.
Yeah.
It's my turn.
I'll take over.
Just do an ether strike on you.
Right.
Yeah.
Fuck, that did 36 damage.
Brilliant.
I'm sorry.
You vile! This is nothing.
We'll use the serum capsule.
Thanks.
Here I go. Got him. Knock him senseless.
Understood. Got it.
This is nothing. Behold.
Holy.
Of course you're gonna pull.
Gotta be kidding me.
Nonsense.
I won't let you.
Why wouldn't you?
Okay.
Okay.
Arcus
Head Randy back up.
Yeah.
There.
Health going.
It's my turn. There.
Thank you.
It ends.
This has gone on long enough.
Gotta be
Let
kidding
my
me.
guard down.
It's my go. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Arcus activate.
Brilliant light.
Not great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We need to do something.
Alright,
Let's go.
Damn you.
Death awaits you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eye for an eye.
Take a deep breath.
Raring to go. Arcus activate.
Let's go.
Here I go. You're off guard. Kill him, Risha.
Understood. Of course. Behold my dance, an illusory art.
It ends.
Yeah.
I hope you're prepared for
Raring
this.
to go. Hope you're ready.
I shall end this.
Well, congratulations, Reverie. You have successfully reminded me of Cold Steel 2, and that gives you a triple negative.
Right. Adrius Caliber!
Stop kidding me.
Guard down.
RP increased by 3, so... Hey, I did pretty damn well. Okay. So this is going to sound like the most contradicting statement I have ever made. Triple negative for this fight because Rufus fought way too fucking hard. Now, back in Cold Steel 2, well, I guess it's not really that contradictory because it was a similar reason in Cold Steel 2. Cold Steel 2's big problem was teasing you, making you think that this wasn't a forced loss battle. Now, the game did flat out telegraph this is a forced loss battle. Get Rufus's HP down to a certain point. It is also kind of interesting that there was 2 thresholds for his HP, because I got him to the 1 and then he's like, time to end this, and then he moved, and then there was another HP threshold that I could reach. That's why I managed to get 3 RP for that. The problem is that he eats you so goddamn hard that you have to basically plow through it in order to get that RP. And all for the sake of us just getting our shit wrecked. I've said this before, and I will say this again. If you want to show us this the villain being fucking powerful, battle starts, Rufus immediately S-crafts us, we go down. Make it a fucking cutscene. Don't give me this fucking shit of wasting my goddamn resources. Because now I'm out all of the healing items that in Lloyd's route, I am now short all the healing items I used on that fight. And nothing was accomplished by doing it. I hate fights like this. It's the same it's the same type of shit that pissed me off all throughout Cold Steel 2, and you do not want to remind me of Cold Steel 2. I was harsh on Cold Steel 2 for a fucking reason.
How is he so strong? There are 7 of us, and only 1 of him.
Noi!
This isn't good.
No!
Guys! Oh, this can't be happening.
How could the SSS lose?
We haven't lost yet! Crossbell's dream of independence is finally about to come true. So we can't back down now. We will have our freedom!
Lloyd.
Lloyd.
The very picture of a hero. However, Crossbell has no need for you any longer. Now kindly get off the stage.
Lloyd! No! Lloyd!
Hey, you can't go down now!
Speak to us, please!
Oh, no!
They lost?
We're done for. Crossbell is finished.
Far from it, my dear friends. This land will require the protection of the SSS, the police, and the Crossbell Guardian Force no longer. From now on, you will be kept safe by the Ebon Defense Force and my esteemed colleagues.
Okay.
You've got to be kidding me.
Uncle Dieter?
Great.
What's the former president doing here?
Didn't that guy used to be with the Mafia?
Is that really you, Uncle Dieter?
The hell are you doing here, Garcia?
Nice to see you, too.
It's been too long since I could last experiment in this fair place.
Those models.
No way.
Tell me it isn't you.
People of Crossbell, as you are aware, though the war may be over, this world remains in a state of chaos. To bring an end to disorder, we must come together as one, as a united nation, without borders or state lines. And where better to begin working toward that goal than a place that has faced more hardship than any other? Should you accept my proposal, I promise to see this dream realized as the supreme leader of Crossbell.
One land, united under Crossbell.
We could be the center of the world?
He's right. Even if we'd managed to be in an independent state again, it wouldn't have lasted.
Maybe we'll be better off just doing as he says.
Yeah. He's got the former president with him, too.
Have you all lost your minds?
Open your eyes!
Glory to the Supreme Leader! Glory to Crossbell!
Rufus! 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 Rufus!
What happened here?
It's like... we're too late.
Lloyd!
Rufus! 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 Rufus!
No. No.
Damn it all.
This can't be happening.
I thank you all for choosing to put your faith in me. Then, by your will, I hereby proclaim the establishment of the United Nation of Crossbell and the beginning of Zemuria's coalescence.
Alright. I have to explain why that scene just pissed me off as much as it did to warrant me putting 5 negatives on the board. There's 3 big problems with this. 3 big major problems with this scene. So let's start with the one that was a double negative. Them pulling the whole, oh no, Lloyd is dead thing. First and foremost, no. Alright? Every time fiction tries to pull this, the hero is dead bullshit. I just look at that. I just look at it and go, either follow through or you better fucking follow through, because if you don't, then congratulations, you have written a badly written story and a badly written plot point. Wait, go find another job. You suck at fucking writing. I am sick and tired of the fake death trope. Sick of it. The only reason it's a double negative and not a triple negative is because nobody claimed Lloyd was dead. He was just knocked out. No, not even Rufus claimed he was dead. Now, it implied that with the whole "you'll get off the stage" line from him, but nobody actively said he is dead. So, double negative for that KO, because that was just fucking stupid. However, the entire takeover of Crossbell by this Rufus can frankly go die in a fucking fire. Because the fact of the matter is that what I know about Rufus in this game, this is Gary Stu territory. Like, this is just straight up Gary Stu territory. He knocks the SSS down and effortlessly. No. I refuse to believe that Rufus by himself could topple the SSS, especially a post-Cold Steel 4 SSS, that easily. The only way this could have been dumber is if that was his Class 7 he did that to. Then I would have called full ball on that. The only reason it's remotely believable is because he did it to the SSS. And quite frankly, I don't buy it. And yeah, that would have been and that would have been the game's excuse too, Raxor. That's the stupidest part. But regardless, in lore, I don't buy this for a second, is the problem. It feels too much like they're trying to have an all is lost moment. And it just makes Rufus come across as a Gary Stu. Especially after all of the work, effort, and planning that went into the first time Rufus was basically given the keys to Crossbell. No. This is too easy. This is way too easy. And that even includes him having Dieter and Garcia on his thing. Never mind those other two that we know nothing about. That Risha has an idea of who one of them is, and if she's who I think she is, who I think she might be, then I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? But regardless. I don't like that scene. I don't like that scene at all. It'd be one thing if and again, and then there's the whole Black Aura mind control garbage, too. Where it's like, okay. Now, obviously, we didn't have any cutaways. There was no cutaway to, to Erebonia looking at this like people in Erebonia looking at this like, what the fuck? There was no, there's no cut over to Eustace being like, the fuck is he doing? Doing nothing. So, frankly, no. I am not a fan of that. I look at that and I go, what is this shit? So. And considering how the game has just been nailing it with its story beats, that's kind of annoying, if I'm honest. I need to AFK briefly. I will be right back. You know what makes this worse for me? The fact that Reen's route did the exact opposite of what this route did. Because this route went from, this is amazing, to, oh, just kidding, this fucking sucks. Reen's route was like, this kind of fucking sucks. To, it's, okay, so you're doing this. Oh, okay. I'm intrigued. Okay, cool. But, yeah, no, not a fan of how that played out. Alright, so now we're locked out of doing Lloyd's thing until we continue Reen's route. So let's go ahead and warp back over to Ymir and finally talk to Claire. Sounds like she's deep in conversation about something work-related. Should I wait here until everyone's ready to meet? Yep.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. I'm afraid I have terrible news. Crossbell's signing ceremony today was disrupted by a surprise attack. Crossbell has been reoccupied.
Huh? By who? What happened?
I can't believe it.
That's not good. Obviously, everyone's just looking at this like, what the fuck? I'm glad that they got to find out so quickly, at least. If you need to go lie down, we quite understand. Oh, don't worry about me. This is just all so sudden that it took me a minute to process it. Yeah, it took me more than a minute there, Yuna, because I spend all of my time ranting about it. There's no way in hell I'm gonna sit around sulking while there's work to be done. Well, if you're really sure... I'm sorry. I should have broken the news to you more gently. That was careless of me. Maybe, Claire, but... To be fair, you were looking at this like, what the fuck? So... That reaction of... Your reaction of basically being like, whoa, what the fuck? Look, is fine. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Oh, come on. My frames dropped again? Hang on. Oh. Am I back? Kind of. Sort of. Not really. Okay. Alright. Sorry about that. Alright. But yeah. No, like, this is character development for Yuna. And one thing, but, you know, and I know I'm focusing more on Claire, but, again, I look at Claire and I'm like, no, let's not throw you under the bus here, Claire. Because your reaction, Claire's reaction was, what the fuck? Yeah, that's because my frames keep dropping, Raxor, so you're going to get periodic things where you're going to have to hit pause and go on the stream every so often, so I apologize for that. I'm going to try and work on a solution for that, but it's just, that might take me a bit to get through that, because I have to pick and choose what major investments I drop, so, yeah, I can't promise anything. Anyways, as I was saying, Claire's reaction to this is just, but what? That's Claire's reaction to this. She's looking at this like, what? And she's looking, you know, Claire's looking at this like this is like she's trying to process it, is the idea here. And I like that, because it shows that Claire isn't just looking at this as a black and white thing. She's looking at this with confusion, because the last time she spoke to Rufus, he was on his way to jail so that she wouldn't have to go to jail. And now all of a sudden he's dropping his frames again. Oh my god. These frame drops are real. Unfucking believable. Give it a couple of seconds. Alright. But, you know, like, the last time Claire spoke to Rufus was when he was on his way to jail, so that Claire didn't have to be. And now he's taken over Crossbell? Like, Claire is just probably looking at this, like, in confusion, like, what? But now, in the interest of fairness, just to go ahead and point out something about OC mode, since OC mode is basically being crafted around these events, as I see them. Zach's reaction to this is like, Claire would be looking at this like, it would just be kind of like eyeing Zach like, and Zach would just be like, what? You're reacting with the same look of the hell's going on that we are. I'm not gonna sit here and say you were in on it. You kidding me? You haven't even gone to see Rufus in his cell for the past 6 months. Why would I think you were in on this shit? Because again, the thing is that, well, Zach does jump to conclusions a little too often. He also looks at this like, no, there's something more going on here. So, don't sweat it. I imagine you must have been pretty stunned when you found out too. Right now, I just want to know what the details of what happened. For one thing, who would do this? Good question. Can you fill us all in? Of course. I appraised Lord Mateus of the details earlier, but you all deserve to know. As I mentioned, the signing ceremony for Crossbell's independence at 2 p.m. today came under attack. The assault was the work of a military force led by Rufus Alborea. Rufus Alborea? But he was arrested, right? He was, yes. But last night, the former Governor General and his subordinates escaped from Oryx Fort, where they were being held. Though their breakout certainly put us on high alert, we had hoped to keep this information from going public and causing confusion during the ceremony. Unfortunately, it seems people had to find out in the worst way possible. So you're saying that they escaped one night? Hey, then we were able to take over Crossbell the very next afternoon? There's gotta be more to this. Agreed, we're clearly dealing with something that had been carefully planned. What about Lloyd and the rest of the SSS? Come to think of it, they were supposed to be helping the ceremony security. I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about the SSS so far. I'm sure they did their best to hold off the assailants, but... oh, I suppose all we can do is pray that they're alright. You kidding me? No way any real harm could have came to him with Randolph there. I have to agree there. I'm sure the members of the SSS are just fine. I mean, what happened after the initial attack? Rufus's military force spread out, defeating the ZGF and taking control of the entire region, after which Rufus dubbed himself the Supreme Leader, and proclaimed the establishment of the United Nation of Crossbell. That sounds ominous. You took the words right out of my mouth. His new title and proclaimed rule make clear that he wants to rule the entirety of Crossbell once more. Well, too bad, because we're not gonna let him. That's right. If it wasn't obvious, Rufus Alborea is acting alone, without the government or Imperial family support. But why do this now of all times? Do you have any idea of what his goal could be, Major? I'm afraid not.
I will be the one to bear the responsibility for His Excellency's actions. It is the best way we can go about quelling the unrest in Erebonia and solving the issue of Crossbell all at once. I can think of no better way for us Ironbloods to honor him.
I don't want to think he was lying when he said all that. Putting him aside for the moment, what's the current situation at Crossbell? Well, I'm concerned about how the surrounding nations must be reacting too. Currently, Rufus's black-clad soldiers are blockading all routes in and out of the region. Both Erebonia and Calvert seem content just watching how everything plays out for the present. Yeah, well, they do have to be very careful about it because Rufus obviously planned for all of this. And obviously he would have planned for a retaliation from Erebonia and Calvert. But again, it's still dumb because, Jesus Christ, dude, you just painted a giant target on your forehead. You would think Dieter would at least point out, Rufus, this is kind of exactly what I did, and why Blue Wolf said I was jumping like 7 guns. And I painted a giant bullseye on my forehead, and it was kind of a bad idea. It makes sense for the Empire to be reluctant to interfere with Crossbell's affairs after the war. But the Republic's silence is a little more unexpected. That's true. Both countries suffered major losses from the Ions and the Septarian of Zero when they attacked Crossbell 3 years ago. I'm guessing they aren't going to forget that in a hurry. That's true. That is very true. Who? Those losses ended up leading to the Civil War here and the economic crisis in Calvert, too. So Calvert is likely playing it safe for now until they know what they're dealing with. But they're not just going to sit this out forever, are they? I doubt it. It probably won't be long before they start making moves, which isn't likely to end well given that they're steadily been increasing their military strength for a while now. All communication with the region is being blocked, so I'm afraid that is all I know. I'm so sorry I couldn't tell you how your family is doing, Yuna. I'm sure you must be worried about them. No, it's alright. Your explanations made me feel a lot more at ease. It doesn't sound like the soldiers occupying Crossbell are going to hurt innocent civilians. No, just mind control them with bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm never letting that. I'm not letting that go. That is bull crap that they can just do that. And I know there's going to be some explanation, and it's going to have something to do with Novartis being there, and blah 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 blah. But it's just... It'd be one thing if it was kind of a slow build. Yeah, the enhanced Jaegers thing is one thing. But the problem is that this is instantaneous mind control. And no one in Ouroboros has had that capacity before now. Not one of the Enforcers or the Anguis or anybody had that. The closest you got to something like this was Vita, and even that was just kind of a slow hypnosis of, hey, you should go back to your boss and say we found nothing, and then, and then send them on their way. Which even then was small scale, it was only on a couple of people, and it also wasn't instantaneous. Thank you, new Nancy Nova 1 for the follow. Not much. How you doing? Good, Nancy. Hey, I'm doing all right. We'll see. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Nancy. Give her a minute, Rex, or let's see, because I have had some bots. We have had bots, but we'll see. Anyway, let's continue on. I'm more worried about those who would try to resist the occupation. People like Lloyd or the rest of the SSS. I hope they're doing okay. Yeah. Well, the problem is, Nancy, is we've had a lot of bots lately, so it's just, yeah. You would seem to be an actual one, and honestly, it's kind of helped, so. Yeah, pretty much daily. Daily, weekdays mostly. Occasionally I'll stream on the weekends, but that's very rare, so. There are a lot of other people we know in Crossbell right now, too. Which is also concerning. Elisa and Sharon are there representing the Reinford Company, to name two. Then Toa is there representing Thor's, and Machias is there on behalf of the Inspectorate. And they were all supposed to attend the signing ceremony. They're all likely targets in the event of an attack, too. Ew. Hell, I'd be more surprised if they weren't targeted. Thank you, Ash. That puts all of us at ease. I mean, to be fair. And Canada. And 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 I'll just go ahead and say this, is no, I am not interested in any kind of stream layouts or anything. Hey, so keep that in mind. Anyways. Interesting. Like I said, I'm sure everyone's fine. We've been through more than our fair share of trouble in the past, as it came out on the other in one piece. That goes for Lloyd and the SSS too. I wouldn't be surprised if they're all working together to get the situation under control. I'm sure they are. All we can do is believe in them. I assume you have finished discussing the Crossbell situation? If you would, Major, I would like to discuss the other matter at hand. Father? There's something else? Yes, you see, a video recording was recently delivered to the Intelligence Division. It doesn't directly concern what happened in Crossbell, but I think it is something that you all should see.
I am C, leader of the Reborn Imperial Liberation Front.
Ah, the new C.
With the iron-blooded monster slain, the Empire had claimed its key to enter an era of peace. Alas, it would seem his poisonous beliefs are now being carried on by zealots, espousing nonsense of a united nation. To those who support their losing game, and to the ignorant politicians who allow these dogs to bark, I say this: we shall see you pay for your crimes. Our first target was the foolish prince and his wings, now bound to inaction.
But why would you... Oliver would fight? Eat this crap. Hap, you should know that. Oh my god.
Our next target shall be the muck and mire that gathers in the Vermilion City.
Well, there we go. Somebody's finally taking responsibility for the prince napping. By the name of C, too. Why does that ring a bell? C was an alias used by the leader of the Imperial Liberation Front, a terrorist group who opposed the late Chancellor Osborne. His true identity was revealed to be a Thor student who we all know very well, Crow Armbrust. Yeah, that checks out. Still, I know, none of this makes any sense. Crow has no reason to be using that name again, and even less reason to abduct Prince Oliver and Lazy Sherazard. Does that mean someone else has taken his alias for their own? I think that's a safe assumption. Unfortunately, I don't have a clue as to Crow's whereabouts. Can you get in contact with him? I'm trying, but he's not picking up. I know he went home to Jiraiya a few days ago, but beyond that... Nope, I can't get through to him, just like I can't contact Elisa and the others. Could something have happened in Jirai? It's been a hotbed of conflict lately due to the independence movement, so that is a possibility. But there's always the chance that he was caught up in some entirely unrelated trouble. I have faith in Crow. Even if he did get caught up in something, he'll get himself out of it, I know it. For sure, the guy's always been a wily one. Either way, that video does tell us a few things. True, we can't be certain of this new C's identity, but I think it's safe to assume they are responsible for the prince's abduction. They also seem to be in conflict with Rufus Alborea and his faction. Though judging by the timing of the prince's abduction, you almost wonder whether they saw Crossbell's occupation coming. And if they did, that only raises more questions. Either way, now that we've got our culprits, we gotta work on going after them. Indeed, and I think our best clue will be the last part of the recording. The muck and mire that gathers in the Vermilion City, huh? That would be Berehard, if I'm remembering my subtitles of Erebonian cities properly. No. Shoot, then which one was it? I know one of them has Vermilion as its thing. Shit. I never claimed I was a Trails expert. This is the proof. Right here. I am wrong. It's not... Berehard's not the Vermilion City. Oh, which one was it? Shit, I know one of them is supposed to be the... Okay, hang on. Alright, let's just go ahead. Oh, you know what? I am probably going to feel so dumb. Whoops. Probably going to be so dumb when I get there. Yeah, I feel dumb. Heimdall. Of course. I was like, no, I knew one of them was Vermilion. It's the Vermilion capital, Heimdall. Jeez, see? Going big right off the bat? Jesus. Anyway, first we learned the prince was abducted, and then we get that mysterious declaration. That was a lot to take in. Either way, I can discuss it all with my classmates tomorrow morning. Then we can decide the best approach to all this. Oh. Can't blame her.
I know it's March, but it's still cold to be out at night, Yuna. Especially in areas that still have snow on the ground.
What are you doing here, Instructor?
I could sense you out here from inside my room. Given how late it is and how new you are to Ymir's weather, I couldn't help but worry.
You can't just whip out those super senses for any old thing.
Maybe. But every time they prove useful in a situation like this, I'm glad I spent time honing them.
What are you sitting down for, anyway? Aren't you here to make me go inside?
This isn't the academy dorm. There's no curfew here. If you want to stay up a little late, I'm not going to stop you.
Wow. You sure you should be saying stuff like that to your impressionable students?
I don't think it hurts once in a while.
Yeah.
So you're not going to ask me anything?
I'm not even sure where to start. I feel like you're the one who has to be willing to open up here.
Open up? You think I'm just trying to act fine when I'm not, don't you?
Not just think it. I know I'm correct.
You are. You are, but how many times has this happened now? Over and over. Crossbell finds itself in danger, and every time I get all worked up and cause more problems for everyone.
Well, okay. In this particular instance, Yuna, considering that the only reason this is happening to Crossbell again is for the sake of plot, this is the one time I think we can literally leave this all of your reactions and any issues with your reactions at the door here. Because yeah, it's I look at this and I'm like, you know? And I'm just kind of like, eh. Yeah. So, and to be fair, you're taking this all hell of a lot better than the last time this shit happened, right? Where the SSS was, like, basically screwballed out of being able to do much. And effectively a birdcage was put over them. Yeah, no. No, your reaction makes a lot more sense here, Yuna. Yeah, exhausted. Exactly, that's a good way to put it. She feels, and credit to Erica Harlacher here, because her vocal performance feels like she's looking at this like, I'm exhausted, I'm beat down. I don't want this anymore. And in the interest of fairness, that makes a lot of sense. Because again, I'm even sick of Crossbell getting fucked over so goddamn often. Look at how much shit has happened just on screen with Crossbell. Right? And never mind any backstory stuff, just what has happened within the course of the games. The fucking D therefore G cults return. All of the shit with Dieter and the Azure Tree. The frickin' occupation of Erebonia. And all of the shit that went on with the machinations there. The frickin' Operation Birdcage nonsense. Hence, all of the crap that went down during Cold Steel 3. Outside of that. Never mind being the forefront of the war. Or, like, I could seriously just it's an extensive list. No other region in the entirety of the series has suffered as much as Crossbell. No, not even Erebonia, which we have spent the most amount of time in. Which arguably makes that worse, since we literally have had Crossbell has had... It hasn't been the full focus of more than 2 games. And yet, all of, 6 games worth of garbage has frickin' been dumped onto Crossbell. For no other reason than its location. So, yeah, no, I don't blame Yuna one iota for being exhausted at this shit. She could be hopping fucking mad, and I'd be like, I'm right there with you, Yuna. Like, Jesus, this is... Ah! I'm frustrated, and I'm not as close to Crossbell as Yuna is. Like... I need a drink, I'll be right back. One thing I will say about this, it's a sign of good storytelling when I am actually getting this worked up that I'm looking at this like, okay, can all of this shit just fuck off and let Crossbell be independent already? Because that's not me screaming, like, the way I phrase that is, I mean, in universe, I just want everything to just go away and stop shitting all over Crossbell. I'm not trying to say that all of the stuff that has happened to Crossbell has been bad writing. A lot of it has been fantastically written. I just think it's getting to be a bit much at this point. If that extensive list of things means that have happened to fuck over Crossbell, wasn't hint at that enough.
I'm just tired of being such a burden. So what choice do I have but to bottle it all up and deal with it on my own?
I get what you're trying to say, but you're missing the fact that everyone wants to help you when things go south.
Yeah, that too. And you're not a burden, Yuna. You are arguably only a burden once. My opinion. Only once. And even then, it was understandable because of all of the shit that had gone on up to that point. It's fine for you to be frustrated. It's fine for you to be like this. And nobody's saying you're a burden just because you're as sick and tired of Crossbell getting fucked over as I am. I know I've said that like 6 times already, but jeez, it's ugh.
That goes for all your classmates. And me. If it was the other way around and one of your classmates needed help, wouldn't you want to give it to them?
Well, yeah. Of course I would. But I think you're the last person I want to hear that from. I get you're our instructor and all, and students aren't supposed to be the ones teaching the teacher, but...
That's not why I don't turn to you. Thing is, I have the same problem you do. And I need to work on it too. But turning to your friends, or your students, for comfort and advice isn't a sign of weakness. That's what they're there for. And that doesn't change, no matter how many times you have to do it. You help each other, so you can move forward together.
And can I...
Go on.
Can I turn to you for comfort now?
Of course you can.
Of course. Just let it out, Yuna. Do not bottle this.
We fought so hard. And we thought this was finally it. So, why did they go and take it away from us again? Why can't Crossbell just be free? What did we do to deserve all this? Just leave us alone!
Yeah. And once again, that's not pointed directly at Reen.
Do you feel a bit better now?
Oh. That hit me. That hit. I'm not gonna lie. Whoops. There we go. And where's your plus, Yuna? Where's your plus? There's your plus. So, oh, I forgot to add the thingy. So, I forgot about the speech Speaker McDowell makes. I'm giving a triple positive to this scene. And there's Yuna's second positive. No question. Yeah. Like, Jesus. Yeah, this scene absolutely just is like, wow. This, oof. This is the kind of character writing I come to Trails for. It's why I love this series so much. The characters, the growth, the storytelling. Oh, I eat it up. It's fantastic.
Yeah, but now the embarrassment of all that crying in front of you is really starting to set in. Anyway, don't worry about me. I'm fine now, really. No matter how many times people take our home, we'll just take it right back from them.
That's what I like to hear.
Damn right.
Well, I guess it is getting late. I'm gonna head back to my room.
And then in an OC mode, Zach's response is, yeah, that's what I like to hear. Oh, and no matter how many times the Azure Moon no matter how many times you need it, the Azure Moon will back you up on that one. Yeah, the people of Crossbell absolutely can defend their home, but let's solidify that foundation with an ally that can and will fuck asshole shit, fuck the shit up of every asshole who tries.
So, thank you for lending me your coat. I'll give it back now. I don't want you being cold either.
Thanks. Good night, Yuna.
Magic clothes.
I'd better get to bed too. It's been a really, really long day.
Yeah, that's true, Reen. 3 whole goddamn. It's 3 whole goddamn ham sessions, man. Ooh. Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and save. I guess we'll keep 2 distinct saves going. So, oh, would you look at that? Look who finally decided to be selectable. Time for C's route.
Stop right there! Hand over the case.
Who are you? You're not bandits, are you? Are you going to hurt me? Ah!
Enough! Do as you're told!
But that's mine!
Check the contents.
It's just a stuffed animal.
Did we get the wrong person?
That's not just a stuffed animal, silly. It's one of my special ones.
Oh, whoa! Hello!
What the? You set us up!
Nice job, S.
There's another one! They're down to 3. Let's get them down to none.
Okay.
What?
Rose, I don't want to do this.
Okay, so we've got 3 of swords. Well, okay. We started with Firebolt and Soul Blur. And we got Mark, which has a 100% chance to cause Mark. Let's try it out. Let's see. Let's see what Mark
Target
is.
locked.
Marking. Okay.
It's me.
Ah, there we go.
Are you ready? Bye. Nurse Nadia's
Appreciate
here.
it.
Nadia, huh? Interesting.
Ready?
Let's see your S-Craft.
No choice. Here goes. Slide.
How shall we play?
Not yet.
Okay. Keep at it.
How shall we play? Welcome to my TED Talk. Wham, bam, smack, slam! My pièce de résistance. Mwah! Make Nana proud. Oh yeah, Boston!
Impossible.
On it.
Take that!
Ready? Keep at it.
Yeah!
Take him out.
Impossible.
How shall we play?
Ready? Okay.
It's me! Nurse Nadia's
Appreciate it.
here.
Crap.
Why, you?
You picked the wrong opponent to mess with.
Alright. I don't know what's up with marking yet. But we will go ahead and we will give a plus to the Nadia special. Again? In frames? Really? Oh my god! When my frames do that. Anyways, plus for the Nadia special. See if we can get a intro to these two.
You couldn't have been more right about how they moved on you.
I wouldn't have even noticed them if you didn't say something first. But that's what makes us the most perfect team in the whole wide world.
Swin and Abel and Nadia Rain.
Still, they were clearly well trained. I thought we'd be in the clear once we reached the Empire, but guess not.
At least they were dumb enough to make it obvious what they were after.
The case, yeah.
What do you think's inside?
I don't know, but whatever it is, it's a big deal.
He was pretty adamant about keeping it secret. Would have been easier to have the guild transport it if it was something normal.
Yeah, and as long as it's in our hands, I don't want to let him down.
Me either. He's been real good to us.
The problem is how we're going to deliver it with nothing but some cryptic riddle to tell us where to go.
We'll figure it out eventually. No need to stress ourselves out over it.
I guess. Well, we should get moving. We might have more of those guys hot on our tail.
Sure, but before we address the real problem on our hands... I'm tired. I don't want to walk anymore. You can carry me, right? Pretty please?
I'm not doing that.
You're always so mean to me. So very mean.
Stop whining and walk. And give me the case. I'll carry it.
And here was your chance to be a gentleman. Someone needs to step up their game around women.
Whatever you say, Nadia.
Evening of Encounters. So we'll clearly be on this one for a bit.
Nadia.
I know.
What?
I
That...
don't think it's an archaism.
I got it.
Galberic's thing.
What is with this thing? I might as well be doing nothing.
Looks like it's manufactured out of some special material, but that's all I got.
The core can't be damaged unless you first prioritize the joints.
So that's how it works. Who's the snoop?
Someone with suspicious written all over him. But we'll just have to trust him for now.
Alright.
I don't care who I'm up against.
Okay, about Swin's twin blades. Hey, it's... Oh, dang it, come on. Guaranteed critical hits during the next attack. Okay. Okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah. We'll go crit with hers.
Welcome to my tech detox.
There we go.
On guard.
Marks have only a 50% chance of landing via normal attacks. Next. Can now see the mechanic for his... Okay. That allows him to do that.
Down! Now, Nadia!
Yep!
Okay.
Alright.
What do you come with? You come with some stuff. Okay, cool. What do you got for crafts? Soul Eater and Renegade Edge. And Blue Gang Rain. Okay. Well, we'll do it at 200%, 200 CP.
On guard.
Oh, you dick.
It's me!
Let's do Holy Breath.
Yeah!
Appreciate it. On it. Here.
Marking.
I'll take care of it.
How shall we play?
Well, shoot.
On guard.
Guess
How
we
shall
should
we
see
play?
what items we got here. Not a lot. Alright. Let's heal your thing.
It's me!
Alright.
Eat a guard brick.
On it. They're down!
You're up!
No choice.
Take a 3 swords combo.
On guard.
Try and act.
How shall we play?
Do a Holy Breath.
Yeah!
Appreciate it.
On guard.
It's me!
Ready? Here.
I'll take care of it.
On it.
Oh yeah, I guess I should see the orders, shouldn't I? So, fanciful spell is art strength and speed gets a small boost for 2 turns. Turns and EP cost is cut in half for 8 turns. Turns. Shadow Step cuts delay in half for 6 turns. Turns while giving a small strength and move boost. Criminal's Raid is a 30% boost to 30% critical boost for 5 turns, and Dark Requiem reduces cast time by 70% for 8 turns. Interesting.
It's me!
We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do that.
These swords are those who lost their way. On guard. You're in need of polish. Put down. Lieutenant Larry!
How shall we play?
That's actually kind of cool.
Hey.
How shall we play? Arcus activate!
Appreciate it.
Nurse
Appreciate
Nadia's here.
Ready? Here. They're down. Now.
I'll take care of it.
43,000 left.
It's me!
On it. Here.
Oh, you dick.
On guard.
Okay. Here.
It's me!
Flow. Keep at it.
You're up!
All right.
Ready? Hill!
Nurse Nadia's
Appreciate it.
here. It's me!
Getting really sick of it.
Now, how to navigate this?
Yeah!
Appreciate it. Okay. Hill! They're down!
You're up! It's me!
Let's end it with a Nadia special.
Welcome to my sexy talk.
And we'll go ahead and we'll see.
My pièce de résistance. Mwah!
While I jot down a gameplay positive for Blue Gang, right?
Nana proud. Just how did I know?
Actually, you don't know. I prefer the Nadia special, if I'm honest. Alright. So, that's kind of cool. Alright. Now, if my frames could stop dropping so that I can get on with this.
Did it run off?
Yes, so?
Thanks. What you said was dead on.
No thanks necessary. However... I will be taking this.
So you helped us out to nab the case.
Correct. I appreciate that your valiant efforts against your pursuers saved me a great deal of time.
We're gonna need that back. And if you won't give it back, we'll take it back.
By all means.
Hold up, S. This might be a stupid question, but bear with me. Could you tell us your name?
I go by C. I am the leader of the Reborn Imperial Liberation Front.
Is this a bit?
This is either a crazy coincidence, or fate just really likes messing with us.
Have I said something unusual?
So, when we were given that case, we were told to deliver it to a person who introduces themselves as C.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
I'd like for you to elaborate on the details of this request of yours.
Can't. That's the long and short of it.
Ever since last month, we've been trying to figure out just who C could be, and we've hit dead end after dead end.
Did you just say last month?
Yeah.
You are certain of this?
Hundo P. You doing okay? Those mushrooms you eat on the way here start to kick in or something?
Oh, I'm quite well. I simply did not expect this affair to take such an amusing turn. Never did I expect to have this much fun.
Well, if you're good, then is it okay with you if we open the case? Our work isn't considered complete until we've verified its contents have been safely received.
Don't worry. That one's not rigged with a bomb. I think.
You think? Then again, not like we've seen what's inside for ourselves.
But now we can. I've been dying to open it. Wanna give us a hint to make it fun?
I haven't the faintest idea what's inside.
You went through all the trouble of stealing it when you don't even know what it is?
Someone's a wild card.
True, I don't know its precise contents. Whatever they may be, however, they concern the unrest that plagues Crossbell and Erebonia. And I firmly believe they will lead me to the root of its cause. Well, go on then. Open it.
Might as well. I like that C's being so... open with them. No pun intended.
Will what lies within deliver us hope? Or will it deliver yet more misfortune?
Okay then. Getting some serious Kia vibes here.
Who are?
I like that little look that Swin and Nadia gave each other. They're like, one of yours? Hers? And Nadia's just like, nope. Okay, well, there we go. So now we finally get the opening. I think I may have chopped the intro rating too soon. Either way. Most of the images outside of C, stuff with C is actually from Act 1. That's interesting. Okay, you know what? That was good. Okay, so damn, that was short on C's part. I think what we'll do though is I'm actually gonna go from here. We're actually gonna hit Control X. Yes. Gonna do Control X and put it here. Because I think this is more so where I will really officially cut the intro. And you know what? Despite the irritation of the whole forced loss battle with Rufus, I think it's okay if I shift it over to here. So yeah, I really hate that it forces that. Okay, so that's there. Now let's go ahead and do that up here on the... Oh wow, I've got a lot less to cut and paste, at least on the story axis, because not a lot of story positives happened before the point I actually chopped the intro. Alright, so... Alright, and now... Alright, so we got that out of the way. Let's go ahead and do a positive for the opening. So, positive for that opening. The triple positive for the intro in general still stands completely. That was good. Yeah. Okay. That's, cool. Alrighty, so, let's do a new save. we'll just create the C save now. Because why not? Alright, so now we have our choice. Which takes place 2 days later. Okay. So, the question now remains, which route do we go with? Is it Rexor? Is that you that's still there? Or... Because if you are, I can let you pick. Because I'm actually cool with any of the routes, really. Just got back? Okay. Go C? Alright. We will continue C, which makes the most sense because we have spent the least amount of time with C. Holy crap. It was literally 2 battles and a bunch of cutscenes. So yeah, let's go with C. Let's continue with C's route. 2 days later, as they're hunting monsters in the underground. Whoa! What?
I hate this place. It smells of mold. That foul odor is bound to cling to my dress.
Okay. So now we have an adorable little lolly with an axe. Okay.
That would be the pits.
Are you really more worried about clothes than the monsters?
Have you ever tried to get rid of a bad smell?
Yeah, it's not easy.
It's a terrible pain.
That's enough chatter. There's work to be done.
Okay.
Yeah. You did. It was good. It was a good opening. No question. So. Actually, well, okay. You know what? After this cutscene, I'm gonna check something.
Never thought when we took it on that the job would be like this.
Who are you?
You may call me C.
My name's Nadia.
I'm Swin. What about you?
My name is Lapis. Lapis Rosenberg. Great. Now we get to add human traffickers to our bio.
No, we don't. I hope. Her last name is the same as the client, so there's got to be something more to it.
Your client is Jorg Rosenberg, I presume? His skill and renown in doll-making know no equal. If this is his doing, then this could mean...
He has an illegitimate daughter! that was a joke to lighten the mood. We'll risk give her away.
Joints? Wait, she can't be a doll.
Yeah, she can.
Hard to believe with how lifelike she is, right? At the same time, I don't think I've met anyone with such perfectly symmetrical facial features. And her looks are so beautiful and delicate.
The Meister's work continues to be impeccable. She is, of no doubt, an example of art at its finest.
You have an excellent eye. I am indeed a Rosenberg doll, and quite proud to be one too. It pleases me so to meet people who appreciate my superb craftsmanship.
This is so weird.
I've heard of orbital automata that can hold simple conversations, but this doesn't feel like the same thing.
Agreed. She has a clear sense of self, and she's already displayed a wider variety of expressions than I would have thought possible. She is no simple doll.
Not at all. I'm Rosenberg's latest model.
That can't be all, though. Just what are you, Lapis?
I told you, I am a Rosenberg doll.
That part's obvious. But what else is there to you?
I don't understand the question.
There has to be something about you that you haven't explained. Like, classified information. Just what's so special about you? None of this makes sense otherwise. If you're just a doll, then why were those soldiers in black so determined to hunt you down?
How would she know she was in the case?
We just need answers.
You're being a dick.
What? Ow!
Yeah, no, I'm with Naughty on this one.
Did you fill that thing with rocks? That really hurt.
It's your fault for bombarding her with questions.
This is what Celine accused Rean of doing back in Cold Steel 2. Who, when she was like, "How can I answer when you're bombarding me with question after question?" No, this is bombardment with question after question. Because he keeps just rapid fire, because he's pestering her. And it's clearly upsetting her. It was upsetting her before she broke out into crying. It's like, yeah, no. You deserved a kick in the groin for that one, S.
See? You made a poor little girl cry.
Oh.
Now you realize
I'm sorry.
it.
I was just trying to... I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not your fault.
I mean, it kind of is, but...
It's just that I can't remember.
How much?
All of it. Not a thing from before I woke up here. It's like a big part of my memory bank has been wiped clean.
Is this the first time you've been booted up?
Maybe? But this doesn't feel the same as never having known. It's more like I did know at some point and then forgot. I'm sure there's something I need to do. Something of the utmost importance.
But you're drawing a total blank on what it is?
That's right.
I like that C is just kind of standing there, just kind of listening to all this and just kind of pondering. I really like him holding his hand like this. It's like, and, right? He's not like touching the mask, but he's just kind of holding it holding his hand as if he were to put it under his chin. It's actually kind of a nice touch, and I actually kind of like it.
All that I recall is my name and that I'm a Rosenberg doll. Why was I made, though? What is my purpose? I don't know. Whatever shall I do?
Few things cannot be recovered upon being lost.
Huh? Do you know how I can remember?
No. Perhaps there's a way. Perhaps there isn't.
Just talking to talk, huh?
Pot calling kettle black.
I don't know why you were made, nor do I know what your purpose is. What I do know is that you were brought to me. That leads me to believe you may well find your answers through me. As for why I am the one to receive you, well, there must be more to it than random chance. It may be that you will prove yourself vital by helping me fulfill my own goals. So I demand you cooperate with me. In return, I will help you learn who you are. I believe this agreement will serve the both of us very well. What do you say?
All right. I think it will too. Then you may officially have the honor of my company.
That's job complete then. Now to figure out what's next.
Oh, I want to go on an extra long vacation.
On whose Mira?
Don't be such a party pooper.
Call me what you want, Nadia. But whining to me isn't going to change that we're flat broke. So let's go find our next job.
Stop.
What for?
We were contracted to deliver the case. What you do now is up to you, not our problem.
And if I were to make it your problem, how would you like to work for me?
What brought this on?
I'm in need of some extra hands for what I hope to accomplish, you see. Since you've proven yourselves rather capable, I would like you under my employ until my work is complete.
Okay, Mask. I'm gonna give it to you straight. You're shadier than a dark room at midnight. We'd have to be out of our minds to take a job from some freak who's got "Don't Trust Me" written all over their face. Pretty sure that's what you got under there anyway. Ooh, I can see that. Everything right down to my guts screaming that working for you's gonna be more trouble than it's worth. And I never want to work 1 minute more than I need to. So I'm out!
I'm with her. Sorry about that.
Let's not be hasty now. You will be handsomely rewarded for your services. How do you like this? As a start, of course, you will receive this upon accepting the job, followed by triple the amount upon completion.
Of course we are.
We'd be able to live a life of luxury with that kind of money. We'd never have to work another day in our lives again.
I would also not be opposed to awarding further bonuses based on your performance.
You're a god! Oh, come on, S. We gotta. We'll be kicking ourselves down the line if we don't.
Calm down, Nadia. Actually think about what he's saying. It's all too good to be real.
It's plain to see you are not racers, but you don't strike me as mercenaries either. Your history must be quite unusual to become so skilled in combat at your age. My offer holds no downsides. If you want to live in peace, you may do so with the Mira I provide. You will never have to accept another dubious job like this ever again.
We've got one condition.
Name it.
We refuse to kill another human being. No exceptions.
Very well. I accept.
Then we have a deal.
Alright.
Well, it's done now. I just have to hope everything works out as planned. I won't let any harm come to Nadia. Ever.
Slinking in the shadows. Okay. Okay, I've got control. Whole bunch of stuff. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at some statuses. So, my mirror image. Images are S-Craft. We'll be taking a look at that. And her order is Palace Compellion. Costs 3. Restores 20% of HP. And is a for 12 turns, 60% damage reduction. Okay, cool. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to save for right now. Quickly go AFK for a bio break. And then I think we're going to go ahead and read the 3 and 9 thing. Well, seeing if I'm right about being able to show the opening again. So I'll be right back. Okay. Extras, because I want to see, can we replay? Yes, we can. So we'll play the opening one more time for Axar. This really is a good opening, I won't lie. Eye glowing is kind of being one part that I'm like, huh. Alrighty. So there we go. Alright. Now let's go into the backstory section. The 3 into 9 novel. Gray and Celia Reinhardt. Chapter 1, The Butler and the Lady. A single passenger ship of prodigious size lay anchored in a port town in the northeast of the Principality of Remeferia. Extravagantly crafted from top to bottom, a single glance was enough to discern the intended clientele, the privileged few among society's upper crust. True to appearances, the passengers boarding the vessel that day most certainly fit the bill, each smartly dressed and adorned with capricious opulence. Even among such guests, however, two stood out, a young lady possessed of regal hair and the butler at her side. Judging from their dress, behavior, and linguistic register, they suited the setting to a prim and proper T. The single factor that set them apart from the other guests was their ages. Neither looked to be much older than 12 or perhaps 13 years old, making them mere children in the eyes of most. Just one moment, my lady. The young butler labored to keep pace with the young lady as he dragged the large suitcase behind him. Despite this, she continued to stride forward, not slowing her pace in the slightest. Exhaustion creased his weary brow. His attire was proper as befitting his station, but his unkempt hair, grown out long enough to completely obscure his eyes, was another story. On top of that, everything about his demeanor screamed that he was timid and weak of spirit. "Snap to it, you dullard!" the young lady brusquely shouted, now several paces ahead of the struggling boy. "If you can't make those legs move any faster, I'll cut them off and feed them to the hounds." She continued to increase her pace while assailing her butler with an unending string of contemptuous words. Her arrogant, haughty demeanor stood in stark contrast to her graceful appearance. Dressed in a lovely black-frilled dress, her blue eyes shone like a pair of sparkling saffrons, and her twin pigtails curled slightly in perfect arcs. Most eye-catching of all, however, was the 30-rag stuffed bear she held close to her chest. Though it was large enough to draw attention, it didn't look out of place in the arms of a girl as her. "Ah, please, my lady, forgive me." In response to the girl's tirade, the boy miserably sputtered excuses and breathlessly pled for leniency as he summoned his remaining strength to pick up his pace. After a not insubstantial trip, the two arrived at the ship's boarding gate. "May I please see your invitation and boarding passes?" the crew member working the gate asked, smiling politely. Up close, the ship was even more opulent, a prized possession of the Verne Company. Its main route was between Remeferia and the Calvard Republic, via Lamellin Bay. For this particular trip, the entire ship had been reserved by one Halidor Barn, a wealthy merchant from Calvert. Passengers hoping to board required both a standard boarding pass as well as an explicit invitation from Mr. Barn himself. However, as each invitation included the room information for the guest in question, the boarding pass was strictly a formality. "Gray," the girl called the boy by name and gestured with her hand, implicitly ordering him to present their credentials. "Yes, my lady? What do you require of me?" the boy asked, having completely failed to grasp his employer's unspoken instructions. "You cannot possibly be this dense, you stupid worm," she snapped. "Whoops. Oh, I'm sorry. So sorry, my lady. I beg your forgiveness." Cowering before the young lady's vicious glare, the boy sputtered and stammered 1,000 apologies. "Silence! The invitation and the boarding pass, now! Right away, my lady." The boy began busily rustling through the contents of the suitcase, frantically searching for the requisite papers. Yet his haste quickly proved to be his downfall, for no sooner had he located the pass than a sudden gust of wind blew past, tearing the paper from his hand. "Oh no!" he exclaimed. The boy instinctively threw his arms out, reaching them to their physical limit, but his efforts were in vain. The boarding pass fluttered down to the bottom of the harbor, coming to rest gently on the water's surface. As though that wasn't bad enough, misfortune continued to hound the boy as a number of silhouettes swiftly appeared beneath the waterlogged document. A school of fish jumped into the air with a splash, spraying water all about. They then descended back into the harbor's depths, taking the hapless butler's boarding pass along with them. "Ah, no!" The boy's grief-stricken cry resonated throughout the harbor. Trembling with fear, he turned to face his master, prepared for an eruption of anger followed by a vicious tirade of abuse. Yet it did not immediately come. The girl simply stood there in silence. She stared long and hard at the boy, her face betraying no expression whatsoever. After what felt like an eternity, she spoke. This was the calm before the storm. The boy began spitting out apologies, tripping over his words as his voice grew weaker by the second, like a short-circuited radio warbling its death knell. His body seemed to shrink, and his shoulders slumped into a criminal awaiting judgment. "You're absolutely useless!" The girl's anger finally burst forth in one violent blast. Despite the ferocity of her exclamation, she managed to save enough of breath to launch a sharp kick at the boy in the same moment. The well-aimed strike sent the boy flying farther than her petite frame would suggest was possible. He seemed to hang in the air for a brief moment before resuming his journey downward off the edge of the pier, reaching a frigid end as he spoke through the water's surface with a splash. As soon as he returned to his senses, he began violently thrashing his arms about, pleading for aid between coughing up mouthfuls of cold water. "Milady, please help me," he begged, his thrashing growing more desperate and frantic. "You're going to find that pass, and I mean now. You're not leaving that water until I see it in your hands." But I can't swim," he burbled as his head began to slowly sink beneath the surface. "I'm well aware. Please, but..." His words were cut short as his lungs filled with water, and the rest of his head bobbed below the surface. His thrashing ceased as his silhouette grew faint as he quickly plummeted downward to the bottom of the bay. With the situation having reached an unacceptable level of risk, several onlooking crew members ran over to rescue the waterlogged butler. The moment the boy made it out of the bay, however, the still enraged girl tried to kick him right back in again. "Miss, please, you must calm down," the crew member at the gate said, trying to pacify the young noble. "How? How can I be calm about this? My father was unable to attend, so I am here in his place. There are important business discussions taking place on this ship, but I cannot afford to miss. And now, thanks to a certain someone's rank incompetence, that is exactly what is going to happen." The girl gave the boy a menacing glare so virulent that it could have stripped the paint from the entire vessel. "Tell me, Worm, how exactly are you going to take responsibility for me being unable to board?" Though the boy was still coughing and violently spewing water, his already pallid face managed to lose what little color remained in it upon hearing the words. Feeling pity for the boy, the gate attendant stepped in. "Well, for the time being, may I see your invitation instead?" The boy moved to comply with this request, but was stopped dead in his tracks by the girl's menacing scowl. She produced the invitation herself and roughly shoved it at the attendant. The attendant ran over the paper and then went through the list of names on the guest list. This invitation is for Baron Chris Reinhardt, who I can confirm is indeed on the guest list. Might I presume you two are his daughter and her attendant? You presume correctly. I am Baron Reinhardt's eldest daughter, Celia Reinhardt. The gate attendant made a respectful bow before continuing to speak. Then there will be no need to further concern yourself with the matter of the boarding pass, Miss Reinhardt. You may proceed. Oh, we may? Strictly speaking, a decision of this nature required approval from a higher-ranking employee, but in this case, the gate attendant decided that swift action was the best way to provide a peaceful solution to the rapidly worsening situation at hand. It seems as though you'll live to writhe another day, you useless worm. Count yourself lucky. The girl boarded the ship, still staring icy daggers at her butler. He dragged their luggage on after her, still wheezing and dripping wet from the events of the past few minutes. He effusively expressed his gratitude to the gate attendant as he passed, receiving a sympathetic smile and a few words of encouragement. Having finally boarded the ship, the two youths immediately headed for their room. Their pace was quick, as though they already knew the way, and not a single word was exchanged between them as they briskly walked down the halls. Once they arrived, they gave the room a quick yet thorough search. Infiltration complete. The girl broke their silence, suddenly speaking in a sleepy drawl. Her eyelids drooped as she let out a mighty yawn. Not a trace is remaining of the tense and high-handed young lady from a few moments ago. I beat S. I'm gonna take a nap. She tossed her plush bear onto the bed, and it immediately launched herself after it. She dove under the covers with childlike exuberance befitting somebody her age, perhaps even younger. In contrast to her whimsical new demeanor, the boy remained completely expressionless. Don't let your guard down. The real mission begins now. His voice was alarmingly calm and tense as he brushed aside his bangs, still wet from the frigid water of the harbor. His now visible eyes were cold and sharp. Beneath that, however, was the gleam of a hunter fixed on its prey. Each and every reg of his body exuded composure. The flustered, stammering butler from before was nothing but a memory. Though the girl's transformation was strange, the boy's sudden shift in personality was nothing short of jarring. That wasn't really your best work out there, S. Far from it. Far from it, she spoke nonchalantly, rolling around on the bed as she critiqued the boy's performance. He remained silent for a moment before speaking, almost as though he agreed with her assessment, at least in part. It didn't affect the mission, but you overdid each and every reaction. It's not easy to match that without seeming unnatural, you know? You hamming it up like that made us stand out more than we needed to. Despite her words, the girl's half-hearted tone took the bite out of her criticisms. These were the duo's true personalities. The upper-class young lady and her bumbling butler making a spectacle at the boarding gate were simply elaborate pageantries, acts necessary for gaining entry into the ship and nothing more. Any other method of infiltration might have raised suspicion, endangering their mission. Thus, as they chose to board under false identities. They made clever use of the organization's info network beforehand, ascertaining which each of the invitees would be unable to attend. Armed with this bit of intel, they created their personas. The invitations required for the boarding were printed on high-quality paper, but ultimately differed only in name. Using the same layout for each invitation was the logical choice for a merchant looking to pinch Mira whenever possible. Logical or not, that particular decision had made the necessary forgery a walk in the park. The boarding pass, on the other hand, was a different story. The Verne Company was known to employ cutting-edge technology to prevent forgeries. Attempting to use a fake pass to board was an act accompanied by a considerable amount of risk. This is why the two engineered the dramatic performance that took place at the boarding gate. The boy dropping their boarding pass was, of course, an intentional act. Both the gust of wind and timely group of fish were the result of a battle ornament the girl kept hidden in her stuffed bear, a clever method she had used many times in the past to cast arts unnoticed. All of their hard work had paid off. The infiltration had gone exactly as planned. It was yet another successful operation for the boy, known as Three of Swords, and the girl, known as Nine of Swords, in their life as professional assassins. Chapter 2, 3 and 9. At its scheduled time, the ship departed. As he watched the shoreline shrink into the distance, Three of Swords spoke in a cold, flat voice. Ace, target presence isn't confirmed. Have we pinpointed enemy positioning? Is our route prepared? Yep, we're good to go. The young girl known as Nine of Swords stood behind the boy, answering in a relaxed drawl. The polar opposite of her partner's icy tone, having been dispatched by the organization. The two laid the groundwork for their mission, the assassination of the man responsible for this voyage, the wealthy merchant, Halidor Barn. The organization was not particular about how they dealt with their targets, whether in swift silence or via raucous violence. Their only real concern was making sure they did not draw the attention of the Bracer Guild or the local police. As a hard rule, 3 and 9 would always select the most efficient method available to them. In this case, their mission was to prevent the ship from arriving in Calvard with Halidor still alive on it. Halidor had strong ties with Heoe, a sizable criminal organization in the Republic. Should he safely make it to his destination and take refuge under their protection, his extraction and subsequent elimination would prove an exceptionally difficult task. Aside from the engine area, the ship had 3 main floors. The lowest housed a considerable number of general passengers. Naturally, this was where 3 and 9's room was located. The second floor contained a hall used for parties, banquets, and meals, as well as other such events. Finally, the third floor featured luxurious rooms prepared specifically for noble use. It says Blue Wolf's frickin' frames drop back down to 0 again. Oh my god. I'm getting really sick of that. At present, however, the entirety of the floor was reserved by Halidor, who was enjoying the comforts of the room in the furthest back. 3 and 9 put their equipment and tools in order and then sprang into action. Their plan was to head to the hall on the second floor, but not before leaving the little gift on the first. The hall would be packed with passengers once dinner service began. Given that only the ultra-wealthy and those with noble status were in attendance, the menu was likely to be suitably extravagant. Yet once they arrived, they found that Halidor had not elected to appear, an act of caution, perhaps. This was expected. However, the two took their planned positions in a central area of the room. It's time. 3's quiet murmur was immediately followed by the ding of an explosion from the floor below. The passengers began to panic, but their fears slowly subsided to uneasiness as security personnel deployed and headed to the first floor to investigate the situation. In truth, the explosion had been caused by a small makeshift bomb that 3 and 9 had planted in an unoccupied room. The blast wasn't particularly powerful, but it was enough to ignite a number of small fires in the area. Their goal was to lure out security, and in that regard, the bomb had more than served its purpose. The plan was progressing apace. Guess I'm up, 9 said in her usual lackadaisical drawl. She gathered up the edges of her skirt in her hands and then gently swayed it back and forth, resulting in a number of black spheres thudding down to the floor. A series of muffled pops reverberated throughout the hall, heralding a cloud of smoke and tear gas that quickly filled the room. What's going on? I can hardly breathe! My eyes are tearing up! The gas wasn't especially strong and would have no lasting effects on its victims. However, it was more than enough to send the already uneasy group of elites into a full-blown panic. 3 and 9 then began the next stage of their plan, their infiltration of the 3rd floor. Currently, the bulk of security was on the 1st floor, meaning that they would have to pass all the way through the 2nd in order to respond to any emergencies at the top of the ship. The large numbers of panicking passengers on the 2nd floor wouldn't stall security for long, but the situation would still buy 3 and 9 all the time they would need. So far, the assassin's plan had gone flawlessly. Still, that didn't mean killing Halidor would be easy once they had reached him. The two hid themselves in a stairwell on the 3rd floor and scouted ahead. Two more there. From what I can see, it looks like we'll have 5 to deal with. 9 shared her observations with 3 in a hushed tone. He silently nodded in acknowledgement. One look at the men standing guard ahead was enough to tell them that they were neither their typical passengers nor ship security. They were well armed, and their combat experience was practically carved into their hardened faces. Ex-Jaegers, huh? It was clear they had been hired not to protect the general guests, but to personally attend to Halidor. Given that this room was located in the very back of the ship, it meant that the only way to reach him was through the battle-hardened veterans that currently barred 3 and 9's path. Avoiding a fight simply wasn't in the cards this time. I'll take the lead. As she said this, 9 began to casually walk forward, her posture relaxed. She made no attempt to hide her approach, and even when the guards heard her soft footsteps and turned to look, they didn't register her as a threat, an advantage afforded her by her candy-sweet exterior. "Little lady, you're not allowed up here without permission," one of the guards said in a gravelly voice. "Yeah, we know there's been some kind of disturbance downstairs," another chimed in, "but this ain't an evacuation zone. Get yourself back to your room." Their tone was a bit harsh, but considering they used to be Jaegers, their attitude toward 9 was almost amicable. She gestured towards Halidor's door. "But I want to go in there, pretty please." 9 wasn't putting on the spoiled noble act she used to sneak aboard the ship earlier in the day. This was probably as close to her genuine sleepy intonation as she would allow during a mission. "You want to meet with Mr. Halidor, do you? Well, today ain't your lucky day, kid, 'cause we got strict orders to not let anyone into this room." "And there's nothing I can do to change your mind?" 9 tilted her head as she spoke, her presence beginning to unnerve the guards. "Nope, nothing," one of them finally responded. "Oh, I see. That really is too bad." Despite her words, Knight didn't seem especially disappointed by their response. Taking her plush bear in hand, she suddenly thrusted it out in front of her. There was a flash of silver and a loud "whit." It followed by the thud of the 2 guards collapsing to the ground. Their necks had been pierced by 2 needles which had been tipped in poison. A specialty of 9's and her mainstay in combat. Ordinarily hidden within the bear, the needles could be used to quickly disperse various types of poison through a target's body when thrown at a vital point. 9 would typically carry up to 10 types of poison, which each suitable for a different situation. Depending on the circumstances, she would even use poison-free needles on occasion. This time, 9 had struck the 2 bodyguards with a neurotoxin that robbed the body of its ability to freely move. While not strong enough to kill, it was definitely enough to immobilize somebody of substantial size for a good while. What the... Having sensed something amiss, one of the remaining Any bodyguards down the hallway turned to see what was happening. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure quickly moving in his direction. Before he could figure out what was happening, however, a blade flashed before his eyes, and he was on the ground, incapacitated along with his comrades. The swift takedown was executed by 3. He wielded a longsword with a thin blade that appeared sharp enough to cut the very air around it. Its construction resembled that of traditional Eastern swords, albeit with a straight blade instead of the typical curved one. Its design was surprisingly ornate, and curiously enough, it seemed to be missing a hilt guard and part of the blade near its base. The 2 remaining bodyguards had seen what had happened and had each already dropped into a fighting stance. No matter how youthful their opponents, it was clear they had no intention of pulling their punches. "You little bastards!" yelled one of them as he began swinging his axe downward. 3 met the attack with his sword, locking the assassin and the bodyguard in place. Seeing an opening, the other bodyguard drew his sword and attempted to stab 3. While still holding the axe in place, each with his right hand, 3 quickly drew a short sword from his left, using it to deflect the second bodyguard's attack in one clean motion. The short sword resembled the long sword in nearly all aspects but length. Unlike the long sword, it had a hilt guard. However, it seemed incomplete somehow, as though it was still missing a piece. It was much less of an offensive weapon than the longsword, being used mainly for defense. Despite his best efforts to fend off the attackers, it seemed as though 3 would quickly be overpowered. Even for him, it was difficult to hold back the weight of an attack from a fully grown man, and with only his right hand. Sensing that he needed to do something quickly, 3 intentionally stopped pushing back the axe, deflecting it harmlessly to the side. With his remaining strength, he whipped around to face his staggering assailant and plunged his short sword deep into his torso. The other bodyguard quickly launched a flurry of attacks, but 3 pushed the critically wounded axe wielder into his comrade. The sword-wielding bodyguard was momentarily taken off guard, and 3 capitalized on the opening, cutting him down with both swords. Right, that should be. 3 turned to notify 9 that the guards had all been dispatched, but as he did, he saw the door to the VIP room open behind her. Out stepped another ex-Jaeger, weapon drawn, his sights set on attacking the defenseless 9 while her guard was down. Too much space separated them for 3 to warn 9 in time. He pushed off of his back heel with all of his might, but stopped his dash a split second later, as did the final bodyguard. "My, you're pretty sharp. I was wondering how long it would take you to catch on." And 9 turned lazily on her heel and cast a derisive glance over her shoulder. Her expression remained unfazed as thin red stripes appeared over the Jaeger's arms and legs, blood beginning to trickle out like sanguine tears. "Better not move. Wriggle too much, and you'll be leaving in more pieces than you arrived." Her sweet appearance made her remarks all the more disconcerting and ghastly. The ex-Jaeger understood that this was no empty threat. He truly couldn't afford to take another step. The cause of this painful predicament was a web of superfine steel threads surrounding him. Thanks to their special processing, the threads were roughly as sharp as a drawer full of top-end kitchen knives. 9 had laid a trap outside the door, one that an unassuming person would have been hard-pressed to detect with the naked eye. Any unfortunate soul who had tried to pass through the area with any degree of speed would have soon found themselves the centerpiece of a grisly, blood-spattered tableau. The threads were connected to specially designed needles 9 used as her main weapon. Such thread was notoriously difficult to use, and it was rarely regarded as being sufficiently powerful to use as one's only mean of attack. While there were rumors of true masters who needed no other implements to eliminate their target, Nine had yet to attain such a level of skill with them. That said, she was still a menace in her own right, and a fiendishly clever master of traps besides. As the ex-Jaegers had learned, Nine tossed a poison needle at her immobilized foe with minimal effort, and her hapless victim collapsed to the floor. Okay, why is my... Okay. Oh, right, because the Twitch app is stupid. Right. Okay. God, that is starting to really piss me off. Guess that's what I'm doing on Friday then. Where was I? Right. She tilted her head to the side as she noticed Three staring at her. What? Is something wrong, Ness? She asked, using the nickname she preferred to call Three by. She would often refer to herself as N, which Three took as a shortened version of 9. But then she spoke with Three, she would use S instead of T. He had assumed that it would be short for swords, despite the words being part of both their names, but had never bothered to ask. Nothing at all. Three tersely responded as he turned to face the VIP room door. At last, the pair stepped into the room housing their target, Halidor Barn. Okay, so how long are we? There's 10 chapters of this. Wonderful. Alright. Chapter 3, The Assassins and the Target. Inside, the room was opulence made manifest, the bestest of the best, enough to make the wealthiest noble envious. In the center of the spacious layout sat Halidor Barn, reclined on a sofa. He brought a glass of wine to his lips as his features twisted in a wry, unpleasant expression. Absolute incompetence. Such a simple job, and yet apparently one completely beyond them. Mr. Barn had fully grasped the situation. He had given the order that no one be allowed in, but there were now 2 children standing before him. Given the commotion outside, it had been easy to guess what happened. Though their appearances made it hard to believe, the 2 standing before him were no doubt professional assassins, here for his life. Still, Halidor maintained his composure. He kept his realization hidden, refusing to allow so much as a hint of panic to creep into his features. The source of his confidence was a certain colossal machine that sat on the floor before him. Its mere presence made even the impossibly spacious room feel cramped. It towered over 2 arg in height, with 6 spider-like legs protruding from its body. Its humanoid upper half stood erect, with 4 menacing arms stretching out from it. The entire machine emitted an eerie glow, making for a most intimidating sight to behold. Wowee, that is a big one, 9 remarked, glancing up at it. An archaism, 3 exclaimed, immediately shifting to a battle stance. This beauty is a new favorite of mine, a rather fruitful find at a recent back alley auction I happened to attend, and it wasn't cheap. Let me tell you. But no, I didn't stop there. I'm a man who doesn't do things by half measures. I paid a princely sum to have it outfitted with the most cutting-edge technology available. Mira well spent, in my opinion. I dare say it has enough firepower to easily wipe out an entire platoon of soldiers if I wanted it to. In fact, it'd be mere child's play. Barely able to contain his smug grin, Halidor looked like a boastful child showing off his expensive toy at school. So the bums outside were just bouncers then, and this monstrosity is what's actually here to protect you, 3 deduced. Oh, a sharp one. That's precisely correct, Halidor said gleefully. As long as I have it by my side, my safety here is guaranteed, and once I make it to the Republic, I'll be untouchable. He let out a long laugh, his voice rising higher and higher, echoing endlessly throughout the gaudy chamber. Shockingly stupid. He really is an idiot, huh? It's shockingly stupid. He really is an idiot, huh? The duo's comments weren't born from simple overconfidence. Even if they did somehow fail in their mission, and even if Halidor did somehow manage to make it to Haoe territory, he had already been marked for death by the organization. They would pursue him to the bitter end, to the last man. He had 0 chance of survival. Attack! At Halidor's order, the Archaism lurched into action. It set its sights on 3, charging straight for him. 9 took the opportunity to begin casting her arts. While her partner specialized in close quarters combat, she was a force to be reckoned with when it came to orbital arts. As she began to charge, however, one of the Archaism's arms rapidly folded into a gun, the muzzle pointed in 9's direction. Without delay, it sprayed a hail of bullets at her. Whoa! 9 evaded the gunfire by a hair's breadth, but was forced to abandon casting her art. The Archaism focused its attention back on 3, who was busy fending off its melee attacks with his longsword. 9 sprinted to the other side of the room and started her cast again. The machine's aim was too adept, however, and she found herself unable to escape it long enough to get an art off. It appeared that their foe was equipped with a powerful arts detection sensor, one that allowed it to identify incoming orbital attacks and counterattack before they could be launched. Forced to abandon her casting yet again, 9 screwed up her face in frustration and suddenly gripped her plush bear. This thing doesn't play nice. I quit, she said in a huff. It was a fair point. Poison-tipped needles wouldn't have been particularly effective against the steel plating of a machine, and without the ability to cast her arts, 9 found herself at a loss. 3, however, remained unperturbed and ready to himself for another onslaught. I'm gonna grab a little shut-eye. Wake me when the fighting's over, okay? 9 said as she flopped down on one of the room's sofas, using her bear as a pillow. 9? Cut it out! I need you to stay awake! 3 shouted from across the room. Despite this, 9 didn't react at all as she dozed. The Archaism seemed to disregard her as a threat, and fully focused its attention on 3. Its 4 arms transformed into a sword, a lance, and an axe and a gun, and proceeded to launch in a relentless string of attacks at the already overwhelmed assassin. 3 leapt out of the way of the machine's sword arm and as the machine sword arm cut an arc through the air, only to then see the lance rocketing toward him. He narrowly avoided it, but his escape path was blocked by a mighty swing of the axe. However, the Archaism had its gun trained on in Halidor's direction. Even in the heart of combat, it prioritized protecting its master against any approaching threats. Swift movements and deft swordplay were the foundation of Three's combat style. But they were little use against such a powerful machine. The Archaism was simply too fast, and its attacks were both explosively powerful and aimed with deadly precision. Further, its 6 legs afforded it perfect balance, and its multiple arms allowed it to launch attacks faster than Three could keep up. To his irritation, Three found his skill set completely useless against the metal monstrosity. Sure, he was a better fit for the task than 9, but only by a slim margin. Regardless, he continued to fight, both blades flashing as he moved to intercept his foe. The sheer number of attacks coming at him forced Three to focus entirely on defense. He parried, dodged, and deflected the relentless wave of strikes, biding his time, waiting for the machine to leave an opening for him to strike with his longsword. This violent dance continued on for some time. Three had managed to land a number of blows to the machine's body and arms, but each had resulted in no more than a metallic twang as the blade was repelled by its solid metal armor. Ha ha ha! It's no use, child! That armor was specifically commissioned, and your pathetic little butter knives don't have a snowball's chance in Gehenna and against them. Halidor's mocking tone grated on Three's nerves. It was made worse by the fact that it was clear he wasn't lying. Three's attacks had been completely ineffective so far. Still, Three had yet to suffer any wounds. Given how things were going, though, it was only a matter of time before he was slowly worn down. Analysis complete. 9 suddenly began... Analysis complete. 8. 9 suddenly began speaking, apparently having woken up from her nap. Still lounging on the sofa, she continued, her voice is flatter and more precise than usual. Arms, joint 1, and down 5 reg. Legs, joint 2, up 3 reg. Waist, rotation axis center, left side of the chest. Up 2/5, left 1/5. The first to respond was not Three, but Halidor. You little wench, how did you do that? He was flustered, clearly shocked that 9 had figured out the Archaism's structural weak points. 9 slowly rose from the sofa and reverted back to her usual drawl, sleepily rubbing her eyes as she spoke. I could tell you by the sound it makes a bit... I could tell by the sound. It takes a bit of concentration, though. Pure disbelief was etched into Halidor's face. Three, on the other hand, looked as composed as ever. He had known from the start what 9 was doing. He was simply buying time until the analysis was complete. Now! Right. 8. 3 readied himself and rushed to the Archaism. His swordplay swifter than usual, a veritable tornado of slashes and stabs. Each of his attacks hit upon one of the weak points that 9 had pointed out. He suddenly switched to his short sword and performed the same volley of attacks, hitting each point in a second time. But the result was the same as before. Nothing save the same high-pitched metallic sound that rang out with each hit. It didn't appear that the Archaism had been damaged in the slightest. Ha 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 ha! Halidor was beside himself with laughter, relishing watching the young assassin struggle. What a joke! You can swing those little swords of yours until the palms come home, but you're never getting through that armor. All part of the process. Letting this simple reply linger in the air. 3 lined up his short sword with the empty section of victim in the base of his longsword. The 2 blades locked into place. He's becoming a single weapon. Their sharp edges is lining up perfectly. At first glance, it would be difficult to tell the two were ever anything other than a single sword. Halidor watched the process with interest, and then burst into mocking laughter a moment later. Proud of your pocket knife, little boy? Do you honestly think that that will be your ticket to victory? Truth be told, even in its combined state, the reach of Three's sword hadn't improved any, nor was the weapon any sharper or faster. The slightly increased weight of the blade may have provided some increase in power, but certainly not enough to break through the Archaism's thick armor. Given the opponent at hand, the weapon truly seemed little better than a toy. Three chose to remain silent and let his weapon do the talking. He swung at it. He swung at the weak point on the Archaism's leg, the same spot he had targeted before. This time, however, the strike was followed by a loud explosion, and the Archaism's leg flew across the room. The blast seemed to have come from within the Archaism itself, and was powerful enough to have blown its limb clean off. At a glance, it seemed similar to a fire element art, but neither 3 nor 9 had appeared to have cast anything. Even if they had, the Archaism's sensor would have surely have detected it. What the? Halidor stammered, his face twisted with shock and fear. Another swing by 3's sword, followed by another explosion. The second of the Archaism's limbs were sent and flying into a corner of the room. What the hell's going on? Halidor screeched. He's no longer trying to hide his panic. His tone quickly deteriorated from alarm to abject horror. This is no ordinary sword, 3 began to speak, his face devoid of expression. It's fully integrated with a battle ornament, it forming a single weapon. And, well, strictly speaking, I suppose it's closer to an ordinary ornament than a battle ornament. The location and specifications were complicated, as was the use of the specialized ornament in conjunction with the automated processing. The end result was an instantaneous cast time. However, if the wielder was skilled enough, if they'd be able to launch powerful arts attacks without the need for any charge-up period. Is in this ability that the true value of 3's weapons lay. But having suffered an enormous amount of damage from the rapid strikes unleashed on it, the Archaism began throwing sparks in all directions. It began to dawn on Halidor that victory was no longer an option for him, and he began desperately looking for a means of escape. Stop fighting and get me out of here now, he ordered the Archaism in a shrill yell. Reacting to its new orders, the machine quickly rotated its torso and began moving toward him. I don't think so, a lazy voice called from across the room. During the commotion, its remaining spider-like legs had been bound with a complex web of steel thread, rendering it immobile. This is the end. 3 quickly struck its remaining weak points in rapid succession, resulting in the resulting series of explosions tore the machine to pieces, littering its surroundings with burnt steel and charred components. When the smoke had cleared, the room was filled with broken parts. It was more scrapyard than sweet. What remained of the Archaism's body ceased all functions and collapsed, the chassis mangled beyond recognition. 3 deftly wove his way through the junk scattered at his feet, silently moving towards Halidor. Stay back! A pitiful squeak escaped Halidor's throat as he scrambled backward, away from the approaching assassin. There was nowhere to run, however. 3's mission was nearing its end, and yet he didn't feel happiness, or even relief. He took a step closer. He felt his sword suddenly grow heavy in his hand. He forced himself to take another step. His legs felt like they were encased in concrete. His whole body felt like it was desperately rejecting his advance, trying to pull itself away. Another step. This was how it always ended. All that remained was for him to fulfill his role. He was nothing but a tool, a machine. This was how it was supposed to be. 3 took one final step forward. There's no need to share any details with you. Still, I figure you at least deserve to know who's ending your life. If to know, 3 brought thought to himself. Thought to himself, who's named a curse as you burn in the fires of Gehenna. I am 3 of swords. He plunged his blade deep into Holodar's chest, piercing the man's heart. I'm an assassin for the organization. By this point, the panic on the second floor had largely subsided, and the ship's security guards were finally getting to move to the third floor. Picking up on this, 3 and 9 quickly broke open the window and jumped through it to the sea outside. It's a good thing the mission wasn't on an airship. If that would have made escaping way more of a pain, 9 remarked. Agreed. She was right. Escaping from an airship would have necessitated a specialized aircraft for the operation, as well as forcing the 2 to leap from ship to ship mid-air. It wouldn't have been entirely impossible for the young assassins, though, and surely someone in their wide world had carried out such an operation before. Yes, 9 softly called out to 3, he again using her preferred nickname for him. He was a corrupt man, an evil man. The 2 of them looked back toward the ship. There was no need for further explanation between the 2. Yeah, 3 said quietly, I know. He had been thorough in reading through the mission dossier, and knew that 9 spoke true. Halidor was a bastard through and through, one that had performed all kinds of horrible acts in the pursuit of Mira. His mere existence sullied the world, and society was better off with him no longer part of it. Not that it matters either way. When it came down to it, it was a hit. A target could be the person with the purest heart on the continent, or the scummiest bottom feeder imaginable. If an assassination order came in from the organization, 3 and 9 followed it. That's how it always was, I guess. 9 went silent. She took something out from her plush bear and began blowing into it. It gradually took the shape of an inflatable raft, big enough for 1. 9 climbed aboard and flopped down once again, using her bear as a pillow. I'm going to catch a few winks. I'll leave this part to you, SK. This part meant for 3 to swim them both to shore. Your legs work just fine, he retorted. Do it yourself. Despite his words, 3 felt a twinge of something resembling affection in his heart. He and 9 had been operating together for over a year by this point. She was a little younger than him, and he sometimes found himself thinking of her as more a little sister than just his partner. Their natural rapport aside, she was also someone he could truly rely on during their missions. Despite this, 3 understood the situation. He understood that even if 9 was his partner, even if he thought of her as his little sister, he could never let his guard down. He could never truly trust her. Man, I'm only at chapter 4. Oof. This is a bit on the long side. Holy crap. Give me a moment here. Oof. Oh, I forgot to mute, didn't I? I did. Ah. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, 'cause like, actually... Well, actually, we can actually check that. So let's see. Chapter 4 is 22 pages. Chapter 5 is 33. Good lord. 26 for Chapter 6. 16 for Chapter 7. 22 for Chapter 8. Wait. Oh, it's that jackass. Huh. Chapter 9 is 23, and the final chapter is 17. Nah, they're about the same length all the way through. Alright. Chapter 4. 3 of Swords. They haunt me relentlessly. Hey, all the people I've murdered over the years. Yeah. That's what I'm figuring. Because the pictures actually do count as pages too. So, yeah. And I'm actually gonna check something here. Oh, I should have checked. No, that's not the one I should be checking. I should be checking the other one. Ugh. Okay, let's go with book list for Cold Steel 4. Let's see. 3 and 9. Yeah, it's all through. It's interesting that you get like the first two right at the first day in Cold Steel 4. Or then you get Chapter 3 on August 10th. Then on August 15th you get Chapter 4. Then Chapter 5 on the 21st. Chapter 6 on the 24th. Chapter 7 on the 26th. Then After the Luna Sanctuary on Chapter 27th. Again, if you know where to find all of these. Then Chapter 9 on the 29th, and then finally Chapter 10 on the 1st. And that's which is the final chapter. So yeah, it's spread out all throughout the game. Holy crap. Because, yeah, Act 1 is the 7th, the 10th is the other part of Act... Then you got... Yeah, it's all nuts. Regardless, though. Anyways, they haunt me relentlessly. All the people that I've killed over the years. I've cut off their heads, carved their hearts from their chests, sliced their torsos right through the middle. But no matter what I do, an army of corpses continues to pursue me. I see them every time I close my eyes. The politicians, the nobles, the merchants, the rich and powerful. Just leave me alone. 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 I frantically swing my swords at them. I cut and cut, bisecting them, slashing them apart, but they don't relent. Chunks of flesh and bone, viscera and intestines, lungs and brains. They gather into a writhing mass that comes crashing down on me like a gory wave, threatening to swallow me whole. Oh. I try to escape, but they corner me again and again, my victims staring at me with hollow eyes, accusing me. How could you do this to us? How? They throw themselves at me, their decaying fingers gripping my neck, trying to rip the life out of me just as I did to them. I frantically thrash and struggle, but no matter what I do, I can't break away. Rotting blood and bile trickles down my body, dissolving my skin. The wave finally swallows me up. I just want a normal life. I just want my humanity back. I woke from my nightmare, my breath short and ragged. My entire body was soaked in a horrible sweat. I fought back the rising urge to vomit. The night after completing a mission was always like this. The only difference was seeing one more face in the crowd. Even after years, my disgust for murder had never abated, not even in the slightest. No matter how much time passed, I couldn't rid myself of the scars left in my mind by the terrible acts I'd performed, and yet I had no choice but to continue. Nine and I were nothing but tools. Our individual thoughts and ideals had no meaning. They were completely unnecessary. All the organization required from us was a skillful capacity for murder and unquestioning subordination. To kill as we were ordered to. Our entire existence boiled down to this singular point. To reject an order or attempt escape was tantamount to suicide. The organization. To even speak its true name was forbidden. It was a group of professional killers that existed in the shadows of society. Its core business was eliminating marks, but its true objective likely lay elsewhere. As a low-ranking member, I was simply one of the organization's weapons. There was no reason for such info to be shared with me. Most members of the organization had served it since they were children. Children deemed to possess special potential were made to undergo combat instruction and exercises in a place known as the factory. The majority of children who entered the factory would never again see beyond its walls. Unable to endure the merciless training that they were put through, it would become their tomb. The lucky ones who did survive, however, were officially recognized as entry-level members of the organization. That's what happened with me. I was forced to abandon who I was when I first passed through the factory's doors at 7 years old. Anyone who dared to utter their former name would be subject to severe punishment. There was no concept of individuality. Life in the organization meant being nothing more than another tool in an arsenal. It wasn't until I graduated at the age of 10 that I was given a name. It only served to solidify my status as a weapon. However, our names, more like titles, are based on tarot cards. In my case, the moniker I received was from the Minor Arcana, Three of Swords. It didn't have even the slightest bit of humanity to it. It was better than having no name at all. Both the higher-ups and small faction of the very best candidates were given a name based on the Major Arcana. Everyone who survived training and made it in was skilled, but in terms of combat ability, the Major Arcana could run circles around the rest of us. Rumor had it that they were even powerful enough, even more powerful than top-ranked bracers. I left my room and peeked into the neighboring one. It seemed like 9 was still sleeping. It was time for my report, so I headed out on my own. Lower-level members of the organization generally operated in pairs. My partner is 9 of Swords, a girl 1 year my junior. 9 was a natural genius. She graduated from the factory in a single year, despite the fact that the average kid takes 3 to 5. If they even make it to graduation without dropping out, that is. From gathering info to analyzing battle situations, acting abilities to infiltration tactics, she was top class in a multitude of fronts. That's to say nothing of her combat style, which made use of needles and thread, allowing her to control the field of battle and dominate her foes. All in all, her abilities were far better suited to assassinations than mine were. It was a bit awkward for us when we were first paired up, but after working together for a year, I could honestly say she was the best partner I'd ever had, and the most reliable. At the same time, she was also the person I needed to regard with the most caution. The reason why the organization used a partner system were twofold. The obvious reason was that it helped facilitate missions, but it also forced each partner to monitor the other. In the organization, betrayal was swiftly returned with death. A tool is doomed to serve until it breaks. As such, we were expected to be part of the organization the entirety of our lives. As a general rule, we were afforded no freedom. There did, however, exist special rules. If one were to sense that their partner was scheming to betray the organization, they could sell them out to gain their own freedom. All you had to do was make your report, present sufficient evidence of your suspicion, and then you were given the task of eliminating them yourself. If you succeeded, you were free. Simply running away meant resigning yourself to looking over your shoulder the rest of your life. The organization had eyes everywhere. Anyone who wanted true freedom was better off waiting for the chance to turn their partner in. There was another problem too. The worst of the worst would actually fabricate proof of their partner's betrayal in an effort to earn their own freedom. Thus, the person you needed to regard most cautiously was not an enemy you'd face on any mission, but the partner who was always at your side. You needed to entertain and accept the notion that you could be betrayed at any time. Members did not turn their backs on the organization. This was an absolute requirement for survival, and a lesson I learned very early on through personal experience. Jeez, this guy looks like a smug. It looks like a dweeby version of Kirito in a way. Yeah, maybe I'm overthinking it. Anyways, 3 years ago, I tried to escape. Well, I suppose it was more we than I. At the time, I was partnered with another boy, one known as Ace of Swords. Ace was a year my senior, and he was a pretty good guy. We got along well enough, and he quickly grew into an older brother figure for me. He wielded a giant sword with ease, one as long as he was tall, and he used it both to destroy our enemies and protect me. He really was an ace when it came to battle. In that sense, his name couldn't have been more appropriate. One thing Ace and I shared was a contempt for the murders we were forced to perform. I can't remember how the idea of escaping the organization came up initially, but I do recall that neither of us objected to it. As I mentioned, the system was set up to prevent individual members from betraying the organization, as they could be sold out by their partner. We figured the best way around it was to simply work together and escape the organization as a team. With our objective decided on, we began planning in earnest. We quickly decided we needed to execute our plan as far away from other pairs of assassins employed by the organization. The first part of our plan went well enough. We entered Erebonia, thinking that its considerable distance from the normal area of operations meant we could enjoy a certain degree of safety. That was a severe misjudgment on our part, though. The organization had eyes there as well. We were approached by other pairs of assassins twice, and both times ended with combat. We managed to fend them off, however. Ace and I were partners for a reason, and we fought well together. The third time, however, it was our overseer who paid us a visit. To say that his power was overwhelming wouldn't do it justice. It was like trying to fight a force of nature. We barely managed to escape with our lives, suffering heavy wounds in the process. With nowhere else to go, we huddled together in a cave, conscious of the fact that our next encounter with the overseer would surely be our last. There was nothing more to be said about the situation, and for what felt like an eternity, we passed the time in silence. "Hey, Ace," I began speaking, believing that it would be the last conversation we'd ever have. "What's up, buddy? I just want to say that, all things considered, I think everything could have went a lot worse." "What's that supposed to mean?" He struggled through the pain to force out a little smirk. Heard my comment? "Don't get me wrong, I have plenty of regrets, but still." Ace waited in silence for me to continue. "Being by your side all this time, well, it made my life so much better, Ace. And even if we're fated to meet our deaths here, it's a million times better than spending a lifetime as just another tool." The fire flickered. Our shadows danced on the cave wall. Finally, Ace broke the silence, his voice a mere whisper. 3, Thanks for everything, man. You too, Ace. Thank you. I had said what I needed to say. I felt that if our opponent were to arrive at that very moment, I'd at least be able to give my whole soul to the battle. But then, if that's how you feel, Ace started. Suddenly, the ambience in the cave completely shifted, like some horrible hallucination. Ace's icy voice pierced through me, chilling me to the bone. Then die, buddy. Die for me. My first reaction was slight confusion. I actually interpreted it as a clumsy way of saying that we would face our deaths together. I turned to face him just to clarify, and what I saw next was Ace's massive sword speeding down, toward my head. I immediately dodged his strike, and the ground where I had been laying only a moment ago had been shattered into rubble. Ace, what are you doing? I cried out. You can't figure it out on your own? Have you forgotten the final rule of those who betray the organization? The final rule. I hadn't forgotten it. I simply hadn't given it much thought. It seemed irrelevant to our situation, but everything clicked into place then. When two partners betray the organization, the only way for one of them to gain its forgiveness was to kill their partner and present the organization with a corpse. The idea behind the rule was to force escapees into a sense of desperation, and then push them into killing each other, taking care of the problem so the organization didn't have to. To my absolute shock, it was precisely what Ace was trying to do. I understood what was happening, but all I could do was ask why over and over again. Ace, why? Why are you doing this? You know, buddy. Becoming partners with you was the only bit of luck I've had in my whole damned life. I really did want to be free together, to get our humanity back together. Then why are you? Because I need to survive, he said, his voice dripping with desperation. I can't die like this. Screaming wildly, Ace swung his sword at me again. The same sword that had been used to save my life more times than I could count was now being used in an attempt to end it. Just die, he screamed. I tried to scream back, but the horrible knot in my stomach and the storm of emotions in my heart ensured that the only thing that came out of my mouth was a meaningless warble as I met his sword with my own. Engulfed in despair, I surrendered control of my instincts and engaged at this enemy in combat as I would any other. I don't clearly remember what happened from there. All I know is that I was overtaken by rage and sadness and became a slashing, screaming monster. I was finally brought to my senses by the sound of Ace's body collapsing to the ground. That was how I managed to survive. How I won back my position as one of the organization's tools. And that's where I had been ever since. Our escape was a deadly failure that laid bare my inadequacies. I still hadn't given up on winning back my humanity, but I'd be damned if I was going to trust anyone else ever again. God, man, I'm not even. Ugh. I almost feel like I should have been doing this over in Cold Steel 4 and just kind of spaced this out. Because reading this all at once is just like... Chapter 5, The Overseer and the Report. The town was particularly empty, and the first rays... And what do I think of it so far? It's... messed up. Like, people honestly say that sorry, hang on. It's it's honestly messed up. Like, this whole thing is just kind of messed up as my pants are starting to annoy me. It's a whole messed up situation with this, and it's like, holy crap. everybody says, oh, Ren's situation was messed up. And yeah, it was. It was completely freaking messed up. But this is just like, holy shit. Then again, the similarities are so eerie that actually I wouldn't be surprised that this is the exact same organization. Now that I think about it. Because I think there was supposed to be multiple versions of that. Like multiple places of that. And Joshua and Luve just destroyed one of them. Was Ren taken in by the cult? I don't remember, honestly. I'd have to play Sky 3 again. Not a bad idea. But, yeah, no, it's... I just know that one... Like, it was a facility that was destroyed by Joshua and Luve. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, it was. Yeah, duh. Zero said it was the DGE cult that did that to her. But, yeah, this could also be the DGE cult, for all I know. Because, never speak the name. It's either that or the one, my guess, if it's a known entity, if this organization is a known entity, my guess is that it's one of two groups. It's either the D, therefore G cult, or it's the one Sharon was a part of. The one that Ouroboros stamped out. And Ouroboros didn't completely stamp it out like they thought. So, anyways, the town was particularly empty, and the first rays of dawn were only just the beginning to pierce the dark sky above. Stripping out of the inn, the three inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the chilly air in an effort to dispel his drowsiness. Yeah, I'm just grasping at straws, because this is all new to me. Hey, right? Like I said, I'm no expert. I'm just kind of trying to review these games and say what I think about them. Because, yeah, a lot of this is messed up crap. There's a lot of messed up crap in this setting. Like, holy crap. There's a lot of shit that needs to just go the fuck away. The D, therefore G cult, this frickin' shit that's calling itself the United Nation of Crossbell, all of it. All of that shit. Ugh. The town, known as Luzend, it was located on the border of Calvert and Remiferia. 3 and 9 would often undertake missions in both countries, making the centrally located town a perfect base of operations. East of the town was an official border crossing into Calvert. In stark contrast, westward laid a mountain road only known to a select few. It was a treacherous path, to be sure, but also one of that facilitated entry into the Republic without the need to go through the official channels. 3 headed to the designated rendezvous point, a small hill surrounded by weathered soldiers. The site was deep in the mountains, and therefore free of unwanted eyes. There, he found a black silhouette waiting for him. It was a man hidden in shadow, wrapped in a fattered black cloak that obscured his face and body both. Despite his bedraggled attire, his presence was had an insurmountable weight to it, instilling a primal sort of fear into any who had eyes on him. "I'm here to make my report," said 3. In response, the cloaked figure uttered only a single word: "Speak." This man, known as the Overseer, was one of the higher-ranking members of the organization. He was given the name of Emperor from the Major Arcana, but those who served under him referred to him simply as the Overseer. And as his title suggested, he watched over 3 and the rest of the organization's tools. He was the one who provided mission instructions and received their reports. 3 relayed the details of the Halidor mission to the Overseer. As he finished, the man spoke again. Next. Right, regarding 9 of Swords. As part of their debriefing, every member was required to report on their partner's activities. Each of the pair would separately describe what they did and what they observed their partner doing. Even the slightest discrepancy between the pair's reports was regarded with suspicion. The objective behind this requirement was to instill them with fear. Fear that any plot that they may hatch to betray the organization would swiftly make its way to the ears of their superiors. That is all, 3 said as he finished his report. Very well, the Overseer said. You will be contacted with instructions for your next mission once they are ready. Understood. 3 turned to head back to town, but as he did, the Overseer spoke again. It was little more than a whisper, but it was delivered with the weight that froze 3 in his tracks. Stop. 3 slowly turned around to face the Overseer. As always, his dark hood completely covered his face. It has been 3 years now. You've not been designing any more plans, have you? 3 felt a sudden chill shoot down his spine. The Overseer's suffocating gaze was laced with a powerful malice. There was no need for 3 to ask for clarification. He knew the Overseer was talking about his escape attempt 3 years prior. The Emperor had personally conducted many of the organization's purges of runaway members. As their very lives became threatened, many lower-ranking members would find themselves overwhelmed by fear, rendering them powerless before the merciless Emperor. Thus, even within the organization, a cruel place in its own right, the Emperor had earned himself a reputation for his savagery. He was also the very same man who had tracked down 3 and Ace during their escape attempt. Had he already picked up on 3's new plan to escape? No, 3 found the thought absurd. He had taken every step with the utmost care and prudence. Further, if the Emperor had obtained some proof of 3's wrongdoing, the young assassin would already be dead. This was a test. If 3 wavered here, even in the slightest, it would mean his end. I will never again attempt something so foolish. I am a tool of the organization, nothing more. My sole purpose is to take the lives of my targets. The way he cast his eyes is his calculated and practiced manner of speech, his natural breathing patterns. 3 had pulled it off to perfection. Silence hung heavy in the air between them for a moment. Finally, the Emperor spoke. I do hope that is the case. The murderous presence faded from the air, as did the tension that had been building in 3's chest. There are certain expectations riding on your shoulders, the Emperor said. I will fully devote myself to meeting them, 3 said in the same practiced tone. He moved once more to return to town and was not stopped this time. He bought it. Back at his inn room, 3 let out a sigh of relief as he collapsed into his bed. Nothing had really happened during his exchange with the Overseer, but nonetheless he felt completely drained. Without exception, each interaction he had with the Overseer was psychologically exhausting. This was to be expected, however, as he was indeed hiding his true intentions from the organization. In truth, 3 had been planning a second escape attempt. The past 3 years had been grueling, but it did nothing to quash his fervent desire for freedom. If anything, his resolve to reclaim his humanity had only grown. It had only grown stronger by the day. However, each day he also saw his blood-drenched hands growing yet heavier with sin. He was a mere tool, human in physical form only. What few shreds of humanity still remained in his heart he feared it would be forever lost before much longer. Each new day that dawned could be the day that he finally slipped away into being little more than a device, one whose only function was assassination. Put simply, a cold-hearted monster, that was the terrifying future he dreaded above all else. I absolutely need to succeed this time. I need to get out. His plan had two requirements. He absolutely needed to meet in order to succeed. First off, he needed to avoid a direct confrontation with the Overseer. Second, Nine could not find out about his plan, regardless of their partnership. He had been careful to avoid even giving the impression that he longed for freedom. Of course, this meant that 3 would be forced to abandon 9, someone who had fought at his side through countless life-or-death situations. The girl was even younger than he was, but for all of her genius, there seemed to be something off about her. Nonetheless, whenever the 3 thought about the moment he would pull the trigger and finally put his plan into motion, he always felt a strange sensation welling up inside of him. Strangely enough, it was a urge to fill her in. It was a desperate urge to fill her in. There were a number of times where 3 had tried, 8 actually, before he could even get the first word out. However, memories of Ace's sword speeding down towards him would flash through his mind. In the end, he always remained silent. I can't take this anymore. I can't let my scars define me. I know what I have to do. There's no other way. 3 shook off the thoughts plaguing him and turned his focus to preparing for his escape. The only person I can trust is myself. The rest of the day went by quickly, and before long, dusk began to settle on the town. The day saw 3's diligence pay off at last. His final preparations had gone as smoothly as he could have hoped for. The time had finally arrived. He would set his plan into motion that night. Once 9 fell asleep, he would leave town via the mountain road. Once in Calvert, he would be traveling by car, and he had already arranged for a rental to take him up north to a certain city. Once he arrived, he promptly set off for Laburel via one of the international airship routes that regularly departed from the city. He had yet to decide what to do after that point. He could stay a night or two in Laburel, or perhaps head over to Le Mans. In any case, he needed to get as far away from his current location as possible. He may have been in the lowest rung of the organization and had little idea what went on among the upper echelons, but he was determined to show them that he was capable of casting off the shackles they had bound him with. Yes. His rising determination was interrupted by a crow flying into the room. It made a few circles in the air before landing on the table. What the? Taking a closer look at the bird, 3 noticed a specific crest adorning one of its legs. As he did, his face twisted into a grimace. It could only mean one thing. This was the method the Overseer used to communicate. Now? He wants to meet now? It hadn't even been an entire day since 3 had delivered his report. The briefing for the next mission, maybe? Even as he said the words, he was gripped by an indescribable sense of dread and anxiety. However much he wanted to simply ignore the summons, it was not a luxury he could afford. The only chance his plan had of succeeding was if he was able to put a good amount of distance between himself and his would-be pursuers before the Overseer realized what had happened. Were 3 to ignore direct order, however, the organization would immediately recognize it as an act of rebellion, one that would inevitably lead to his death. Mentally preparing himself for another encounter, one he could not avoid, 3 set out for the meeting location. The rendezvous point was the foot of a small hill deep within the mountains, the same site that he had just been that morning, in fact. 3 remained no trace of the ominous eerie stillness. There remained no trace of the ominous eerie stillness that ate the place before, however. Bathed by the light of the setting sun, the weathered boulders seemed weathered in brilliant flames from a distance. 3 arrived to find 2 figures already waiting for him. The first was the overseer, draped in the same lateral robe as usual. The thought occurred to 3 that it made the man look more the part of the Hermit Arcana than it did the Emperor. At the man's side stood a young girl carrying a large stuffed bear. 9. Her attire was more or less the same as what she wore on the Halidor mission, with a few alterations to make it more functional and mobile. Her presence there did not cause any alarm for 3. After all, if they had been called to be briefed on their next mission, it was only natural that she would be summoned as well. Something felt different, however. 3 couldn't put his finger on why, but anxiety began gripping his chest. "So you've arrived," the overseer said as 3 approached. "Yes. What is my task?" The initial exchange was the same as it always was. What happened afterward, however, was decidedly not. "Make your appeal." "My appeal?" Bill 3 said slowly, the anxiety in his chest rising. "I've received a report detailing your treachery from 9 of Swords. I don't..." 3 stammered. He was at an utter loss for words. He had calculated each and every outcome that could potentially happen, going over the steps in his head time and again, and the absolute worst one possible was now playing out before his eyes. A wave of despair washed over him. Could this really be happening again? Had 9 betrayed him just like Ace? Was it possible, 3 thought. He hadn't told her a thing. He knew that their relationship was strictly professional, and he could not, under any circumstances, trust her. That was just how partnerships in the organization worked. How could she have known? It didn't make any sense. There's been some kind of mistake. 3 attempted to defend himself, knowing full well it was a futile endeavor. "You can't talk yourself out of this, S. No, 3 of Swords." 9 finally spoke, but her usual sleepy demeanor was nowhere to be found. Instead, her voice was crisp, her eyes alert. She removed a scrap of paper from within her bear and showed it to 3. "This is your ticket for an airship voyage to Laburl. The one you booked for noon tomorrow." 3 felt the ground fall out from under him. Amidst his shock, a small part of him wanted to yell out that the ticket was fake, but he had the real ticket. But to do so would be tantamount to suicide. 9 continued speaking, as though directly responding to 3's unspoken questions. "The ticket you have in your possession is counterfeit. I swapped it for the genuine one, and while you weren't paying attention." Fresh from completing a mission that utilized this very same kind of forgery, E3 now found himself the victim of the exact same trick. "By the way, the name you used to acquire this ticket was Heinz Foghart, student of Janus Royal Academy, correct?" 9 continued. "That's the same name you used for your false ID on one of your missions last year. That would mean you've been planning this for quite some time, wouldn't it?" Despite the immediate threat to his life, 3 couldn't help but admire 9's genius, strangely enough. 3 decided he wouldn't even try to come up with an excuse. 9 had clearly seen right through his plan. She'd seen right into his mind, really. There was just one part he didn't understand. Even if it was her duty to sell him out like this, even if she was a genius, he had been so cautious and prudent in every step of his plan, yet it had all been laid bare, seemingly without a trace of effort. How the hell had this happened? "I take that expression to mean you're trying to puzzle out just how your entire plan was exposed," those 9 said, a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips. It was clear to 3 that she was toying with him now, mocking him. "You do realize I've been watching you the whole time we've been partners, right? You've been my only target right from day one." Her tone was merciless, as her words dripping with thinly veiled venom. "Yes, I've been watching you, 3. Inspecting, observing. The only real challenge was remaining patient as I waited for you to slip up. Up and finally show your true colors. It's been that way since the moment I became your partner. 3 struggled to wrap his mind around what 9 was saying. The fact is you did attempt to betray the organization, but even if you hadn't, I would have falsified whatever I needed in order to ensure your demise. She continued to speak, leaving nothing unsaid, despite the Overseer's presence. With each word, 3 felt more and more baffled. He could understand her observing him to the degree that her job required, but where was this malicious hatred of hers coming from? She had felt this way from the start? Why? The Overseer, who had been silent for some time, let out a low, derisive laugh. I take it you have yet to figure it out? Who she is, I mean. 3 could not, for the life of him, figure out what this was supposed to mean. He looked over at 9, searching for some sort of clue, but all he was met with, however, was a glare of pure hatred, one that made him shudder in fear. He had never seen her look that way before. Do you remember Ace of Swords, your former partner? She began, before her voice gained a measured, deadly weight to it. The one you murdered? He was my brother. Fucking course he was. 3's world began spinning. He started to feel violently ill. His senses dulled. His mind went blank. It became hard to breathe, as though he were being pulled to the bottom of the sea. The air crushed out of his lungs by his unrelenting pressure. Now, after all this time, I can finally avenge his murder. 3 barely heard 9's words as his head swam with thoughts. Ace was 9's brother? She had known everything from the start. She had been biding her time, hiding her true intentions from the moment they first met, always keeping a watchful eye for a suitable opportunity to arise, an opportunity to claim her vengeance. 3 he stood dumbfounded as he had lost his ability to speak entirely. I see no need for you to sputter through an excuse, the Overseer said, reading the shock clearly written across 3's face. We have all the facts we need. You will be purged from the organization. As per our rules, your partner, 9 of Swords, will now end your life. Hearing the Overseer's words, 9 stepped forward. If you wish for assistance in this task, he said, turning to her, you will not be penalized. The reward will remain the same. The only condition is that you must be the one to deliver the final blow. Once you have eliminated him, your obligations will be cleared, though I admit the idea of losing such talent pains me. The reward, the right to one's freedom, gained by uncovering and then executing a partner who had betrayed the organization. The yearning for his freedom had dominated 3's existence for years, and now 9 would be the one to gain it in exchange for his life. Allow me the honor of doing it alone, she responded. I will avenge my brother's death with my own hands. She took another step forward, producing a number of poisoned needles from her hair. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched them at 3. He instinctively drew his sword and batted the needles out of the air. The combat tactics that had been drilled into him dictated he close the distance between them, and yet he didn't take so much as a single step. His parry was purely reflexive, programmed into his mind through years of combat. He had no intention of truly fighting back. Perhaps it was particularly because he didn't want to hurt her. More than anything, however, it was because he knew there was no point in resisting. Even if he did manage to best 9, he would need to take on the Emperor afterwards, and he knew that was a battle he had no chance of winning. 3 simply accepted his fate. It was to die there and then, and there was nothing he could do about it. 9 pulled out roughly twice as many needles as before and began and again launched into them at her former partner. In response, he automatically drew his short sword and used both blades to swiftly deflect them. In 3's mind, the thought it slowly began to sink in. This was the retribution for killing Ace. 9 leapt at him, closing the distance, and began attacking with an even greater intensity. Someone like me, 3 thought, someone who slaughters a friend and to preserve his own life doesn't deserve freedom. Someone like me doesn't even deserve to live. 9 continued her assault, attacking with both her needles and her thread. Were this an ordinary situation, there was no chance she would be a match for 3 in a close quarters fight. However, his heart was not in the battle, causing a significant shift in the balance of power in the fight. Eventually, 9 managed to decisively gain the upper hand, successfully looping her thread around 3's neck. I'll die for her vengeance, he thought. Maybe that's the only outcome that makes sense. Maybe that's the end I deserve. 9 deftly moved her fingers and the steel collar tightened around 3's neck. This is the end, she said in a flat, frigid tone. 3 knew what would happen next. He closed his eyes, choosing to wait his end in silence. But the cold embrace of death did not come. Chapter 6, 9 of Swords. My mother died soon after I was born. From that point, it was just me, my older brother, and our dad. As far back as I can remember, my dad was a monster. He took the Mira Mom left us and used it entirely for himself, spending each day drinking it away. He made no effort to put it to good use, to do anything that might help our family, and when he was in a bad mood, what little safe haven we had was violently wrested away. My brother acted more like a parent to me than Dad ever did, whether at home or out somewhere else. He always protected me. I really hated that house, but I always felt like it was bearable when he was there by my side. Those days didn't last long, however. I was still quite young when the household ran out of money and Dad decided to put us to work. There weren't many options for a child to earn much Mira, though, and even between my brother and I, our income barely made a scratch in the mounting debt. Whoops. One day, my brother vanished, and Dad announced that he had let him spread his wings. In other words, he had abandoned him. It was at that point that I stopped thinking of that monster as my family. Even in such an awful situation, I still held on to the idea that my brother would come back for me one day. That meant my only option was to stay there until he did. 3 long years later, I received a letter from him. He wrote that he was in a miserable place and that he was managing to stay alive. I was able to send him a reply via the same method, thrilled to have a connection with him once again. I eventually found out that he was being forced to work as a killer for a shadowy society called the Organization. The things he said he had to do were awful, inhuman. Just from reading his words, I could feel his pain as though it was my own. He said that the Organization was nightmarishly strict and that it was only thanks to his partner that he was able to send me letters in the first place. My brother wrote a lot about his partner, describing him as a true friend, almost like a younger brother. This was the only topic where I saw his writing soften, where he seemed happy. Naturally, I found myself wanting to meet this person, but that was impossible, and I knew it. I couldn't even meet with my own sibling, let alone his partner in some secret assassin cabal. We continued exchanging letters like this for some time, but even that came to an end. The household ran out of Mira again, and I knew what was coming. I could tell it would soon be my turn to leave. I wrote my brother telling him as much. He wrote back telling me that he and his partner had just... telling me that his partner had just as I... Wait. Hang on. I wrote my brother telling him as much. He wrote back telling me that he and his partner had just as I thought he would. That he had become Okay, that seems a little off. What the heck? He had become a slovenly mess. From the look of it, he had gotten himself addicted to some especially nasty substances, the kind that tend to quickly drain one's finances. I knew they were destroying him physically as well, but I had stopped caring long ago. I was done with that disgusting scumbag I once called my dad. I used an intermediary to secure an opportunity to join the organization. It was right as I was entering training when I learned of my brother's death. I was told he was killed by his own partner. It was then my world began to fall apart. I threw myself headlong into my training, not thinking of anything else. I was distraught and trying to escape reality however I could. I ignored everything around me and even myself. I let my soul slip into hibernation and fully assumed the role of one of the organization's tools. During the day, I would follow orders, not thinking of myself, but then night would come and I'd have nothing to distract me. My mind would be tormented by thoughts of my brother's passing. The realization that I was now truly alone in the world shook me, as did the notion that my hands would soon be irreversibly stained with blood. Once the fear set in, there was no escaping it, and I gradually lost the ability to sleep properly. The body does have a limit, of course, and I'd eventually fall unconscious for about an hour a night. 2, if I was really lucky. But it wasn't sleep, not really. It was far too shallow for me to physically or mentally recover much, and what little rest I did get was plunged with nightmares. Excuse me. Yeah. Even after I had woken up, those bizarre, horrid sensations remained. A year passed like this, with no improvement whatsoever. Despite that, I was able to graduate from the factory at an exceptional pace. That was when I finally had a chance to meet him, the boy who had fought alongside my brother as his partner. He had just finished his own re-education, a consequence of betraying the organization. As fate would have it, we were assigned as partners. He was the one who had stolen my brother from me, so I was resolved to despise him from the moment we met. I quietly kept a close eye on him, observing each and every one of his movements. Before long, though, something unexpected happened. Perhaps all my pent-up fear and exhaustion had finally boiled over. Perhaps it was just my instincts telling me the truth I had been ignoring. Whatever the reason, one day when we were out on a mission and I found myself unable to sleep when I was next to him, actually sleep, deeply and soundly for the first... I found myself able to sleep when I was next to him. Actually sleep, deeply and soundly, for the first time in an entire year. There was something about his presence that gave me a sense of security. It wasn't unlike how I remember feeling next to my brother, strangely enough. When I woke up from this much-needed rest, so many things came rushing back. Suddenly, without warning, I found myself bawling. And as those tears came pouring out, the chains from that had sealed away my heart slowly began to loosen. I started feeling human again. I could feel my emotions for the first time in what felt like an eternity. As soon as he saw me crying, and the boy quickly came over to console me, but that just made me sob harder. I quickly discovered my new partner was the person my brother wrote so fondly about, blunt and a little awkward, but overall a deeply kind person and a very thoughtful partner. Despite being shackled to the organization and forced to kill for years, he had yet to fully surrender his humanity. He did seem to be bearing a great sorrow, one far more intense than anything my brother had described. I could tell he wasn't the kind of person capable of betraying and murdering a friend to ensure his own survival. Given my brother's letter, it wasn't hard to work out what had really happened. After making their escape, the two were backed into a corner and their prospects were grim. Rather than both of them being killed, it was better that at least one of them survived. The only way for that to happen was for one to kill the other, to gain forgiveness in the eyes of the organization. My brother knew his partner would reject the idea outright, and that even if he did accept it, he could insist on playing the part of the sacrifice. I was absolutely sure of that much. That's why my brother ended up feigning betrayal in order to get his partner to fight back and ultimately kill him. It was a plan that would spare his partner's life, but also deeply scar him in only the way an unexpected betrayal could. From that point on, being near him was the only way I was able to feel secure enough to sleep, and sleep I did every chance I got. Midday during our missions, if there was even the slightest opportunity, I was out like a light. After all, I needed to catch up on the year of rest I had been robbed of. It was a truly surprising turn of events for me, to say the least. I soon learned the boy was tormented by constant nightmares. I imagined the incident with my brother played a big role. There were so many moments where I saw how he was suffering and wanted to tell him the truth, but I would always stop myself at the last second, telling myself the time wasn't right. Our missions occasionally called for performances of a sort to deceive onlookers. He was always pretty terrible at it. It was hard to say why exactly that was, though. His movements were fine enough, as his facial expressions, as were his facial expressions. The factory emphasized all those things in its teachings, so he had received ample instruction there. It was just that he always seemed to overdo things, or drastically underdo them. I wondered if it may have been something to do with the unshakable seriousness he always seemed to have about him. It could be a real problem sometimes. Excuse me. Even to the point where he would become more of a liability than an asset. Any onlooker with half a brain would be able to tell something was less than genuine about the performance. I came to the conclusion that he was just naturally bad at deceiving others. That's why I had to keep my plans from him, to prevent his terrible poker face from giving us away. So she had the same plan all along, in other words. He had been earnestly working on his escape for a very long time. I, of course, understood the immense difficulty of his task and why he had to keep it to himself. Still, it made me a bit sad that he never spoke to me about it. He was in a precarious position, given that the organization still had its doubts about him. I wasn't about to do anything to put him at risk, of course, but his shaky acting alone could very well have led to the organization seeing through his carefully laid scheme. If that happened, it would be the end of him, no question about it. The situation hadn't quite reached that point yet, and I knew it was only a matter of time before it did. After the Holidor Barn mission had wrapped, I went to make my report. The man I reported to had an aura unlike anything I'd ever felt. He was the evil monster who managed the two of us, the organization's overseer, the Emperor. He was the one forcing us to kill. His face was always obscured by a robe, but it failed to mask the malice that overflowed from him. That day, he had a quiet, deadly exuberance about him, like a hawk that had locked onto its prey. There was no mistaking it. I knew he had caught on to my partner. He knew he intended to betray the organization again. I knew he would gleefully purge him when the time came, and that time was getting closer with each passing day. If that's how things were going to be, I told myself, I would just have to get ahead of them and put my own plan into motion. The Emperor's intentions were obvious. Aware of the cruel history my partner and I shared, he had made his partners in a bid to slowly push me towards revenge. He knew I'd eventually break and sell my partner out, forcing him to go through another bitter betrayal. The Emperor was looking forward to watching it all unfold. If we were tools of the organization and the personal playthings, as if we were both tools of the organization and the personal playthings of the Emperor's. So I decided to give him exactly what he wanted to see. Once I had finished my mission report, I told the Emperor of my partner's intent to betray the organization. I then shared my plan to lure him to a specific place where I would then eliminate him. I gave a detailed explanation, making it enticing as possible for the Emperor. It was easy enough to gain his consent. Even with his face hidden under the cowl, he could hardly contain the excitement in his voice over the coming slaughter. The laugh that escaped his throat, it was a sound so vile it still haunts me to this day. Later that evening, my partner arrived at the designated location, the base of a hill deep in the mountains. At first, he was horribly shaken by the realization that he'd been betrayed again. When he learned who my brother was, though, his face changed. I watched his surprise turn to despair, which in turn shifted to an absolute acceptance of his fate. To call what I saw heart-wrenching didn't do it justice. I focused my efforts on giving him the most vicious glare possible, one equal parts mocking and murderous. I came up with the foulest, most malicious things I could bear to say, trying to cut him to his very core. After all, the Emperor was standing right next to me, and if I was to be convincing, I couldn't afford even the slightest hesitation. I stepped forward. I was going to eliminate him. I shifted closer to my partner in order to facilitate my threat attacks. Or so I made it appear. My true objective was to put some distance between myself and the Emperor. Once I had my thread around his neck, the battle was as good as over. From there, I knew I could end his life with the flick of a finger. This is the end. I meant those words from the bottom of my heart. A transparent cord ran through the center of the web thread under my control. Manipulating this cord allowed me to set off a chain reaction that twisted into a complex spiral shape that I would often use to trap distant foes during missions. Fully focused on watching his toys in the throes of bloodthirsty revenge, it was the Emperor who had relaxed his guard the most. Right at the climax of our battle, I seized the opportunity and the perfect timing. I was able to ensnare the unwitting Emperor, leaving him shackled and immobile. The key was the transparent cord. It may not have had the same cutting power, however, as steel thread, but it was more than twice as strong. Even so, I couldn't count on it to hold the Emperor for long. Without a moment's delay, I summoned all of my strength and pulled on another cord. A low rumble sounded out, and a section of rocky hill collapsed, dropping a torrent of rubble below. I had taken the time to find the perfect location, one with brittle bedrock that could break away on cue. The stones roared and tumbled in a huge wave, hurtling down toward the Emperor. In the middle of it all was a giant boulder, more than 10 arc across. Time seemed to slow as it fell directly down on the Emperor's head, the thunder of the rock slide drowning out all other sound. Finally, it all came crashing down. The aftermath looked as though a catastrophic earthquake had just taken place. The Emperor had taken a direct hit from a massive boulder. There was no way he could have survived that. Even if he somehow had, he was now buried alive. My partner looked on in confusion, still processing what had just happened. "S!" I cried out, finally able to use the name I preferred to call him by. I ran over to him and buried my head in his chest. This was where I felt the most safe, by his side. I nuzzled up against him, holding him tight, never wanting to let him go. I had never hugged him before then. I had always been so afraid to do so. "I'm so sorry I said those horrible things," I sobbed. "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you the truth." There was so much more to explain, but those were the things I wanted to say to him most. Even though he was still reeling from everything that had just happened, he was still kind enough to hold me close and try to calm me down. "Nine, what in the world?" Before he could finish his sentence, something I never predicted happened. A small mountain of falling rocks and boulders shifted slightly. Pebbles began to rise into the air. It was slow, but unmistakable. "What's happening?" Dumbfounded, all we could do was look on in confusion. "Is it some kind of space element art? There's no way," I mused out loud. No, that didn't seem right. Perhaps it was some kind of device that functioned the same way as an airship's anti-gravity components? I didn't understand what was happening. I just sat there, staring blankly, my mind racing for an explanation. Before I could reach one, however, my partner spoke, his voice steeped in panic. "That's the Emperor's power!" "But that would mean..." It meant the Emperor was still alive. More and more rocks began floating upward, taking their place among the ever-increasing collection that gently balanced in the air. "Nine, we need to move!" I continued to sit there, absolutely at a loss on what to think. Three grabbed my hand and we set off at a sprint. We were able to cover a good amount of distance before we heard what sounded like a massive explosion behind us. We turned to see boulders and rocks of all sizes flying upward into the sky like a volcano erupting before our eyes. God damn, this is long. I'm only on chapter 7. Okay. Chapter 7. Tears and Promises. 3 and 9 ducked into a mountain cave on the outskirts of Luzent. They had fled from the Emperor as fast as their legs could carry them. Yeah. Without question. Like, I'm pretty sure that this is longer than the Black Records were back in Cold Steel 2. Ew. Because I'm pretty sure that only took me like a half an hour. Or I've been going for more than an hour on this alone, and I'm still not done. Yeah. Yeah, most of, and that's the other thing too. Most of the books, chapter-wise, throughout the rest of the entire series, are usually like, 6 to 8 pages long. So, yeah. Alright. As they sat together, 9 told 3 everything she had kept from him up till then. She told him about Ace, about herself, the details of her plan, and finally what Ace's true intentions were that night 3 years ago. At the start, 3 occasionally chimed in or asked questions, but as the conversation went on, he fell silent. By the end, his head was hung so low that 9 couldn't see his expression. No, those were really short. Those were really short. Those were like 10 pages each, and there was only like 10 of them total. He had been utterly convinced that his friend, his one true friend, had betrayed him, when in reality, Ace had sacrificed his life to ensure 3 would survive, and as thanks for that incredibly selfless act, 3 had not only killed him, but had spent the past 3 years despising his memory. Then came his sister, risking her life to save her brother's killer. 3 felt his chest tighten up as a wild mix of emotions ran through his head, threatening to overpower him. He was grateful for being fortunate enough to have 2 people in his life, Ace and 9, who he could fully trust. At the same time, he felt a bottomless well of anger burst up. Anger at himself, the pathetic excuse for a human being that he was. Yeah, that, you know what, that tracks. That absolutely tracks, because it was not that many. Frick, the previous 2 chapters are, I'm pretty sure, are like as long, if not longer. Battered by his storm of emotions, his breathing became increasingly ragged. S, are you crying? 9 looked in concern. Having finished her story, she didn't need a response, however. 3's pained silence spoke volumes. I'm fine, he said, returning to his usual blunt tone. Is there anything I can do to make you feel better? 9 asked. I said I'm fine. Despite his words, 3's head still hung low. You're an awful actor, Victor, but you're an even worse liar when you're not performing. You know that? 3 sunk down to his knees. 9 moved over to him, taking his head in her hands, and she began gently ruffling his hair, like a mother comforting a child. Everything's okay now, she murmured gently. It's all okay, but I, 3 stammered, his voice growing weak and hoarse. The last bits of 3's facade had broke down, overwhelmed by 9's kindness, and he relented at last. 9 was younger than 3 and definitely looked the part, but in that moment she showed an almost motherly level of understanding and compassion. For someone like 3 who grew up without that warmth, it was his first time being comforted by someone, his first time feeling the warmth of family. I know how strong you've had to be, S. I know how hard it's been for so long, but it's okay now, I promise. No longer able to hold his emotions back, he finally broke down. A lifetime's worth of tears came flooding out of his eyes all at once. I'm such a wretched excuse for he sobbed, no longer able to control his voice in the slightest. Hot tears poured down his cheeks, staining the cool floor of the cave. That's not true. You know that's not true, 9 said softly, continuing to run her fingers through his hair. Why am I still alive? Why isn't Ace here instead? He weakly slammed his fist against the ground in frustration. Not another word of that. I won't hear it. You're the one who's been there for me in the past few years. You, S. But it's because of me that Ace... Listen. That just means you need to fight twice as hard. You're living for him now, too. Who? 3's words failed him as he was overtaken by sobbing, his years of pain and suffering pouring out of him. After some time, 3 was able to calm himself down somewhat and regain his composure. I'm here for you, so you don't have to cry, 9 told him. But if you ever want to, then that's okay too. So, which is it then? 3 he retorted, his detached demeanor creeping back. He suddenly became aware of the fact that he was in her arms and hurriedly pulled away, immediately shifting the conversation back towards exchanging information in an attempt to mask his sudden embarrassment. They finished catching up and turned their attention to the current predicament. So the Overseer had figured me out. He knew I was going to try and make a run for it, and that's why you moved in to strike first, in order to outmaneuver him. 3, he thought out loud. That's right, I've been watching the whole time, waiting for the perfect opportunity to take him down. I wish you'd told me beforehand, and let you spoil the element of surprise with your awful acting skills? 9 gave a weary grin. Yeah, I don't think so. 3's face scrunched up a bit. Both 9 and the Emperor had caught on to his plan, and so there was little room to defend himself in that regard. I chose the moment he'd be the most distracted, Nine continued, switching to a serious expression. My timing was perfect, and my preparations were more than enough, but despite all that, despite everything, despite being buried under a pile of massive boulders, the Emperor was still very much alive. No matter how much she thought, Nine simply couldn't figure out how it was possible. It's likely his power at work, 3 said. He had seen the same thing earlier, right as they took off running. What exactly is his power, 9 asked. I'm fairly certain he can control gravity somehow, 3 said. He did something similar when Ace and I fought him 3 years ago. 3 inched open a bitter, painful memory and began relaying what he remembered to 9. He and Ace had been able to fend off the first 2 pairs of assailants sent after them by the organization, but then they had come to face the Emperor. Even with the element of surprise on their side, even when they coordinated their attacks perfectly, facing him proved exceptionally difficult. They found their bodies heavy and clumsy, and their movements lacked precision and skill. The Emperor, on the other hand, was nimble as could be, almost inhumanly so, and the 2 were quickly overpowered. So what do you think? 3 looked at 9, awaiting her input. There was no sign of him starting any cast or charge up, so I doubt he's using arts, she said, her brow furrowed in thought. As for a portable gravity manipulation device small enough for a single person to carry and conceal, well, given modern technology, it's seriously hard to imagine. He might have an artifact or something like that. An avalanche couldn't kill him, and he has enough precise control to be able to move individual stones and boulders. 9 scratched her head in frustration. This sucks. We really don't have a lot to go on here. She paused, thinking for a moment, and then continued. In any case, unless something major changes, he's too powerful for us. Any attempt at a direct attack is going to result in our deaths. They fell silent for a time, until 3 spoke up, a grave expression on his face. If the time comes when we have to choose, we're going to prioritize your life, 9. And you need to be the one to Stop it! 9 silenced 3 with an outburst of pure emotion, far more raw than her usual self. But then at least you'd be able to. If you die, I'm going right after you, she shouted. I'll do it myself if I have to. The calm, motherly figure from before was nowhere to be seen. 9 was in a frenzy now, almost like a child throwing a tantrum. Regardless of her tone, however, her words were heartfelt and earnest. I can't go back to not being able to sleep, her voice dropped to a whisper. I can't go back to being alone. The weight of her feelings was clear to 3. Seeing this, he let out a short sigh. Then you have my word. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. That's not what I'm asking for, okay? Right, 3 said, taking a deep breath. Then I promise we'll survive this. We'll get through it together. 9 looked at 3 with imploring, almost pleading eyes. You swear? I swear, he said. Now, if we're going to have any chance at all, we'll need to do everything perfectly. The rock slide was massive enough that despite the fact that he survived it, it was hard to imagine the Emperor was completely unscathed. If they tried to flee now, the organization would quickly find them again, and they would have to contend with the Emperor at his full strength. The pair knew if they were going to make a move, now was the time. Let's do it then. We'll take him out. Next, Chapter 8. Gravity and Artifacts. 3 and 9 returned to the hill, or more accurately, where the hill used to be. It was now completely unrecognizable. A sizable chunk of it was gone, having been strewn about the area in the form of countless bits of rubble. The Emperor stood right where they had left him, seemingly unfazed. Oh my god. As 3 and 9 had surmised, he had sustained at least some manner of injury. Nothing major, but his ever-present robe, under which he had hidden his face, had been reduced to little more than a shredded cape. Underneath, he wore a gold helmet, and bearing a crown design. In his hand, he carried a gold scepter and a spherical tip, and his body was covered in golden armor. The word ostentatious was insufficient to describe his heavily gilded countenance. Everything about him suggested both needless grandeur and wicked condescension. I knew you would return. You two aren't complete fools after all, the Emperor called out to them. 3 and 9 remained silent as they slowly approached. So, have you decided which of you two will gain the organization's forgiveness? 3 and 9 turned to each other and nodded. 3 removed his hands from his sword, leaving it sheathed. 3 knelt down and closed his eyes, showing acceptance of what was to come. In response, 9 pulled out some poisoned needles and silently launched them at 3's neck. Or at least, that's how she made it appear. At the last second before the needles parted from her fingers, she deftly altered their trajectory, sending them speeding towards the Emperor himself. The envenomed projectiles whizzed perfectly through the air as ever. However, as they neared their intended target, they suddenly curved downward sharply, plummeting harmlessly to the ground. Very well. I will hear your answer loud and clear, the Emperor proclaimed, looking up at the pair. You both wish to die today. Not a chance, 9 called out, throwing another volley of needles directly at the Emperor. Their trajectory suddenly shifted again, this time upward. From his kneeling position, 3 quickly shifted his stance and pushed forward off the ground with all the power he could muster in his legs. He launched himself at the Emperor, breaking into a full-on charge. We've had enough. You're the one meeting their death today. 3 began slashing away at the target with incredible speed. His lightning-quick strikes grew slow and sluggish as soon as they neared the Emperor, however. With his assailant's speed so drastically curbed, the man was able to use his golden scepter to effortlessly bat aside the boy's assault. In the same instant, 9's second set of needles changed direction in mid-air and began falling straight toward the Emperor. She had managed to calculate the range of the gravitational field with just a single throw. Once she understood its effect on projectiles, she would be able to revise their trajectory. Moreover, she had factored in the increased acceleration from the higher gravity, meaning her needles would hit harder than normal. Despite all that, however, her attack was neutralized by a flick of the Emperor's gilded arm. It was still not enough to penetrate his armor. It was, however, more than sufficient to arouse his ire. You dare defy me? Me? Livid, he swung his scepter downward. 3 immediately he reacted, just barely managing to block the attack with his sword. Even so, the impact alone threw him back several arc. 3 could feel his brain rattle in his skull from the force of the blow. There was no way the Emperor's physical strength and the weight of the scepter alone could do that. It occurred to 3 that there must have been another way he was able to manipulate gravity. You will be purged, the Emperor said in a low growl. The same words 3 had heard him say a few hours ago and 3 years ago. When the Emperor spoke like this, it was nothing less than the arbitration of a death sentence. At the sound of those words, past memories bubbled up in 3's mind, and an old terror began to grip him. His legs grew wobbly, and he started to stagger. One glance back at 9 was all it took for him to restore his resolve. He forced himself back on his feet, reflexively snapping into a fighting stance, and 9 continued to provide covering fire with her needles as he resumed his assault. Their approach proved no more fruitful than before. Even so, as 3 continued to fight under such grueling conditions, he slowly became more capable. His understanding of his foe's gravitational trickery improved, and his strikes grew more swift and precise as a result. The way his muscles intuitively reacted, the angle and speed at which he swung his swords, he was slowly chipping away at the Emperor's overwhelming advantage. Though 3 may not have enjoyed the same powers of insight his partner possessed, his skills in close quarters combat were elite by even the most exacting of standards. For her part, 9's cover was solid and unwavering. Realizing her needles had no hope of piercing the Emperor's golden plating, she had instead begun aiming for gaps between its pieces. It was an incredibly difficult task, but but as she grew more accustomed to the disrupting effects of the gravitational field, she was gradually getting closer. She began weaving in offensive arts, along with her volleys of needles, in order to keep the Emperor on his toes. Her attacks appeared simple enough for her foe to deal with, but they still managed to pull his attention away from 3, even if only for a moment. The fight raged on, and after a bit of time, 3 and 9 appeared to have finally begun getting the upper hand. Yet the Emperor did not seem fazed in the slightest. His expression was unreadable beneath the shadow of his helmet, but it was clear from his body language he still believed himself fully in control of the situation. Unlike Blue Wolf with his goddamn frames. Seems 3 managed to land the occasional strike, but even his sword seemed to do little against the Emperor's impossibly resilient armor. In an attempt to land a heavier blow, 3 launched himself into the air, intending to let the gravity of his swords downward as 9's needles had. However, he found himself soaring up far higher than he had intended, impossibly so, as though he had suddenly sprouted wings. His mark completely missed. He lost his sense of balance and began tumbling through the air. He quickly realized it could only have been due to more of his foe's trickery. Reduced gravity? Expertly seizing the opening, the Emperor raised his scepter overhead, then swiftly swung it downward as if mimicking this motion. 3 suddenly dropped out of the air, thrown to the hard ground below like a rag doll. Gah! The air knocked out of his lungs. 3 struggled to catch his breath, spitting up mouthfuls of blood in between gasps. Get out of the way! He's not done! Saved by 9's frantic warning, 3 just barely managed to roll out of the way. A split second later, the scepter slammed into the ground where he had just been. As the gravity-enhanced scepter connected with the rocky ground below, it let out a powerful blast, leaving a crater in its wake. The resulting shockwave launched 3 to the side, knocking him to relative safety. Had he taken a direct hit, he would have been completely pulverized. Though dazed, he was still aware enough to signal to 9 that he was okay. He forced himself to his feet. The battle had completely changed. The Emperor had begun manipulating gravity levels on a constant cycle, and 3 was forced into a defensive position. Whenever he managed to get a handle on his foe's barrage of attacks, he found the gravity level altered yet again, forcing him to start back at 0. It was impossible for him to fight in such ever-changing conditions. The situation was tasking for 9 as well. She found herself forced to constantly recalculate the field stage and gravity value, severely reducing the number of effective attacks she was able to launch. Despite their bleak outlook, the two of them continued to hold out. Even when pressured, 3 served as an excellent vanguard, constantly denying the Emperor any opportunities for a decisive strike. 9, meanwhile, continued to back him up flawlessly, acting with a surgical precision that ensured no opening went to waste. She called out to him as he leapt back putting some distance between himself and the Emperor. I think I figured something out. Let's hear it. 3 waited for her to continue, keeping his guard up and watching closely for any sign of attack from the Emperor. Have you noticed anything different from when you and Ace fought him before? He was carrying something in his left hand back then? 3 glanced at his foe's left hand, seeing it empty. He thought back to 3 years ago. Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure he had an orb with him, purple, with a golden sculpture of a crow on it. The battle back then is completely one-sided, just as I suspected. 9 nodded. 3 had also sensed something was different, but had simply chalked it up to the Emperor toying with them, as he didn't consider them to be a true threat to him. Factoring in what 9 had just pointed out, however, cast things in a much different light. Oh, so you've realized? The Emperor paused his onslaught, as though in recognition of 9's keen observation. You see the implements he has on him now? I suspect at one point he had 4 different artifacts that let him control gravity. 4, huh? 3 said, taking note of the Emperor's equipment. Right, a helmet with a crown motif can increase or reduce the overall level of gravity, armor that absorbs the force imparted by attacks the moment they're received, a scepter that sends out devastating gravitational wave when it makes contact with its target, and an orb with a crow perched on it that allows the wielder to alter gravity on a target-by-target basis. 9 paused her explanation for a moment, and as she looked defiantly at the Emperor. The reason he had worn that tattered cloak was now clear. If someone were to wield so many artifacts at once as he did, it would be necessary to conceal them. Failure to do so would surely attract unwanted attention from the church. Yeah, and considering how many powerful people are a part of the Grolsritter, oof. Yeah, that's not something you want. And now that you mention it, this time around he hasn't been moving faster while slowing us down at the same time, 3 said. When we fought him before, we couldn't even touch him. It was true that in their fight against him, 3 and Ace had been struggling under different levels of gravity than the Emperor. There was no doubt. Yeah, exactly. Like, and my theory on that would be just Kevin in general. Overall, like Kevin's Spirit of Loa would not be affected by artifacts. That's kind of my theory on that, which is why the stigmas are so important for the retrieval of artifacts. Because as the Grolsritter can counter them. So, yeah. There was no doubt he was toying with them in the present, but at the very least, both sides were battling under the same levels of gravity, constantly shifting through, though they were. As such, the pair's odds of winning were much better this time around. I think he either lost the orb at some point, or it was destroyed, or at least damaged in the rock slide. The pair realized that if this were true, now was their best chance to take down the Emperor once and for all. A talented tool indeed. The Emperor's voice was low, tinged with a hint of perverse delight. The artifacts I wear are collectively known as the Monarch's Regalia. I'm impressed you were able to analyze their capabilities in such a limited amount of time. You, 9 of Swords, are truly outstanding. I don't want your praise, you freak. Ignoring 9's retort, the Emperor continued on his exhilaration giving way to a violent savagery. But even the greatest tool is worthless if it will not submit to its rightful place in my hands. His body began levitating, broken chunks of earth underfoot rising upward with him. With all the force he could muster, he swung his scepter into a nearby boulder. and worthless tools must be disposed of. In an instant, the boulder shattered into shards of all shapes and sizes that were sent and rocketing towards 9. "Watch out!" 3 cried out. The shards flew out like a salvo of bullets from 1,000 different guns. All of them pointed directly at one target. It was a grim sight, but unlike a single soldier standing before the assault of an entire army, not unlike a single soldier standing before the assault of an entire army. Hear me. Panicked, 3 rushed into the line of fire. He brandished his swords and did everything he could to prevent the shards from reaching 9. He deflected and broke what he could, using his body as a shield for the rest, but there was a considerable distance between him and 9, one he could not cover easily. By the time he had leapt in the way, a great many shards were already too far ahead. 3 was too late. 9 had no realistic chance of avoiding the entirety of the attack, and instead devoted her efforts to simply avoiding the worst of the pieces of stone flying at her. There were far too many, however, and one managed to slip through her defenses. She suffered a direct hit to her abdomen, and a red mist sprayed from her mouth as she crumpled to the earth. Almost done. Chapter 9. Anger and Analysis. 9! 3 ran over to her, his voice hoarse and with agony and grief. Her forehead, hands, legs, her entire body was stained with blood, dripping from 1,000 scratches and cuts. It was a fate far too cruel for such a young girl. No matter how many times 3 called out to her, she didn't respond. He had sworn to protect her. He had promised her. But now, 3 felt himself overcome by shame and regret. I'm too weak, he thought to himself. Too weak to help anyone. Too weak to save anyone. As if to seize upon his distress, the Emperor spoke once more. So one of you made it. Now be wise and stop this here. Deliver the final blow and be spared, just as you did before. At those words, 3 felt a creaking in his mind. It was harsh, like the sound of metal scraping against metal. Surely a girl like her would derive a warped satisfaction from being killed by the same one who took her brother. The Emperor's mouth twisted into a perverse smile. The depravity in his eyes is clear enough through the shadow cast by his helmet. It was then that something snapped inside of 3. Die! He exploded as if the boundless rage coursing through his veins. Haynes had at last found an outlet. His legs and arms snapped into operation. A primal rumble burst from his throat. His bones creaked and his blood boiled. Pure fury ignited his entire body, inciting it to action, and before he knew it, he had launched himself at the Emperor. He unleashed a whirlwind of attacks, his strikes faster and more powerful than ever before. The Emperor met the charge head-on, altering gravity as he went, but 3 adapted to each shift almost as fast as they came. His body was running on pure instinct, honing his senses to a razor-sharp edge and giving him almost preternatural ability. Or preternatural adaptability. The Emperor, on the other hand, found himself working harder and harder to handle 3's hail of blows. He managed to block the oncoming strikes, but his attacker showed no signs of slowing down. Like a wild dog, the Emperor sneered. A tool with a will of its own is a useless thing, to be sure, but seeing you foam at the mouth like this is pathetic beyond measure. You truly are fated to die as you lived. A mere thing! Even in the face of 3's enraged onslaught, the Emperor had hardly taken any damage at all. He still held all the cards. 3 was little more than an annoyance, like a flea biting a wolf. And I'm almost offended by that remark. I need to AFK for a bio break. I'll be right back. This is a lot. God. I know. I'm almost there. I'm like a fifth of the way through, I'm about a fifth of the way through the second last chapter. Three's thoughts bubbled back up to the surface. He found himself remembering something Nine had said. It was his natural sense of composure that allowed him to recall such a timely memory. Composure he did not possess 3 years ago. He continued to let his anger drive his body, but maintained a calm mind, not allowing his thoughts to slip away in his rage. He could have stopped himself at any time, but he found his rage beneficial and wielded it ably, as though it was simply another weapon available to him. Three himself was unaware of this, but such an ability to not only control one's emotions, but turn them into power was rare indeed. It was a skill that did not come easily to even the greatest warriors, yet Three had managed to master such a complicated concept at a young age. Armor that absorbs the force imparted by attacks the moment they're received. That was how Nine had described the Emperor's armor. Sure enough, just as she described, no matter how many strikes X3 launched, nothing seemed to get through. It was then that realization dawned on him. If the armor was immune to external force, then what he needed to do was to induce internal force. Anyone else may have given up at this point, but 3 could scarcely imagine a more suitable target for his unique skills. He combined his blades into one and squaring off against the Emperor yet again. Hint. The defining characteristic of 3's weapons was their ability to internally induce an arts-based explosion in their target. To do so, he needed to strike at the same point with each blade separately, and then a third time in their fused form. By this point, he had already landed a number of hits on the Emperor's armor, and luckily for 3, a decent amount of these hits overlapped. All that remained was for the final step in the process, making contact with those intersecting points using his fused sword. 3 attacked the Emperor with the same rage and power as before. This time, though, he failed to land a single hit. He was just a hair's breadth off every single time. The first steps in his weapons process were relatively simple. He simply needed to land a strike with each weapon, and creating 2 perpendicular lines that would paint a target for the orbit. The next part, however, was far more difficult. He needed to use the fused blade to hit the precise point where the 2 lines intersected. This was a much smaller target area, making the task that much more demanding. Still, 3 was confident in his aim. He knew he had the dexterity to pull it off. In spite of his skill and confidence, however, he continually found himself failing to land the decisive hit. The Emperor cackled in delight as he watched 3 struggle. To him, 3's plight was nothing short of pure comedy. "I know my tools inside and out," he said, a dark grin spreading across his face. "Your methods of attack, how your weapons work, I understand these things even better than you." As if proving the Emperor's point, 3's next attack fell short as well. The Emperor launched a counterattack with his staff, swung at a perfect angle. 3 had figured out his foe's trick. Right before each of his attacks would land, the Emperor would make a subtle change to gravity. His timing was exquisite, and the trick was executed in such a way that 3 had no time to correct the angle of his sword. Further, the gravity emitted by the Emperor's scepter did nothing at all when it failed to connect. But if it did, the resulting damage would be enormous. Thus far, 3 had been able to evade or turn away each incoming swing, but he knew it was only because the Emperor was allowing it. He had yet to land a single effective attack, and the wear on both of his weapon and his own body was steadily mounting. The outcome of the battle seemed clear here, and by all appearance there was nothing he could change. There was nothing that could change its course. Thanks to the impeccable defense, the Emperor was nearly unscathed, whereas 3 was barely holding on, looking more and more like he could collapse at any moment. In between clashes, a momentary calm settled over the battlefield. As 3 was weighing his options, a voice broke the silence. It was a lazy drawl, one that 3 had heard many times over the past year. Analysis complete. 9 struggled to her feet, looking as though she could fall back down at any moment. How? The Emperor's genuine shock escaped his mouth in a low hiss. 9, you're okay, 3 exclaimed. At once, he understood what had happened. 9 hadn't fallen unconscious. She had simply feigned doing so in order to analyze the Emperor in secret. She had given 3 no indication of her plan whatsoever. After all, had she done so, the Emperor may very well have caught on to her plan. Just fine, she responded. I used my thread to cushion the blow of the boulders by shredding them into smaller pieces. In the end, the rocks barely scratched me. Judging by the amount of blood that covered her, it would have been clear to anyone that was far from the truth. But the fact remained that she was both alive and conscious. 3 disengaged from the Emperor and moved closer to 9, making sure to keep his eyes trained on his foe as he did so. There's a moment when he's unable to respond to anything, she explained. That's his power's fatal weakness. What do you mean? His gravitational manipulation isn't require casting like an art would, but after he uses it, there's a period of time of about a second before he's able to use it again. That's why he wasn't able to immediately prevent the falling rocks from burying him earlier. But the way he's changing gravity is so precise, 3 said, thinking back on their battle. How could he have managed that? He was just reading your movement, S. He knows how you fight, like the back of his hand. Wait, what? 3 exclaimed, the surprise in his voice clear. It's true, 9 responded. The way he manipulates gravity is determined before you even start your swings. He knows you well enough to straight up predict everything you'll do. Is that even possible? Asked 3, his mind racing. Sure is, 9 continued. And he's not using an artifact for it either. His mind just works that quickly. He's a total monster through and through. The Emperor let out a low chuckle. A sound analysis, but all will avail you nothing. I know your techniques inside and out. The same speed, the same power, the same angles, each and every time. There is no possible way you can undo years of the habits we so painstakingly carved into you. 9 looked up at him knowingly. Right, he acknowledged. Let's end this. The duo nodded in agreement and turned to face the Emperor once more. 3 charged at him again, renewing his previous assault. He raised his sword overhead, attacked at a high angle. The Emperor dodged it effortlessly and sent forth a counterattack. Their deadly dance continued as before, but as things were, both sides knew that it would ultimately lead. The Emperor sensed an incoming attack and prepared to manipulate gravity, just as predicted. 3 attacked a half step faster, aiming for one of the spots in his armor that had been previously marked, as the sword raced towards its target. Gravity shifted and the sword's trajectory was altered. Despite this, it somehow continued on its original path regardless, as if the altered gravity had been predicted and compensated for. Impossible! The Emperor muttered under his breath. He hastily jerked his body out of the blade's trajectory with hardly a second to spare. 3's movements had changed somehow, as the Emperor mulled the changing situation over. 3's next attack came speeding in. The Emperor again predicted the speed and trajectory and manipulated gravity accordingly. However, boom! A muffled explosion rang out and the Emperor felt his armor crack. And pain coursed through his left arm. Boom! What? Another flash. Boom! His right leg was now damaged as well. The Emperor was at an utter loss. Had 3 managed to correctly predict his spatial manipulation? And how was he suddenly able to alter his strikes to compensate for the gravity? Had the analyzer been analyzed himself? Cursing 3's name, the Emperor's thoughts grew frantic. As he desperately looked around for a clue, he realized what was actually happening. He glimpsed a number of barely visible cords extending from 3's body. Naturally, 9 stood at the other end, controlling them. She wasn't pulling him to and fro like she wasn't pulling him to and fro like a marionette, but was instead nudging his attacks slightly and guiding his direction, timing an angle to create the perfect strike. The Emperor may have been predicting 3's attacks and making adjustments, but 9 was doing the same to him in turn. It was her guidance that allowed 3 to score direct hit after direct hit. Her superior intellect was, of course, a major reason why this was possible, but her relationship with 3 was their true secret weapon. The two knew each other better than anyone in the world, which allowed her to predict his reactions and movements with incredible accuracy. She used her natural understanding of her partner to help him adapt to his combat style to fit the situation at hand. In that sense, the secret behind the upper hand they had suddenly gained was as simple as could be. "You little wench!" the Emperor let out an enraged growl, laced with bitter hatred. Neither 3 nor 9 had ever seen him like this before. He tried to launch the same rocky onslaught at 9 as he had before, but found himself bereft of munitions. He could not be sure when it happened, but at some point the duo had led him to a different part of the area, one where he could no longer weaponize the terrain. With furious bloodlust, he lowered the gravity near him and rushed at 9. "Finally," she smirked. "I've been waiting." A giant boulder appeared in the air above the Emperor, likely due to an art 9 had cast. The Emperor was unimpressed, however, at it being subjugated to the same attack twice. This time around, it even lacked the element of surprise. He easily shattered the oncoming boulder with his staff if once it entered his area of reduced gravity. But it was this flippant display of arrogance that sealed his fate. As the pieces of the boulder rained down around him, he found himself face to face with a plush toy rabbit, one that had been hidden within the boulder. "No!" he exclaimed, knowing full well it was no mere toy. His realization came too late, however. With a massive bang, the rabbit detonated. Light and heat washed over the Emperor. His legs buckled under the force. Just then, another explosion went off at his back. 3 had launched a solid hit in his chest armor, and the resulting blast had blown it clear from his body. The black-hearted Emperor's armor had been destroyed, and 3's blade had found its bloody mark. Chapter 10, S and N. Last one, 17 pages. Oh boy. The Emperor had fallen to his knees, 3's sword protruding from his chest. He looked up at the sky and gave a dry, bitter laugh. "Found some humor in your end, have you?" asked 3. "To think you two would best me," the Emperor said, his voice weak. "I'll admit it. I underestimated you. You are, by far, the most masterful tools I have ever had the pleasure of owning." "Enough! We're not your tools any longer," 3 said, gripping his sword and preparing himself to silence the Emperor forever. So he thought to himself, if the moment to kill had come yet again. The thing he hated most, the thing he would never grow accustomed to. Things were different this time, given that the man who stole away his humanity in the first place now sat at the end of his sword. But that didn't stop 3's hand from trembling. "S," 9 said gently, moving closer. "We'll do it together, okay?" Her typically light and relaxed expression was now serious and sincere. "Okay," 3 responded. This was it, the moment where the two would put their tragic past to rest. 9 placed her hands on 3's. Steadying his weapon, her warmth abated his trembling ever so slightly. They moved to raise the sword together. In response, the Emperor spoke once more. "Every arc of your path thus far has been stained with blood, just as the rest of your lives shall be. Your fates are immutable. Kill or be killed. Control or be controlled. You will end up no different than I. We will ever be one and the same." "You're wrong," said 9. "We're no longer anyone's tools, and we'll never force anyone to be ours. After this, we're done," said 3. "You're the last person we're ever going to kill." The two took a deep breath and spoke in unison. Farewell. Off in some far-flung region of Calvert, a horse-drawn carriage plodded along. Aside from trains Means most terrestrial transportation had long since switched to orbital cars, so such an old-fashioned mode of travel was a rare sight to see. The more rustic method did have a certain undeniable charm, however. A boy drove the carriage, while a young girl of about the same age lazed about within. It makes you wonder how he got that way, the boy, he said, turning back to the Emperor's face. He's the one that had been obscured by both cloak and helmet. His appearance had been a poor fit for his monstrous behavior. If anything, he had been rather handsome. Well, if you don't mind rumors and hearsay, I might have an answer or two for you. The girl's response came from within the carriage, delivered in her usual sleepy drawl. I'm listening. Well, the girl's story went something like this. In a small country in some corner of the world, there once lived a vile, oppressive king. His reign was tyrannical, his rule evil, and his people lived in fear. One day, he died, and his son, the crown prince, was enthroned. The prince, this new king, was at his core a kind and gentle soul who strove to govern in a fair and just manner. He was determined to avoid his father's errors, but perhaps because they were too accustomed to fear, no one met his new king's ideas with an open mind. Free assembly and speech had already been brutally suppressed during his father's reign, and the people's rage had already reached a boiling point. Violent voices grew louder and louder, eventually resulting in a revolution. The Revolutionary Army launched an assault on the royal palace and forcibly converted the country into a republic, holding the new king accountable for his father's sins. Suddenly finding his life at risk, he had no choice but to flee, leaving behind his country and his entire way of life. You're telling me this prince eventually became an overseer? The boy asked, his brow wrinkling in thought as he turned the story over in his head. Who can say, shrugged the girl. I don't know if a kingdom like that even existed in the first place. The girl rolled over to continue dozing as the carriage bumped and bounded into its way along the road. Assuming this is more fact than fiction, then what? The boy asked. He was too kind and lost control of his kingdom, so he developed a powerful desire to control others? It's hard to believe. The boy trailed off. He had no intention of giving the overseer even a shred of sympathy, but strangely enough, he did find himself feeling a little pity for the man. The boy and girl fell silent for a few moments, and the only sounds that could be heard were the clopping of the horse's hooves and the creaking of the carriage. The boy broke the silence. What is it? The girl raised her head from her nap. Her voice remained as relaxed as ever, but the boy's tone suddenly grew tense. Is there any chance you could ever forgive me for what I did, for what happened between me and your brother? No. The girl's response was swift and blunt. The boy fell silent. He had no right to scorn her answer. Never, she continued, because he was my brother and I loved him. He was the only real family I ever had. So? The girl paused for a moment, her cheeks flushed red, and then she continued in a much louder voice. So if you want me to forgive you, you can't ever leave me. We need to stick together, through thick and thin, you and me, and Ines. The boy smiled, his fear a moment ago having left him. Of course, we'll always be there for each other. I'll have your back, and you'll have mine. The girl could barely contain her emotions swelling in her chest at this point. Unfortunately for her, the boy continued talking. I'll do my best to fill his shoes from now on, and that includes making sure you get an education you need to grow into the best person you can be. This was, in fact, not the answer the girl had been looking for. I'm not talking about education, she exclaimed as she started violently shaking the carriage in frustration. But what could be more important? Hey, calm down. This thing can't take too much abuse. It's just rickety enough as it is. You make it fall apart and we'll have to walk the rest of the way. The girl settled back down, still not fully satisfied with his response, but resolved to leave things be for the moment. The topic changed again. So, any ideas? For the time being, their plan was to head to Laburl or Lamon, just as the boy had initially planned, but where to from there? They had yet to give it much thought. They knew they would be pursued by any number of people from the organization. Despite this, the two of them would, Despite this, the two knew that as long as they stuck together, they'd find a way to manage. For the moment, they reveled in the idea of an unknown future, a new path to tread that was all their own. In any case, we'll need to find some kind of work, the boy said. Anything in mind? Well, he mused, a confident smile growing on his face. When we can consider our skill set, how about something in theater? Not on your life, the girl swiftly retorted. Think about it, S. You're a terrible actor. Hey, I'm not that bad. And I'm sure a play would be way less pressure than an assassination mission. A tad deflated, the boy sank back into his seat, but then threw out another idea, one somewhat more plausible than the last. I know, how about we become bracers? No way, the girl rejected the idea again, but with a bit less bite than before. I've heard that they get super busy. No sense escaping one grave just to work yourself into another. I mean, in that being a bracer would offer you a lot of freedom, though. Oh, and there would always be honest work, and nobody would ever, you wouldn't have to dirty your hands with assassination contracts. There was also the question hanging in the air over whether the Bracer Guild would even consider taking on people with the duo's unique background. Let me be clear. These two would be accepted, no problem. And if you're wanting me to give evidence, his name is currently Joshua Bright. Remember, Weissman turned Joshua into an assassin. So, yeah. All things considered, however, it wasn't the most outlandish idea. Fine. What's your bright idea then? Me? The girl yawned. All I want to do is lay around in bed every day. Just sleep. You're ridiculous, the boy sighed. His face then lit up suddenly as he remembered something. Oh, right! What is it? Names, he said it with a hint of excitement. I just realized we haven't shared our real names with each other. Oh, right. N is short for Nadia. That is my real name. Mine's Swin. The girl said, it hiding a small smile. So S wasn't so far off, then. Pretty crazy coincidence. There was a good reason her nickname for him had been so close to his real name. Her brother had mentioned it in one of his letters. She had known Swin's name before their paths even crossed. After they had worked together for a bit, she decided she wanted to call him by something that resembled his actual name, rather than his organization moniker. This, however, was something she intended to keep to herself. Well, in the end, you'll always be S to me, and I'll always be N to you, right? Yeah, you're right. The carriage continued its slow roll forward, as did their conversation. It was profound at moments, but was otherwise silly, lighthearted, and most of all, free. The boy's name was Swin, S. The girl's name was Nadia, N. Together, they were travelers. Travelers discovering their newfound humanity. The end. Well, that was certainly a lot. Screw it. Let's just keep going. Ugh. Yeah. And that's kind of why I pulled the trigger on going ahead and just doing it. Sorry for the lighting, by the way. I got the sun shining right in my freaking face. But that's why I went ahead and just did it. Because I was like, you know what? I should probably just learn more about these two. And if the 3 and 9 novel is going to provide that, then I might as well just read it out. And yeah, it turned out to be really kind of important. That's as important to learn as Joshua's backstory, so... Alright.
I'm tired. Can't we take a break?
I'm right there with you, but we don't know this place well enough to park it just anywhere.
How much longer do we have to be in these gloomy tunnels?
It won't be much longer. Chin up, children.
So looking forward to finding out who you are. Like, the mystery about you is really what I want to know more than anything. The sun is gonna make this really hard to play. I'm not gonna lie. So if it looks like my sense of direction is worse than normal, I apologize. It's because the lighting down here is causing it to be harder to see.
Fortune favors the clever.
Very well.
The clever and the prepared, admittedly.
No! Help me see!
Certainly.
Ready? They're down!
You're up! How shall we play?
Let's see.
Carve through! Shadow step!
It's me! Yeah! Got you!
Asking for it!
I'm here for you! Nurse Nadia's here. How shall we play? Now!
Asking for it!
I'll take care of it.
Ooh!
I shall!
That's a useful move.
No! Help me!
Ready?
And done.
That ought to do it.
These monsters pose little threat to you, it would seem.
I'd be mortified if they did with how weak they are. Lapis busting out that giant axe surprised me more.
It's perfect for me, isn't it? It lets me take out anything I please in a single broad stroke so I don't dirty my dress. I feel that, LP. A simple strat is a good strat.
Do I have any ideas? That's a good question. And yeah, C's craft was what I was like, ooh, cool. Whoops. Didn't actually mean to activate Assault Attack there. Oh, yeah, it is. It is a drain that increases your HP and CP. Ooh, that's kind of cool. But, I don't know. I don't know if I have a guess. Could it be? Oh. That? Ooh. I almost don't want to say the theory that I have I almost don't want to say the theory I have because I have a funny feeling that it's going to be a major spoiler. All I'm going to say is that there's a specific shot of C fighting someone in the intro and that's kind of my guess on that. That's going to be my guess on that because, yeah. Because, see, my theory, because I know the... Okay, I might as well just go ahead and say the spoiler. Apparently the Rufus... Apparently Overlord... or Supreme Leader Rufus is apparently a clone, according to the wikis. That was one of the spoilers I learned about this game. Hence my theory. And that's as far as I'm gonna go with that.
Careful heed. That's no simple foe.
And yeah, that more ticks me off about the Supreme Leader thing.
We should be under the capital now. We'll proceed as I outlined yesterday. If you have questions, speak now.
I'm good.
Me too.
Oh no. I should have come prepared.
Yeah, I know. They do try to warn you because they give a little million pop-up that says, hey, this page contains major spoilers, but I don't know. Admittedly, that is my own damn fault. And I'm gonna say that bluntly, but yeah. Yeah. Because a lot of it just screamed not the real Rufus because of how little sense it would make for Rufus to do any of the crap that we've seen Supreme Leader Rufus make. I'll just keep calling him Supreme Leader from here on, just to differentiate it.
No questions then.
Aw, poor Lapis just got dropped like a dummy in a dunce hat. Huh? What's a dunce hat?
Alright, just to confirm. Our first objective is to gather intel on any soldiers displaying unusual behavior. That sum it up?
To the letter. How we proceed after that is dependent on our findings.
Can I still ask questions?
I'll be counting on you to ascertain their whereabouts.
Hey, don't just ignore me!
I also need you to be on guard for the other targets previously mentioned.
You got it. I've been curious about them.
Shh, there's something
I said... Don't ignore me!
I can't believe she took out a monster that big in one hit.
Rosenberg sure builds him tough.
We aren't ignoring you. Far from it. We will be depending on you a great deal in combat.
He's right. I'm almost tempted to leave all the fighting to you, LP. Really? Well, you'd be right to do so. There are no limits to what a top-of-the-line Rosenberg is capable of. But, why are you calling me LP? 'Cause your name's Lapis. Lapis. LP. I understand the root, but why call me it? It sounds cute. Oh, carry on then.
That's all you need to be okay with it?
Cute is important. If I were to rate the cuteness of everyone's names, Nadia gets 90 points. So I'm the golden standard of names, huh? Swin gets 65 points.
Am I supposed to be happy about that or not?
And C gets a 15. Your name just plain isn't cute. You're that ass. Mask here got a 15.
I don't even get what her criteria is.
That mask is also just hideous. I'm of the opinion that you should take it off. Here, and tell us your real name while you're at it.
I'll consider it, should the need ever arise.
Yay! That's one step forward. Don't fall for it. That's what they say to placate you so you'll drop the subject. Then they don't gotta do jack.
Guys, the mission?
Okay. Yeah, these are gonna get multiple pluses. God, I hope more positives pick up. Please, Aldina, somebody get more positives so that I can add them to the board. So that I can, hell, Yuna, earn your third so we can knock Lapis out of her current slot. I guess I could just swap it around and put. You know what? I'm actually gonna do that. That's what I'm actually gonna do that. Screw that nonsense. We're gonna put Mr. Mask. We're gonna put Mr. Mask. In 69. In slot 69, damn it. Not Lapis. Yes, I know I'm arguing semantics at this point. I mean, damn it. I don't want to feel uncomfortable. Anyways. Let's give Lapis a plus now and be done with it. Oh, and a plus for this scene while we're at it. Because that was a genuinely funny scene. I mean,
We should get that chest while we're here.
Passion Ultra Rare. Okay. We've got a orbit charging station. We can't strengthen equipment yet, but we can modify our orbits. Okay. Ooh, wow. C's got a lot of... It starts with a lot of Septif. I have a feeling they really want you to be upgrading your stuff. Yeah, he's got all the... They've got all the 2s. That's why. Okay. I see how it is. I see how it is. You know what? Let me check quartz. I can only do the 2s. Okay. If I can only do the 2s, then there's no point in me doing anything else. I can't do Albion Wolf. Wow! Albion Wolf is expensive. Hot damn. as well. No reason to hang on to Septium Mass. I'm gonna do some upgrading, is what I'm gonna do. In fact, I'm gonna do maybe not a lot, not much upgrading. We'll do that. Then we will do... Might as well just do both of these since they're not that costly. I do not want to do any of the 2,000 ones, and 1,000 is a bit questionable. We'll do 1,000, and then we'll do one of hers, and then we'll do one of yours. There. That'll up the CP a bit. Alright, I'll hit rest. Yeah, I know, I noticed that too. The Mira is also ridiculous too. I have a funny feeling that the reason is that there's not going to be very many opportunities for money. In the other two routes, there's going to be plenty of opportunities for money, like side quests and the like. But C's route is going to be very straightforward and to the point. Right. I have a feeling C's route isn't going to be very long at all. Halt. Is something the matter? Shh. I think I hear something. The Ost District. Yeah, I recognized it immediately. Noticed goods. And the Chancellor set out to... And I'm at our anger. More Ebon defense fuckers. I have to say, I didn't expect to strike gold quite so quickly. They've got to be the guys we're looking for, right? Without a doubt. How skilled are you two with espionage? Skilled enough. Pretty bad. You just don't want to do any work. Espionage? Alright, with me, Swin. What should I do? You can be our babysitter. Our babysitter? Coming right up. Babysitter? Wait, are you calling me a baby? How dare you? Ooh. Is that a Ramda unit? You know of them? We've seen Calvardian agents who were on our tail use them in the past, yeah. But I thought only they had access to them. How did you get one? No way did a Hercules hire us, right? We'll split in half to begin our investigation. Then reconvene at sundown. Begin. Should we get going then? Get going where? How about we just walk around? Ooh, I'm a walking expert. I walk the best of them. You're so adorable. Huh? Well, of course I am. God, these two. Oh, here, put these on. Lapis is camouflage. If we use this, we can hide your joints. Right, so no one will be able to tell you apart from a real human. You don't have to if you don't want to, but Mask thought it might be worth it. I don't know. I think I'm very beautiful as I am, but I'll give it some thought. Good girl. Now then, let's move. Don't know. Oops. Okay. And then it's just covering that. Covers the joints up. Okay. Interesting. Of course, we don't have anything for any of either of them because we haven't really gotten that far yet. Alright. So,
we at now, Nadia? It's where grown-ups go and try to make themselves happy by drinking stuff that makes them stupid. Surely there are more elegant solutions to finding happiness than that.
Yeah, but grown-ups can be really fucking stupid. People can be really fucking stupid, Lapis. Trust me, I work retail. I know. I thought Erebonia's capital would be fancier. Is this really it? Yep, but this part's pretty old. It's where all the commoners and laborers live. That's strange. Why do humans divide themselves up even though they're all human? Because they're silly. Society wouldn't be able to function if they did it any other way. Are you silly too? I'm an exception. Or so I want to believe. I like this place though. Oh, it's cool the way it feels. It was kind of thrown together. Life's just better when you don't try to eat too hard, and this area looks like it was built with the same mindset. So simple is good? Simple is the best. The streets end up getting a unique feel to them too. There's lots of slight differences. Elevation, bunches of back alleys. Can't think of it better. Think of better for guerrilla warfare or an ambush. It's a blast just thinking of how I'd use it all. Use it all for what? Like, for playing tag? Huh? Tag? Shh. Not again. Governor Ignatz. It's time to leave, Your Excellency. Thank you. Is everything ready? Of course. Your guests said they will be arriving soon. Then we must leave at once. It won't do to be late. The car is all ready for you, sir. I won't be able to come back home again for quite some time, I'm sure. Things are going to get busy. Is he someone you know? Kinda. He's really famous. He's a politician who became the governor of this city despite being born a commoner. Now he straight up represents the entire Erebonian government. Wow, you know so much, Nadia. But if he's that important, shouldn't we follow after him? Yeah, following him's not going to help with what we're doing. But just who's he going to meet? They gotta be real high up on the chain to be worried about it being late. Well, I think we've seen enough of the Ost District. You ready to see more? Where are we going? You'll see. Just follow me. You can now go to Vesta Street. And I can just immediately warp there, which is good. Because I really I'd prefer not to have to go all willy-nilly.
Hey, aren't they...
So, Thor's Class 7 is here after all.
Is something the matter?
No, it's nothing.
Good thing you have the ram because otherwise you would have been spotted. I did. Well, we know that Reen's route's gonna come to Heimdall at least. Alright, time to have some fun and see the sights. I thought we were supposed to gather information. We can do that on the side. This place is more lively compared to the last one we were in. Well, yeah, it's a shopping district. You can buy all kinds of stuff here. Was there something you needed? Nope, not a thing. Oh. But we're going shopping anyway. Oh. I can't pass on shopping in the capital just because I don't need anything. I read a guide on the city from front to back in the bookstore, so I know the top spots to hit up. Let's spend some Mira. Okay, so we're going...
As for the hottest thing on Vesta Street... Nothing holds a candle to Lafitte. Come on! You'll see what I mean once we poke our heads inside. I hope so. The name doesn't tell me much, but I give it 83 points.
God, this naming thing is gonna be funny. No trip to Heimdall would be complete without a stop at this excellent bakery. According to whoever wrote the guide, humans die if they go too long without food, don't they? That sounds very inconvenient. We do, but we don't eat just to survive. We do it because it's fun. Food is an art. How is it an art? You're confusing me. Maybe it's just one of those things that goes over a doll's head. Barkeep, one bread mishi and a drink. I'm not a barkeep, but you got it. Would you like that here or to go? Right here, please. To where else can this weary soul go to find solace? From the cruel bustle of the city life than this here laundry. I'm honored you like it here so much, miss. You are really acting. You should tone it down a little, Nadia. What did all that stuff you said mean? Nothing. It's just, I've just always wanted to say something cool like that. What's up? Nothing. Want a bite? As a cutting-edge Rosenberg doll, I can convert septium into energy. I have no need for food. Okay, then. You sure you don't want a bite? I really want one. What do you think? I'm not familiar with what tastes go with what words, but this is really good. Success! So you got taste buds? I suppose I do. Even I didn't realize I had them. Rosenberg technology can't be beat. And now that I know, yeah, I want to have some more. Let's get some food in you then. I'll order a variety so you can try different flavors. Yay! Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't believe you tore through their whole menu. Ooh, you must have a portal for a stomach. I think I understand what you meant before, Nadia. Eating food is an art. You may not understand as well as you think. Well, let's pay the bill and move on to the next place, okay? They have enough for that?
Should probably head to our next stop, the Garnier district. But I want to eat more bread. Don't sweat it. There's plenty more treats to be tried for your bottomless stomach.
That's, yeah. I mean, then again, that's right. C apparently paid them a crap ton. And it apparently paid them a crap ton just for accepting his mission, so... Because the second Nadia looked at the upfront payment, it was like, might as well grab these while we're here. Kagemaru hand towel. Well, I'm gonna get that later. Alright. Next up, Garnier District. Meanwhile, back underground. Those are the same soldiers who were after that case, so the Imperial Army is in on this? I suspected we would find them here. Here, you finished transporting all the goods to their destination? Indeed. Preparations are now complete. What happens now hinges on the efforts of you and your comrades tomorrow. We've got nothing to worry about out there. We're not just going to roll over and let our division cease to exist. Van Dyke and Regnitz are going to pay dearly for their cowardice. The Supreme Leader is looking forward to seeing what you can do. We'll restore the Empire to its former glory and crush the loathsome Republic once and for all. Should we strike now? No, there seems to be rather a lot of them. We wouldn't want our real targets slipping away in the ensuing bedlam either. I have some more suitable candidates in mind to take care of this. Just dropped my controller again. Hey, Nadia, what's next? What are we gonna eat now? Since when did the boss tell us to go on some gourmet tour across the city? Can't we? I can tell you don't care much about gathering intelligence anyway. Hey, let's leave the real work to them so we can have fun. Now you're speaking my language. But if we try something at every spot, I'm going to go broke as a joke. Look, oh well, I'll just make Mask reimburse me. Call it a business expense. So let's make it happen, LP. We'll hit the town and stuff ourselves with good eats from one corner to the other. I'll read the guidebook, so I'll lead the way to the best spots to hit up. Yay, food time. Come on, Nadia, let's eat already. Don't worry, I got you. 2 chocolate banana crepes, please. Got it. 2 specials coming right up. If you could give me a few minutes, ladies, I'll whip you up a couple of crepes that'll knock your socks off. Yay! I guess it takes a minute because it's a special. Want to walk around a little bit more to kill time? Can we? That sounds great. Okay, so we have hit the end of where we can get in C's Act 2 now. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, slash do I even want to continue? Because I am already 7 hours in. You know what? I think I actually am gonna go ahead and just... Oh yeah, that's true. I could at least do the intro cutscenes for both. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. You know what? Let's get Lloyd's out of the way, because Lloyd's is the one that I'm really not looking forward to after the way his Act 1 ended. So we'll go ahead and we'll hit up Lloyd's.
Our only wish was to be free, for Crossbell to have true freedom. Freedom that no one would be able to take from us again. Behind that wish was one burning desire to be proud once more. We wanted to reignite the pride that everyone in this land held deep in their hearts.
Of course, we gotta be melancholy about it.
It was finally within our reach. All we had to do was grasp it. So why? Why couldn't shouldn't we?
Rufus! 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 Rufus!
The very picture of a hero. However, Crossbell has no need for you any longer. Now kindly get off the stage.
We didn't make the choices we did to be heroes. The path we chose was so we could finally...
A new story is in motion. Your fate is but one thread intermingled with many. Now, rise from your slumber.
Was that all just a dream?
Lloyd?
Risha.
Oh, thank goodness. You're finally awake. How are you feeling? Are you in any kind of pain?
I'm fine. But where am I? What happened to the ceremony? What about Crossbell's independence?
Crossbell City was occupied again by the Ebon Defense Force and their commander, the self-proclaimed supreme leader, Rufus Alberea.
Yep. Well, I guess it does.
Rufus! 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 Rufus!
Damn it!
Lloyd! Open your eyes, Lloyd! It's all over.
Don't give up!
Pull yourselves together. This isn't over yet.
There are still people here who haven't lost their minds. Take Lloyd and run.
If anyone can turn all of this around, it'll be the SSS.
Well, I'm not seeing any other options.
All right, let's make a break for it. Split up and get out of the city.
Understood. I'll scan for a safe route.
I'll go after Kia. Risha, you take care of Lloyd. Got it.
Yeah. That's actually why I put Dudley in the potential positive category, because it's like, huh, I can really tell
So we
you.
were forced to split up. I hope they made it out okay.
Yeah, we were forced to pull a final chapter of Azure. God. Ay, ay, ay.
What about Kia and Cecile? They came to watch the ceremony. Are they all right?
I'm afraid I don't know. I've gone scouting a few times since the ceremony ended 2 days ago, but I haven't come across any leads about what happened to them. Or Elia and Sully, for that matter.
Oh. Damn it! How could I have let this happen? Protecting Crossbell was our duty.
Yeah, but there was nothing you could have done, Lloyd. Because you were a victim of, well, because of the fatal flaw of fiction. Because plot. Why did Lloyd fail? Because plot. Why did the SSS fall? Because plot. Why are Crossbellians started chanting Rufus, Rufus? Because plot. Yeah, but at least with Risha, I can enjoy that plot. But this, like imagine a plot with a whole bunch of warts all over it, ugly ass warts all over it. That's that's the reason Lloyd failed, not the nice and beautifully smooth plot that Risha's got going on. Anyways.
Lloyd.
Staying here isn't an option. I have to see for myself what's happening in the city. Risha, will you come with me?
Yes, of course.
East Cross Highway, boat shack. Lloyd's Route, Act 2, Lost Heroes. Whatever medicine you gave me is some really powerful stuff. I was injured pretty badly, but even the worst of my wounds have already healed. It's an ointment made from a recipe passed down for generations between those who bear Yin's name. That was the last I had, sadly. It's powerful, but not a miracle. Your wounds may still reopen, and there's nothing it can do to help you regain your stamina. So try not to overdo it, alright? Got it. I really owe you one for using what you had left on me. Okay, let's get moving. Alright. Of course, we can have Risha in her casuals, but I like her battle costume better. So we're gonna have her in that for now.
Now's our chance.
An easy victory.
Oh, I just noticed them.
They're open.
Whoops.
A chance. Of course. Yeah. I'm going. Perfect.
There. Right. Yeah. Now. Come on.
Death awaits you. Now.
There.
This is it.
Right. Yeah. They're open.
A chance. Simple. Perfect.
There.
I'm going. Yeah. Perfect.
There.
This is it.
That's our Risha. I can always count on you.
If there's a back, I've got it covered.
All right. That sounds like... Get down. This works. Those look like Zaber soul dots. Indeed, those new soul dots that showed up in the city after the battle. I suppose you weren't able to see the moment they arrived. No, I faintly recall seeing them as I was losing consciousness. I'm not sure what to make of them showing up now of all times. Those two looked like they were flying in the direction of Tangram Fortress, but why? It's in the process of being decommissioned. I learned the occupying forces set up defensive lines to the east and west while I was scouting yesterday. They have several of those soul dots at their disposal as well. Well, that's not good news. That will make it difficult for Ereboni and Calvert to intervene. Regardless, I can't hear any more of them approaching. Let's make our way to the city while we have the chance. There are sure to still be plenty of monsters on the highway, though, so be careful. I will. Let's hurry. Oh. Well, yeah, let's... Now that we got the whole little soldat thing out of the way, let's go see the... Let's go see the treasure chest over here. Smoke grenades and battle scopes. Not much.
Now's our chance. Got you!
Could go fishing, but eh.
I won't let Rufus Alvarez get away with this. First things first. We need to see how the city's holding up.
Oh, Lloyd.
Can't blame him for being upset about
Don't
this,
take
though.
that enemy lightly.
Obviously not.
I wonder who would put that chest there.
Dragon Vein. Ooh. Let's see. What to give up for this? Hell yeah. If it's gonna be the same amount of defense, I might as well have a special ability involved with it. We'll raise Risha's defense. We'll raise her evasion as well. I'll make Risha more of an evasion tank. We'll give her EP cut too, because why not? I don't have break 2. I do have attack 2. Alright. Do I have hit 2? That's a good question. I do not. I do not. We established I don't have break 2. I don't have hit 2, I don't think. No, just the impedes. Might as well give you a boosted thing. And if I'm going to replace that, I'm going to give you a revive, Lloyd. Because that, to me, just makes the most amount of sense.
I feel refreshed now.
Ingredients. There's another one. This way, quickly. That was close. We're not far from the city, but we can't keep getting slowed down. We need to Lloyd, are you okay? Did your wound reopen? Stay still, I'll check. No, I'm fine. Never mind me. We need to get to the city. Don't be ridiculous. We need you if you are going to take Crossbell back. What good would collapsing here do? People are relying on your leadership. So please stop disregarding your own well-being. Risha, No, you're right. My apologies for shouting like that. Please let me check on your wounds. I need to make sure you'll be okay. Alright, thanks. You're fortunate that they hadn't opened up all that much. I replaced the bandages. Are you still feeling any pain? No, I'm fine. I'm sorry about how I was acting earlier. I was letting the stress get to me. That must have seemed pretty pathetic, some leader I am. I don't think anyone can blame you for losing your composure. That ceremony was meant to be the moment we spent over 2 years fighting for, only to have the rug pulled out from under us again. We're all frustrated, and the SSS did the lion's share of the work. Of course it would upset you most of all. Come on, I think you're giving me a little too much credit. If I'm being honest, I feel lost right now. I'm not sure what I should be doing. Even if we make it back to the city and assess the situation, how do we fight against an army of Zaber soldots? Is it even possible to take Crossbell back from Rufus and that Ebon Defense Force? Lloyd, let me ask you this.
What is it that matters most to you? Can you truly turn your back in the face of what you hold dear?
From Elia.
I love that he recognizes it right. I love that he recognizes it immediately.
I was hoping you'd notice. It's what she had you deliver to me during Crossbell's last bid for independence.
I noticed that too.
What is it that matters most to you? Can you truly turn your back in the face of what you hold dear?
Those words have kept me going over the last 2 years. No matter how bad things have been, as long as you don't lose sight of the most important thing to you, your path will always be clear.
No, that was main story content in Azure, Raxor. Those words are literally what Lloyd delivered from Ilya to Risha in order to get us on their side. Those were the words that made Sao go, see, I've underestimated Ilya Plater. Oh, make no mistake, Lloyd Bannings. I may look all calm and composed, but I am absolutely furious. That was that whole thing.
That's what I believe, at least.
What matters to me most. Right now, that would be liberating Crossbell. Oh, I still don't know how we're going to achieve that. What I do know is that the rest of the SSS and all our allies are out there working toward the same goal. So if we can reunite with them and work together, maybe we'll have a chance.
I think so too. That was how we made it through our last crisis, and it's how we'll make it through this one.
Yeah, I only remember that because it was such a memorable scene for me. Because that was the whole thing, and then Risha just had this outburst of course what I really care about is Ark and Seal. And it was such a powerful moment that I was just like, this is actually really good. So no hesitation about giving a positive to that. Just none.
We have to keep believing and focus on what we each can do to help. And above all, never lose sight of what matters to us most. For me, that would be everyone I cherish, including Arkansas. And you too, Lloyd. So please try to be kind to yourself. I'll be right here with you if you need support.
Risha. All right. I will. Sorry for worrying you. It's just as you said. All we can do right now is focus on what is right in front of us. It's simple, really. I can't believe I forgot that after all we've been through.
I agree that knowing what's happening in the city is a good idea. We just need to be careful. Hopefully, it will give us an idea of what to do next. So I'll give you all the help I can. It's the least I could do for someone who's always accepted me. Whether I was Risha Mao or Yin.
Thank you, Risha. I'll do everything I can to protect the things and people we both cherish, no matter what it takes. We will liberate Crossbell.
Of course we will.
And then they kiss. Okay, sorry. I know, I went off on a whole tangent earlier about all that shit, but I really am more of an advocate of Lloyd and Risha than I am Lloyd and Ellie. I've never felt the strong romantic connection between Lloyd and Ellie, ever.
I bet we could fish here.
Yeah, why not?
A bite. This'll be good.
Ah, you dick.
Oh, crap. A bite. This'll be good.
Ugh. God damn it, I need to upgrade my fucking equipment again. Ugh. That's one thing I don't like about fishing, especially in later bits. It's like, oh hey, you go fishing. Oh yeah, and here's a spot immediately after where it's like, yep, you better upgrade your equipment or, well, sucks to be you, you can't fish properly.
Don't take that enemy lightly.
Yeah, that's why I'm not bothering to fight it. Because I'd rather not. Okay.
Wonder who would put that chest there.
Gladiator belt. Nice. Yeah, with just 2 characters? Oof. Well, here's the cutscene. We're almost there. That's the city's east entrance. Wait, is that? Yep. It's the EDF and more of those soul dots. Figures they'd set up a perimeter here. There must be several soldiers stationed inside the city by now. Lloyd, let's try covering and taking cover in that area by the watchtower. We should be able to see the harbor first district from there. Good thinking. I should have a pair of binoculars in my detective toolkit. feel like I should be wearing my sunglasses. In fact, you know what? I'm actually going to try that. Give me a moment. Get some of the dust off of it. There we go. Now the sun's not so bright. And I can actually still see the screen. Cool. You were right. The city is absolutely crawling with them. What's strange is that it's like the citizens aren't even fazed by their presence. It's as if they're completely under the Supreme Leader's spell. Quite literally, I might add, judging by their reaction to that dancer. We can't rule out the public turning on us and handing us over to the soldiers. All things considered, sneaking into the city doesn't seem like the wise option right now, even if we could. That aside, what about the soul dots? Where could they have come from? The Black Workshop is supposed to be out of commission completely. Reen and his friends confirmed it after the war. It shouldn't be possible for new models like those to still be in development. Though now that I think about it, there was definitely something strange about that Asmodyne we fought a while ago. The investigation Erebonian conducted on the Black Workshop turned up no record of a soul dot like that. Well, that's unsettling. If it were just one unit that fell through the cracks, it would be one thing, but an entire army like this? How did Rufus get his hands on so much firepower out of seemingly nowhere?
That's enough sniffing around, you filthy rats!
Oh, wonderful. It's the Ebon Defense Force. A patrol unit? How were they able to spot us this far off the highway? Bannings and Yin, just as the Supreme Leader had expected. He predicted that you would return to scout the area right about now. We've been waiting for you. He read that far ahead? He always was devilishly cunning. Now, why don't you put your weapons down and surrender? The Supreme Leader is merciful. He's even granting you the opportunity to assist in our glorious plan to take... if you take his hand now. Yeah, fuck no. Just like my frames are apparently saying. Jesus Christ. At least I'm hating this. We'd be happy to assist with putting him in a prison cell where he belongs. Back me up, Risha. I'm with you, Lloyd.
I'll make this quick. Behold my...
It's my turn.
It ends!
You vile! Of course!
It's my turn.
Hey!
Of course! Now! Let's go, Lloyd!
Oh, god damn it. Oh, fuck right off!
I'm sorry.
Of course.
Everyone.
And of course, the one they take down is the one that has my revive.
Thanks.
Death awaits you.
God. Damn it, I hate this crap. Actually, no.
Keep strong. Toughness shield.
Of course.
Let's go.
God damn it.
Behold.
I wasn't paying attention.
Impossible.
Yeah.
You vile.
Still okay.
Oh, fuck it. Do something.
You! Sorry.
God!
We got stuff to do.
This is... God, I hate this crap. Well, now I get to see the level up health thing.
I did it!
Yeah. How do you like that? They're persistent, I'll give them that. We never expected you to surrender easily, but unfortunately for you, your fate was sealed the moment you came here. HQ, respond. This is the 27th Eastern Surveillance Unit. We can't let him call reinforcements. I'm a step too far to stop him in time.
Sweet dreams.
Hi, Lecter.
This is HQ. Respond.
There was a suspicious sighting during our patrol, but it turned out to be harmless. We'll be finishing our sweep shortly.
Understood. Return to your post as soon as your task is complete.
That should buy us a few minutes at the very least. That was a pretty close call, huh? What are you doing here?
He's helping you out because he looks at this and says, yeah, this is bullshit.
It's been a while. Bannings, Yin, I've been looking for you two.
Good old Lecter. Well, I suppose those... Alright, so... Let's get a potential for Lecter in there.
Didn't expect to find you so close to the city, though. I don't know whether to call you brave or plain stupid.
To be... all I'll say about you, Lecter, is I am so... Yeah. And Raxor got to there first. I was just gonna be like, oh, it is so good to hear Max Middleman as Lecter again, because holy crap. Like, the way he was performed in Cold Steel 4 was so bad. And the voice actor for him and McBurn was so bad, I gave the recasting a negative, based solely on their performance alone. And the rest ranged from to... Oh. So, ugh. The Imperial Intelligence Division's Scarecrow. What's a former Ironblood doing here? Don't tell me you have a hand in all this too. Sorry to burst your bubble, Detective, but you're way off the mark. This has got nothing to do with me and Claire. I knew something was about to go down, but even I didn't see it hitting the fan like this. Hold on. Are you implying that you knew there was going to be a crisis of some kind? No comment. Listen, I came out here to cut a deal with you guys. I have some info that you and your friends might want to hear. You don't mean... Fine, I don't necessarily trust you, but I can recognize that hearing you out is in our best interests. Though we won't agree to anything else until we know more. Admittedly, I thought about it and I was like, you know what? It probably is just better to just do the routes completely. And so this is pretty much me just being like, we're just gonna stick with Lloyd's route until time, which will be basically at the 9-hour mark. So, for reference, we are at the 7-hour 45-minute mark. Because I figured instead of interrupting Lloyd's thing, I figured just can't kind of go through it in order, because that's what we did with C, right? We went till C's one and slammed on the brakes, so there we are. Which probably means we'll have to get, when we get into Reen's route, we're going to have to go follow his route until he gets to Heimdall, so yeah. Anyways, I got AFK briefly. I will be right back. Okay. Just realized I had turned down the volume on my headphones. No, it's because the music from the book was kind of droning. Some of the people escaped to America Village? Yeah, relatively small number, mind you. Still, there were some who avoided being brainwashed by that strange dance and were evacuated to America. Are you saying that someone helped lead them there? Was that someone from the SSS? Yeah, though I couldn't tell you who. I figured you'd want to follow up on it, and if you're planning to liberate Crossbell. It's not like we have any other leads at the moment, given how little we know about the EDF. My instincts are telling me something else is going on near the village, too. That's why I figured my best play was to find you guys. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. So how about it? Did you buy any of that? It's not like you have a reason to believe me. I wouldn't blame you if you turned me down. No, we accept. Let's start heading for America. Sheesh, that was fast. Don't you think you're being a little too trusting towards the former Ironblood? Who said I wasn't taking everything you told us with a hefty grain of salt? The reality is we're pressed for time. Heyman, we need a better handle on the situation. If nothing else, your instincts and strength in combat have proven reliable in the past. You'll be an asset for us. Besides, I have faith in our friends. I can't imagine them sitting idly by at a time like this. That's why I know you're telling the truth, whether you meant to or not. Helping people is what the SSS does. I have no objections either. Even if this did turn out to be a trap, I'm sure Lloyd and I could handle it. This isn't my first time working with someone I can't entirely trust. I should have known you guys would react like this. You don't know when to give up and always find the silver lining. No wonder you managed to survive the last couple of years. But I'm probably the last person you want reminding you of how rough you had it, huh? Just so we're clear, this is a temporary arrangement based on give and take. We'll not do whatever it takes to reunite with our friends and take back our home, including getting in bed with you. Fine by me. Here's to the fruitful little partnership, Bannings. Yin. I'm looking forward to seeing how far that stubbornness of yours takes you. This road will take us straight to America Village. There are people there waiting for us, so let's get moving. Right. Alright, let's get going. Let's head to America. Taking side
Gehenna must have frozen over if we're teamed up. There's a first for everything. You didn't have some premonition about this? It doesn't work that way. I'm not omniscient, so we just gotta figure this out together.
Yeah, he knew a crisis would come about, not the very crisis we're dealing with. Because that's not how his powers work. He can predict things, but they're not, at the end of the day, they're just educated guesses. Nothing more, nothing less.
That treasure chest doesn't appear to have been opened yet.
Breath and Nemesis Arrow. Interesting. Yeah, but that's scent, isn't it? Yeah, that was scent. Ugh. I don't like scent. Ugh. Scent can go away. I won't discard it, I just won't use it until I can sell it. Ugh, I really don't like those skunk things, the farticuses. Ugh. Yeah, I know it has evasion percentage, but I would prefer not to have enemies constantly even more likely to notice me. No, thank you.
All threats will be eliminated. You vile! Of course. Yeah!
Good to go. It's my turn. Yeah! Let's go!
Oh, son of a biatch.
Yeah!
Behold my dance.
Why not? It's my turn. Hey! They're open!
A chance!
I don't mind. Let's go! Arcus, activate! Ah, crud. Okay, playtime is over. Rubrum Knight! Okay, later. There! Thanks much.
Of course.
You know what? If we're gonna do that,
It ends.
have a rising sun.
All taken care of.
Risha leveled. Nice.
I need to keep at it.
Oh yeah, I should check to see if I'm giving the level up plus. Yeah, Lloyd! Did that battle open any wounds? No, most of my blood is still inside. I'm just worn out. And here I was thinking you'd suddenly lost your touch. But you picked as good a spot as any. Why don't we sit it at that rest area? I wish I could suggest we keep going, but something tells me that wouldn't be wise. Sorry for slowing everyone down. Oh, hush. It's really not a problem. There, have a coffee on me. Much appreciated. Well, I'd say we're about halfway to the village now, practically a stone's throw away. No signs of EDF patrols either. Much like that when President Croyce was in charge, I'm guessing they can't spare the resources for neighboring villages and towns. That'd work in our favor, at least. I'll take anything that helps us reunited with our friends as quickly as possible. Yeah, ain't much time to lose. They completely blindsided us with that attack on the ceremony. Who knows what else they can do? Especially considering everything going on in the past month in the Empire. What do you mean? We last liberated Crossbell only a month ago. Don't tell me something has happened since. Behind the scenes, anyway, yeah. For one, someone broke into an RMP guardhouse. Me and Claire had to look into it. Then, last week, Prince Olivert and his wife, Aoife, went missing. The Courageous they were on and all. The entire Courageous? This is news to us. Yeah, because it was, yeah, because they were trying to keep it as hush-hush as they could. Good. You know, Reen and the others only just found out a couple of days ago themselves. I guess that would explain why we haven't been able to get in touch with Reen and the gang. Oh yeah, you guys use that round of 7 thingy for communicating over long distances. That'll be it then. The Saronis seashell on the Courageous, it was on the Courageous when it disappeared, and that system is useless without it. As we speak, all other communication from the outside world has been jammed. Doubt we can count on Class 7 or any of the other buddies outside Crossbell to help us right now. Guess you're right. And you think the culprit behind the chaos in Crossbell is responsible for it all? Yep, Crossbell lies at the center of everything right now. Shame Claire and I didn't realize before Rufus and his men escaped. I pulled out all the stops to at least get myself into Crossbell, but they still got the upper hand. It's astonishing how well prepared they were. Not to mention, outmaneuvering you and Claire is no small feat. Not many can pull that off. Tell you the truth, the whole thing still makes zero sense to me. I just can't imagine that everything he said was a lie. Even he isn't that much of a weasel.
I will be the one to bear the responsibility for His Excellency's actions. It is the best way we can go about quelling the unrest. I can think of no better way.
Blah, blah, blah. Heard it already. Ugh. He really said that? Still, there's no point in denying what happened in front of your own eyes, so we've got a score to settle. And it's on me to settle it, both for the other Iron Bloods who once served under Osborne, and for his kid who can't be here. But to be honest, I've got another more personal reason for wanting to fix this. Crossbell's been my favorite vacation spot ever since I snuck in here 2 years back. The sooner you guys can reclaim your independence, the sooner I can come chill in my party shirt. Sure, we'll give it our best shot. We can't afford to rest until everyone is free. It's the SSS's duty to the whole of Crossbell. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that actually feels like a very Lecter motivation. Yeah, I don't want Rufus frickin' being in charge of Crossbell. That takes away my favorite vacation spot. That's fucking dumb. I want my vacation spot, damn it. I want to wear my party shirt again. You know? Maybe see if I can set up a vacation for Princess Claudia and Lucy, right? Yeah, take them to Michelin Wonderland and have a good time. Make a wishy with Mishi, you know, all of that stuff. I can see Lecter literally looking at this going, yeah, that's why I want this shit sorted. I didn't want my vacation spot back. I want to go on a nice, awesome date with a beautiful girl. Hell, I'll even let her kick me in the goddamn balls if that's what it takes. Damn it. And I'll liberate Ark and Seal while we're at it. The sooner we do that, the sooner we can perform again. So we're going to be using you. No, you know what? This isn't even the first time you've helped us. You lent a hand in arresting the former president. So why don't we drop all the talk of using one another and just work together on this? Should have figured you'd say that eventually. Fine, have it your way. I'm counting on you, Bannings. Same to you. Their duty to the whole of Crossbell, huh? Well... Alright, let's continue. Ugh. Okay, actually, how close is each of them? 12,000, 17,000. Ah! They're far away! That sucks!
It's my turn!
Yeah! Of course! Yeah! Perfect! Let's go, Lloyd!
I don't mind.
Of course! To shreds! Perfect! Let's go, Lloyd!
Got it!
Yeah!
Bye-bye.
That's Arisha. I can always count on you.
If there's a bag, I've got it covered.
That's a good question. I didn't even look to see if there was any free DLC. I just saw the packs, and that was it. So let's take a look at all and see if there is any free DLC. Oh, right. There is no free DLC. That's why I didn't grab any. Because there's been nothing. I don't know why, but there's not a thing. Ugh. Oh yeah, that's right, the in-game thing. Hey, right. I keep forgetting about that. I really do. Whoops. Alright. So, apparently we get the free set 1, free set 2. They just have it in the game. Okay, that's actually kind of nice. Okay, so we need a character who can do that. Risha's moonlight dress. Nadia's devilish summer swimsuit. Lapis's magical girl outfit. Tio's old school outfit. And Lapis's little slaughterer outfit. No. Whoops. I guess, yeah, that would make the most sense. Oh well. Ugh. So we got Lloyd's t-shirt. You know what? Why the hell not? Yeah. That's true. These droplets are actually really cool. Ooh! Oh, hot damn! Damn, that's actually quite a bit. And that's why you said hold off. Ooh. Ooh, yeah, that's Okay. Well, that's gonna make things interesting now. But anyways, Arts Defense. Wow, it really is Lecter. Okay. Alright, Lecter. There you go. Art Strength. That is Risha. Alright. Then Strength, Defense, and HP are the next ones. Strength, weirdly enough, is... Okay, well, no. Lecter makes sense for that one, so... Have that. Defense is Risha. And HP is also Risha. There. Not that it's much of a difference, but Oops. There.
I feel refreshed now. The ancient battlefield's to the right. It looks completely empty out there.
The Empire was using it as a military camp not too long ago. It'd be nice if we had time to check it out, but we'd better keep straight for our Morica.
Huh? I got a funny feeling.
I guess I should try it out. Azure Droplets. If I'm gonna use it on anybody... Ooh. Yeah. So it'll increase it so that he's only got 1,503. Well, if I'm gonna do that... I'm gonna do it on each of them. Because put everybody on equal footing. There. Alright. Alright, let's see how railroaded we are here.
I'm going. Yes! Perfect!
There!
The Deadly Bride!
You vile!
Why not?
Of course. Yeah!
It's my turn.
Whoops.
Yeah!
Thank you so much.
Good to go. It's my turn. Yeah! It is! All taken care of.
There we go.
Don't push your luck. That enemy's no joke. Right.
Seal. I don't have anything other than the cure. Of course I don't. Why would I? Yeah, I know. I know he does.
My turn. Good to go.
I'm going. Now, let's go.
Good to go.
Gosh. He healed right.
Okay.
He healed a good chunk.
Let's go.
And crazy got damaged.
They're open.
A chance.
Speed down. That'll help.
I'm going. Perfect.
There. Right. Yeah. Thanks much. Why not?
I'm going. Yes. Now.
Oh, I should have done. Oh well.
Right. Hey. They're open.
A chance.
Goodbye.
That's our Risha. I can always count on you.
If there's a bag, I've got it covered.
Nice. I did.
I need to keep at it.
Okay. And yeah. Actually, we can now have a definitive answer to that.
Guess I'm moving up.
Yep, that's the confirmation right there. All right. What? A cat. Oh my god. What? I am busy. Go away. Okay, let's go up here and put Claire's positive here. Oh my god. What? I know, you're just looking for attention. But you always pick the worst time to come and get attention. Yep. Yeah, I'm looking at this going, I might as well. Hell, because for one very simple reason. Even already, both Claire and Lecter have shown that they're growing as people. So it's like, yeah. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give both Claire and Lecter their positives and just be done with it. Because, again, like I said, it makes perfect sense to me that both of them are actually trying to be better people as a result of all of this and are trying to, you know, are looking at this like, this is wrong. As I mentioned at the end of Reams Act 1, Claire looked at the whole, at Rufus occupying Crossbell and was like, what the fuck is he doing? Now, obviously, she didn't point blank say that, but that was kind of what the vibes her reaction was giving me. Like, what? But this... No, this makes no sense. And it goes against what he told what Rufus said he was gonna do, right? There was no part of this where he escapes prison and then takes over Crossbell again, and that wasn't what it seemed. And that's why I kind of like this, because it shows growth between the two of them. So yeah, no, I'm giving them a positive. Okay, and we're just not allowed to go to the ancient battlefield right now. Okay. Sorry, Lecter, we can't see what we can't go check out your feeling. Which sucks, but there it is.
Careful, that one looks tough.
There!
Damn it.
Okay.
Of course.
Let's go!
Ah.
Yeah, they're open! Come on, Reese!
Of course.
Right. Yeah, look!
I'm going.
Why not?
Ah.
I'm going. Yeah.
It's my turn. They're
Oh,
open!
whoops.
A chance.
I don't mind.
I screwed up on 2 fronts. God damn it.
Why not?
Hate when I do that.
I'm going.
Let's go!
Ah.
Yeah!
Well, that's the end of that.
It's my turn. They're open! Come on, Risha!
I'm going. Yeah.
Why not?
Of course.
Right. Now! Come on!
There. Done. Alright.
Fortune shines upon us.
Yep. Oh, right. That would be... Okay. Actually, is there anything I can replace Ivy Neal with? Yeah, let's go with Megalith Fall instead. Okay. Dang it! Come on. There we go.
Over there! This isn't looking good.
What are we going to do?
Don't worry, Polly. I won't let them hurt you. I'll distract them. I want you all to run for the village, okay?
Whoa. What do we do, Camille?
Shoot. No one hurts my sister while I'm around. There's too many of them. At the rate things are going.
Ellie!
Lloyd!
Sorry it took us so long. Mind covering our 6?
We won't let them harm the children. I'll make this quick.
We'll just go with
Death awaits you.
Yeah! Perfect!
There! It's my turn.
All right. Fire!
Behold my dance.
It ends!
Ugh.
All right. Arcus activate.
I don't mind.
Well, shoot. I should have used the thing.
It's my turn.
God damn it. I hate this so much.
Leave it to me. Now.
Thanks much.
Let's get ordering going.
Of course. Yeah.
Why not?
There,
my turn.
and it's for you.
Now! Come on!
I'm going. Yeah.
Oh, piss off.
Good to go.
Ugh.
Let's go. Yeah.
All right.
Let's go.
I'm going.
Good to go.
It's my turn.
Oh,
my turn.
Finally. Goodbye.
All taken care of.
All right.
That takes care of that. You're all unharmed, right? Good job hanging tough for so long, Ellie. I'm glad to see you're all right.
You show up out of nowhere at the perfect time, and that's all you have to say to me. I was so worried, and I thought I may never see you again. You're not still hurt, are you?
No, I'm fine. Sorry that I worried you. I'm so happy to see you again, Ellie.
Lloyd,
Whoa. They must really like each other. I think we should give them some privacy, Pulley. This is the guy you were talking about. I'm glad you're back together. Well then, there are children watching, you know. Don't go corrupting them, officers. We were doing nothing of the sort. Don't make it sound like that. Pot, meat, kettle, Ellie. Pot, meat, kettle. Wait, what are you doing here in the first place? It's kind of a long story. Are you all right? Thank goodness, I was so worried something might have happened. Phew, don't scare me like that. Hold up, aren't you all?
Lloyd! Risha!
Oh! Cecile!
Also, by the way, this game is not the first time Claire has actually gotten a positive. She got a positive back in Cold Steel 3. Because what was done with her was actually good stuff. And ditto here. Because like I said, there's been some good writing.
Lecter tipped us off that an SSS member was in Armorica. But I never expected to run into you too, Cecile. I'm so glad you're all right.
It's so good to see you're okay too, Lloyd. I'm sure you must have gone through a lot to get here. I didn't know what to think after the injuries you sustained at the ceremony.
Yeah, but I'm doing better now, thanks to Risha. I wouldn't have made it here without her, or Lecter for that matter. I wasn't expecting to get a shout-out. You know you don't owe me anything. But it was your information that led us to Armorica in the first place. It's good to see that so many people from the city were able to escape to here. Yes, it wouldn't have been possible had the CPD and ZGF not drawn the enemy's attention. And again, it's Kia, isn't it? You don't know where she is either. Oh no. Unfortunately, we were separated from her during all the confusion in the city. I'm so sorry, Lloyd. I was standing right next to her at the time, so it was my responsibility. I shouldn't have let this happen. Please, Cecile, you don't have to blame yourself. It's not your fault. Yeah, no. No. I'm sorry, but a bunch of frickin' neo-Nazis took over Crossbell and caused said confusion. Let's blame the neo-Nazis. Like, fuck. Come on. Jesus. If anything, I should have... Ellie, I give you a lot of shit, but not for this. Not for this. If I'm going to bitch about somebody's faults, if I'm going to bitch about somebody, it's going to be because of their actual faults. Not in any should-haves or hypotheticals that they had zero control over. Ellie had no control over the chaos in Crossbell. I'm not going to throw her or Cecile under the bus as for losing sight of Kia. It sucks, but I'm not going to be pissy about it because that would just be me being stupid. Ellie, we're all worried about Kia, but we need to have faith in her. I'm sure she's okay, and I know we'll find her eventually and bring her home safely. There's not a doubt in my mind. Lloyd's right. Let's take solace in how many people were able to escape from the city. If they're okay, I'm sure Kia is too. I can't begin to describe how it feels to know Shensham and Speaker McDowell are okay. I was especially worried about Shen in this whole time. Yeah, think of it this way. We're off to a good start already, knowing that some of our friends and family are alright. Though I don't want to make light of the injury Speaker McDowell suffered. Sounds like he took a stray bullet to the shoulder. Is he okay? The doctor said he should be fine. Fortunately. The bullet passed right through, so it didn't cause much damage. But given his age, he's going to need plenty of rest at the clinic for right now. That's probably for the best. I wouldn't want him pushing himself too hard for our sakes. That's right. Your grandfather will be okay, Ellie, so long as he takes time to recover. He's in good hands with Dr. Litton. And try not to worry too much about where Kia is, alright? I'll try. Well, I'm going to go back to help at the clinic. Let me know if you need anything. Thanks, Cecile. We will. My apologies. I know there's no sense in being gloomy right now. The children left the village because they wanted to find a way to cheer me up, and you saw how that almost turned out. You shouldn't blame yourself for that either, Ellie. I'm sure they wanted to help the entire village and not just you. But... hate to change the subject, but I think I'm going to do my own thing for a while now that we've made it to the village. Yes, we could all use some downtime. I'd like to go catch up with Shan and see how she's doing. She's at the inn, isn't she? Yes, that's where the other refugees from the city are staying as well. She's been worried about you too, so I'm sure she'll be happy to spend some time with you. That sounds like her. I'll go do that then. I'm going to check in on the speaker and see if the folks in the clinic need a hand. Give me a holler once you two are done with the heart-to-heart you're about to have. What was that? I guess that was their way of leaving this in my hands. Hey, Ellie, could I interest you in a walk around the village together? I want to get a better idea of how the villagers are holding up. I suppose I could do that. America may may have to be our base of operations for a while, so we should say hi to Chief Tolta as well. Good thinking. Let's go then. Oh, yeah. I have 2 Exis rays plus 1? Why would I have that? But anyway, Ellie's Crossbell Queen outfit can now be brought forth. That actually looks kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, we're gonna have her in that. I'm already liking the cosmetic options. I'm not gonna lie.
Crazy as times are, this place always manages to put my mind at ease.
I know what you mean. Especially so, now that I know you're safe.
Why don't we take a look around?
Let's go speak to Chief Tolta first. Well, look what the cat dragged in. The young folk of the village have been keeping me up to date. That includes, of course, everything that happened in the city. You folks had it rough. We're sorry for worrying you, Chief Tolta. I owe you so much for taking in my grandfather and the refugees. As his secretary, please allow me to express my deepest gratitude. Calm now, lass. Now more than ever, we've got to extend a helping hand in times of need. It was the speaker who fought for us when those goons were trying to set up the convalescent and military home in convalescent camp. Not to mention all the times the SSS has helped us in the past. We were only doing our job, sir. Ah, spare me the humility. We've been in your debt ever since. Not once have you abandoned the weak. Nope, you fought for us all. That means a lot to me. You okay, Ellie? If you ever need a hand with something, anything at all, you just let us know and we'll come running. Honey, we may be a rinky-dink little farm village, but we've got your backs all the same. And we couldn't ask for better allies. Thank you so much. There's so many people supporting us, we really can't afford to let them down. I just know that we're going to take Crossbell back and find Kia. Yes, I hope so. So, would you mind me asking about what happened after the ceremony, Ellie? You haven't been yourself ever since we ran into you outside the village. I don't deserve to have the villagers speaking so kindly about me. Not after I turned my back on Kia. What?
Please forgive me, Lloyd.
What? Okay. Again, as I said earlier, I throw a lot of shit at you, Ellie, but... What?
It's not Cecile's fault that Kia isn't here. Not at all.
I mean, I wasn't blaming her either, but...
It's entirely mine for abandoning her.
What do you mean abandon? That makes no sense. That makes 0 sense. Yes, I changed the outfit. Two days ago, just after the signing ceremony attack.
Ellie! There you are, Kia! I've been looking for you!
Yeah, Cecile should be somewhere nearby too. Is Lloyd
He'll be fine. Risha's with him. Now come over.
Ah! Run, or you'll get caught up in it!
Ah! Kia! No! Kia! Kia! Where are you? Grandfather!
Ellie, go! I'll be fine. We'll see each other again soon, I promise. There are other people who need you.
Kia!
No! Oh, God, no! 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 That is not abandonment. You had to choose between your grandfather who you could help
so sorry.
and Kia.
This is all my fault.
Oh, no, no, Ellie. Oh my God. Okay. Again, I throw a lot of shit at Ellie, not this. Oh my God, I actually have to explain this. First of all, so Kia was well off enough to be able to say, "No, I'm fine. Go help your grandfather." And you chose your grandfather who had been hurt. No, that's not abandonment. Kia's Oh my God. No. It's not abandonment. Kia knows what she's doing. She basically told you, "I'm fine, go help your grandfather." She basically said that almost word for word. I'm gonna make a note of that. No, Ellie, you didn't. Come on now. Oh. I get why she feels like she did. I do. I get it. It makes sense why she would feel this way, but no. Okay. If Kia was any other, was just a normal kid, then the feeling would be mostly justified, and I could see somebody actually throwing her under the bus like that. And I hope Lloyd is basically about to say what I just said, because oh my God. No. And I also would like to just mention one more time, for the record, I am a huge freaking Ellie critic. And even I'm looking at her like, no. Just no. You know?
I could have ran to her voice and grabbed her hand, and I chose not to.
No.
I don't deserve to call myself her guardian, or even be a part of the SSS.
Whoa. That's too far. Jesus Christ. Boot you out of the SSS just for oh my God. No, Ellie. God, no. Okay, the reason why this isn't getting a negative like it did with Reen, for the record, back in Cold Steel 2, is because this is totally in character for Ellie, even if it's just way too goddamn far. Because remember what happened at the end of Chapter 2 of Zero, when her grandfather was hurt. Right? She point blank said, "I am a failure, I need to quit," or well, it wasn't so much her being a failure, but it was, yeah. But yeah, it was... She was like, oh no, I need to be the secretary. I can't be a part of the SSS. Right? And then her grandfather had to convince her, no, stay with the SSS. You know? Oh my god, this is hitting. This is totally in character for her, but it's still like, no, Ellie, just no. This does not make you a terrible person. God, no.
So that's what happened.
Yes! Yeah, please, Lloyd, blame the frickin' neo-Nazis, because it's the neo-Nazis' fault!
It's going to be alright, Ellie. Kia's just fine. I'm sure of it.
How can you be so sure?
We've done nothing but force hardship on her ever since we returned from the Azure Tree. While we fought for our home's freedom, she stood by us and helped however she could, despite being separated from her best friend. And never once did she not have a smile on her face.
That is the best way to convince her, yeah.
No matter how hopeless things felt, Kia never stopped smiling for us. She never gave up. We were the ones who swore to protect her. And there she was again, being the one who protected and supported us. Just like always.
You're right. She always has. We were only able to continue smiling ourselves because her smile was giving us hope. I think that's exactly what she was trying to do the day we were separated, too.
I'll be fine! We'll see each other again soon, I promise! There are other people who need you!
Yeah, exactly.
I couldn't see her face, but I could feel how desperate she was to encourage me. Even though she must have been so scared. How can one little girl be so positive?
I'd like to say that's how she's always been. But we both know she's even stronger now than she was before. Kia isn't the same girl she was when we first met. She's no longer powerless to fight against a terrible fate that was decided without her consent. She's one of us now, in every sense of the word. Always with us, always fighting and smiling. In just 2 years, she's grown and become the Kia Bannings we all know and love. That's why, if she says she'll be all right, and that we'll see each other again, then I know we can believe her. So there's only one thing left for us to do, right?
Yes, you're right again. I think deep down, part of me still thought of her as a helpless child that needs us to look after her. I should have known better. Should have seen that as we were getting stronger, she was right there with us, getting stronger too.
Yeah. But to be fair, that's an easy mistake to make. I'm actually tearing up at this. That is such an easy mistake to make because you care. You're not doing it out of some maliciousness or some some reason to consider yourself awful and terrible. No. You care. God damn it, Ellie. Just no. You're not awful. Not for this. Not for this.
Well, I'm hardly in any position to judge when it comes to being overprotective of Kia.
Says the man who threatened the Gralsritter. So yeah, I'd say that's a pretty accurate statement there, Lloyd.
But the thing is, she put her trust in us. So it's only right we do the same thing when she asks, right?
You're on fire, huh? Right again. There's so much for us to do right now. The only way we're going to manage is by taking it one step at a time. Kia told me she would be okay, and that there are other people who need me. I'm going to place my faith in that, so I'm sure we'll be reunited as long as we stay the course.
That's the spirit. It's only a matter of time before our paths cross again. So we don't want to disappoint her when we meet up. I'd say we owe it to her as her guardians. And as her friends.
This is so like you, Lloyd. Always encouraging me when I need it most. It's been this way for a long time, hasn't it? That night on the roof when I thought of leaving the SSS. Even when I decided to become grandfather's secretary during the occupation. Sometimes I wonder if the only reason I've been able to keep going these last few years is because I knew you were with me. Words can't express how grateful I truly am.
I'm flattered, but I don't think I did anything particularly special. I've known for a long time that your future was going to lead you to politics. And I know you'll make Crossbell and the world a better place. So I'm happy to do whatever I can to give you a push in the right direction if you need it.
Is that the only reason? I hope the reason you look after me so much isn't just for the good of Crossbell.
I thought it would sound cooler if I put it that way. But you got me. I think my feelings are a little more straightforward than that. I want to do what I can to help you realize your dreams because you're Ellie. You're important to me. That's the real reason.
Thanks. I know I forced that out of you, so forgive me for being a little selfish. I think that's just what I needed to hear to begin looking forward again. You always make me feel like nothing is impossible, not even getting our home back.
Because nothing ever is. And I'll be right here to tell you as many times as it takes.
Good old Lloyd speech. Okay, so on that note, let's quickly type out a positive for that. Plus for that. Yeah. It's at this point, I think that's as good as any of us a spot to kind of chop it now because my supper's ready, so I'm gonna have to chop this off for today. So, save it on Lloyd's route as per usual. So tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time, we're going to continue Lloyd's Act 2, and we'll go meet up with Shan and Risha. So until next time, Blue Wolf Alex of the Lorewalkers signing out. Have a good one. Later.